Chapter 646. 646 Large amount of blood essence. Kill. Many people of the Flame Chamber of Commerce shouted. Their eyes were red from killing. They had thought that they would die today, but the situation had suddenly reversed, and the morale was high. In just a few minutes, a few hundred Blood Fiend pirates had been killed. Finally, the Blood Fiend pirates collapsed and retreated. Xianxia and the others chased after him madly, leaving behind a large number of corpses along the way. Of the 1,000 Blood Fiend pirates, at least 800 were killed. Only 100 or 200 managed to escape. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's fist force was like a rainbow. The terrifying and powerful fist force cut through the void like a meteor, constantly blasting towards the knife-scarred man and the thin bamboo pole. It was as if there was no end to it. The knife-scarred man and the skinny man were already trembling, and blood was flowing out of their mouths and noses. Their internal organs had been injured by Lu Ming's fist force. Satisfying, satisfying. Lu Ming felt that the circulation of the explosive star fist was becoming smoother and smoother. It was much more comfortable than when he had comprehended it by himself. Lu Ming could feel that the level of the explosive star fist was approaching the 3rd level. The cultivation of martial techniques still required a great battle. The knife-scarred man and the skinny man watched as their men were either killed or escaped. The others, such as Xianxia and the old man from the Flame Chamber of Commerce, rushed back. Their hearts sank. They knew that they were most likely doomed today. Damn it! Even if I die today, I won't let you have a good time. Let's die together. The knife-scarred man roared with a murderous aura. In the chaotic astral ocean, they were used to seeing life and death, and often walked on the edge of life and death. At this moment, their ferocity was aroused. With loud roars, the chi on their bodies suddenly became violent. Let's die together. The aura on the skinny man's body also became violent. Not good, they're going to self-destruct. The old man from the Flame Chamber of Commerce exclaimed. Quickly retreat, quickly retreat. Chun Zhao and the others, who were watching the battle from all directions, shouted in horror. The self-destruction of a peak-tier king was extremely terrifying, and everything within 100 miles would be affected. You want to self-destruct? Did I allow it? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and his essential core exploded wildly. Lu Ming's essential core was extremely strong now. Once it exploded, the two-fist forces immediately became incomparably terrifying. They instantly shattered the void and bombarded the knife-scarred man and the thin bamboo pole. Before the two of them could self-destruct, they were directly torn to pieces by the terrifying power. They didn't even have the time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Buzz! Lu Ming's body moved, and he flashed past them. He devoured their blood essence and kept their storage rings. Of course, Lu Ming's devouring of the blood essence was done very discreetly. The devouring power was used on his palm, and the blood essence was absorbed. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed past the corpses, and he devoured all the blood essence. There were nearly 800 people, and 200 to 300 of them were martial kings. This blood essence was too rich. How could he miss it? Luo Xian, Chun Zhao, and the rest were dumbfounded. 2 peak-tier kings were killed by Lu Ming just like that. After a long while, a deafening cheer erupted. Most of the people were cheering, especially the people from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. They often visited the chaotic astral ocean and naturally knew of the Blood Fiend pirates' reputation. They had originally thought that they would be doomed this time. However, they didn't expect that Lu Ming and Xianxia were so unimaginably powerful. They were actually 2 young Peak King warriors who could easily crush their opponents. Having escaped death, they naturally cheered, were happy, and excited. I've heard that many young geniuses have entered the chaotic astral ocean to train. Some of them are even peerless geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be that these 2 are the geniuses on the list? I don't know. I don't know what his name is. In my opinion, even if he's not on the list of top 1,000 talents, he's close to that level. Waves of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, thank you for your help this time. Luo Xian is extremely grateful. Luo Xian walked to Lu Ming and Xianxia and bowed. Miss Luo Xian, you don't have to be so polite. I'll still say the same thing. If there's a need for this Lu to take action, this Lu will definitely take action. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If we don't make a move, someone is probably going to drive us away. Xianxia snorted and glanced at Chen Zhao, who was standing not far away. Of course, Chen Zhao also heard this. What's there to be proud of? Wasn't he just a peak tier king? It had taken him so long to kill 2 pirates, and their names weren't on the list of top 1,000 talents. What was he so proud of? If my big brother wasn't over 30 years old, he would have been on the list of top 1,000 talents. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. All right, let's rest. Lu Ming strode toward his stone house. The others also began to clean up the battlefield. He walked into the stone house, but there was no one there. It was obvious that the people on this island had all been killed by the blood fiend pirates. Lu Ming randomly found a stone house and started to refine the blood essence. The blood essence of 2 peak tier kings, more than 10 late tier kings, and hundreds of martial artists of different levels were extremely rich. Lu Ming used all of them to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, it didn't help the 9-dragon bloodline advance to the 9th level of the king class. In order to advance to the 9th level of the king class, the amount of blood essence required was enormous, and this amount was far from enough. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, when the 4-winged flying tiger was almost done resting, everyone set off again for Golden Sand Island. Although they ran into some trouble on the way, even a small pirate group, this group didn't even have a peak tier king and was easily defeated. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Golden Sand Island. The Golden Sand Island is considered relatively large and famous among the many islands in the chaotic astral ocean. It has a circumference of several 100,000 li and is like a continent. There was a lot of golden sand on it, hence the name Golden Sand Island. In the sea area with a radius of tens of millions of miles, Golden Sand Island was a large gathering place. There were many forces here, and at least tens of millions of warriors had gathered here. It could be said that there were many masters. There were even quite a few Sea of Soul Realm experts, but they didn't usually show their faces. The 4-winged flying tiger of the Flame Chamber of Commerce landed on a vast golden beach. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, this must be your first time on the Golden Sand Island, right? The Flame Chamber of Commerce has a large stronghold on the Golden Sand Island. Why don't we go there and have a look? I'll be the host and show you around. Luo Xian walked to Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. Thank you, Miss Luo Xian, but the two of us still have other things to do. We'll chat again next time. Lu Ming declined. Oh, if that's the case, next time then. But young Master Lu, Lady Xia, the chaotic astral ocean is different from the outside world. Here, there is no law or order. If you make a move, there will be a massacre. You two must be careful. Luo Xian warned him kindly. Thank you, Miss Luo. Goodbye. After that, Lu Ming and Xianxia bade farewell and headed toward the Golden Sand Island. Chapter 647. 647 blood splattered everywhere. Looking at the two of them leaving, Luo Xian sighed and said, "What a pity. It would be great if such a genius could be used by the Flame Chamber of Commerce." Young lady, that's impossible. These two are so young, but they've already reached the peak king realm. They must be the heirs of some big force. In a few years, they might even be on the list of top 1,000 talents. Their future is limitless. How can our Flame Chamber of Commerce invite such people? The peak-tier king from the Flame Chamber of Commerce walked to the side and said softly, "Elder Wu, you think too highly of them. In my opinion, their combat strength is only average. My brother can definitely defeat them easily. They're just lucky to be born in a major power and rely on a large amount of resources to reach their cultivation base. There are many people like them in those major powers, so they will definitely not be able to get on the list of top 1,000 talents." Chen Zhao walked up and sneered. He was still very unhappy with Lu Ming. Luo Xian sighed. Xianxia was too narrow-minded. He wouldn't be able to do much. Lu Ming and Xianxia rose into the air and flew toward the inland of Golden Sand Island. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. The two of them flew toward the city. This city was not guarded by anyone. People came and went, flying here and there, and it was very lively. As Lu Ming and Xianxia approached the city gate, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Most of these gazes came from the burly men. These people were all burly and strong. They didn't even bother to hide their murderous aura as they stared at Xianxia with fiery eyes. Not only were there middle-aged brawny men, but there were also a few white-haired old men. Their eyes were also burning as they looked at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Xianxia's charm was too great. He would attract attention wherever he went. However, Lu Ming could not stop others from watching. If someone wanted to take a step further, Lu Ming's fist would have long been itching. The two of them could not be bothered with the gazes from the surroundings and walked into the city. In the city, the shops formed a forest, and it was even more lively. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls selling many strange things. I didn't expect that there would be so many warriors on Golden Sand Island, Lu Ming thought to himself. Moreover, Lu Ming noticed that the quality of the warriors on Golden Sand Island was very high. There were almost no weaklings. Lu Ming took a glance and saw that most of them were at the level of martial kings. Of course, there were also warriors below the rank of martial king, but they were all high-level martial arts grandmasters. The weaker ones did not dare to walk around. It's no wonder. In the entire eastern wilderness, many of those extremely vicious and evil martial artists, or those who practice evil martial arts, come to the chaotic astral ocean. This has led to the chaotic astral ocean having an extremely large number of experts. The number of experts in the chaotic astral ocean far exceeds that of most big regions. Martial kings were everywhere. Kid, what the hell do you mean? I saw this piece of deep-sea cold iron first. What's the meaning of this? Do you want to die? I think you're the one who wants to die. So what if you like her? This piece of deep-sea cold iron, I want it. In front of stall, two big men in their 40s started quarreling. You're looking for death. With a loud roar, one of the burly men pulled out his saber and slashed at another man. You're the one who's going to die. A long spear appeared in the other man's hand. The long spear turned into a flash of lightning and pierced the throat of the man in front. The man roared and fell to the ground. You're really looking for death. You still want to fight with the old man for the deep-sea cold iron. The man with the long spear put away his spear and took the man's storage ring before looking at the stall owner again. The deep-sea cold iron is mine, the burly man said. All right, the stall owner smiled and handed a piece of metal to the burly man. As for the death of one person, he did not find it strange at all. The people around him were the same. They only took a casual glance and then went back to their own business as if this was a normal thing. Not long after, a few men in black appeared and took the corpse away. Lu Ming and Xianxia took a few glances and continued walking. Old thief, you dare to touch my woman? Die. He had only taken a few steps when another loud roar rang out in front of him. A man in his 30s had split an old man in half with an axe. The surrounding people only took a few glances and went back to their own business. Chaotic astral ocean, it's indeed chaotic astral ocean. It's chaotic enough that killing people is a common occurrence. A word of disagreement would cause blood to splatter. Let's find a restaurant and have something to eat, Lu Ming said to Xianxia. The two of them were also used to seeing storms and had experienced countless life and death battles. Naturally, they got used to it very quickly. Xianxia nodded, and the two of them walked toward a restaurant. Boom! Just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, the entire restaurant exploded with a loud bang. Broken wood and gravel flew everywhere. Some of the people with lower cultivation were directly injured by the gravel. Lu Ming waved his hand, and his quintessential essence burst forth. The front part of the gravel, and with fragments that were shot at them, was destroyed. Buzz! and NBSB whoosh. Dozens of figures flew out from the 9th floor. Nest, those who curse and drink can't even rest in peace. Which bastard is fighting in the restaurant? Curses were heard. Boom. And NBSB. 2 figures shot up into the sky from the dust and began to battle, their powerful auras filling the air. One of them was a brawny man, while the other was old OU. Both of them were Lever 9 Martial King realm martial artists. Many people immediately shut up. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves in the air. In the end, the burly man was stronger and killed old OU with a single sword strike. Damn it. You dare to go against me. You're looking for death. The burly man cursed. He took the storage ring and was about to leave. Wait a moment. A short and chubby man dressed as a shopkeeper flew up into the sky and said with a smile, "The 2 of you have destroyed my restaurant. You haven't even paid for it and you want to leave? That's too immoral. Fatty, you still wanting to compensate? Hee hee, I think you're tired of living." The burly man glanced at the short and fat shopkeeper and revealed a ferocious smile. "It's just a small business. If you destroy the restaurant, you have to pay." The short and fat shopkeeper said with a smile. "Compensate? Fine, I'll use your head to compensate." The brawny man laughed hideously and slashed his sword at the short and fat manager's throat. The short and fat shopkeeper was still smiling. When the burly man's sword was about to approach him, he struck out his palm. A huge palm condensed and crushed the burly man's sword light, then caught him in his hand. "Peak tier king. Ah, I'll pay. I'll pay." The burly man cried out in fear. However, with a clench of his hand, the burly man's body exploded and a storage ring flew into the short and fat manager's hand. "Wouldn't it have been fine if you had compensated earlier? Sigh, I have to rebuild the restaurant again. What a loss, what a loss." The short and fat manager sighed repeatedly. "It seems like we'll have to change to another restaurant to eat." Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. "This place is quite interesting. What do you think?" Xianxia smiled slightly, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Chapter 648. 648 Chapter 648 Lone Wolf Adventure Team. Indeed, this place was very interesting. To the strong, this was heaven, but to the weak, this was hell. They had to live in fear, or else they could be killed at any time. In another restaurant, the waiter respectfully welcomed Lu Ming and his wife with a flattering smile on his face. The waiter wasn't even a martial arts grandmaster. On Golden Sand Island, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Anyone could kill him with 1 finger. Therefore, he lived in fear and trepidation. "My 2 guests, if you need anything, just tell me." The waiter invited Lu Ming and Xianxia to a table on the 2nd floor and asked them with a smile, "Just give us some wine and food." Lu Ming smiled and ordered some wine and dishes casually. "Please wait for a moment, sir. I'll be right there." The waiter turned around and ran back, but he didn't pay attention and bumped into a big man. The big man's Zhun Yuan shook, and the waiter's body was pushed back 5 or 6 steps, sitting on the ground. "Kid, don't you have eyes? You dare to hit me. I think you're tired of living." This burly man had only 1 eye. He wore an eye patch and was staring fiercely at the waiter. The waiter's face instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood. He knelt down in front of the one-eyed man and began to kowtow, shouting, my lord, please spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose. Please spare my life, my lord." The waiter kowtowed loudly. He didn't dare to use his true chi to defend himself, so his forehead started to bleed after a few hits. But he didn't dare to wipe it and continued to kowtow desperately. He spare you? You wish. Since you don't have eyes when you walk, I'll dig out your eyes and make you really not have eyes. The one-eyed man revealed a ferocious smile. The waiter's face was deathly pale and filled with despair. On Golden Sand Island, with his cultivation level, if he were to go blind, only death would await him. My lord, please spare me just this once. The waiter desperately kowtowed and begged. The one-eyed man remained unmoved, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. One of his own eyes had been gouged out. Since then, he especially liked to gouge out other people's eyes. That way, he would have the pleasure of revenge. Whoosh! The one-eyed man's 2 fingers stabbed towards the waiters like lightning. This burly man had reached the level of a lower-tier king, while the waiter and Wu Zong weren't even there. There was a huge gap between them, and it was impossible for them to avoid him. Lu Ming frowned and raised his hand. A wave of essential core swept out and wrapped around Xiao. He pulled her back and dodged the attack of the one-eyed giant eye. The waiter was pulled to the side of their table by Lu Ming. He was still in a state of shock, and his entire body was trembling. The one-eyed man looked in Lu Ming's direction with a menacing look in his eyes, especially when he looked at Xianxia. It was a look of pure desire. "Brat, how dare you interfere in my business? You must be tired of living." The one-eyed man smiled hideously and walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. The waiter was terrified. However, Lu Ming did not even look at the one-eyed man. He picked up the glass and took a sip slowly. Ta, ta. The one-eyed man walked to Lu Ming's table step by step. His voice was filled with killing intent. "Kid, you're lucky today. Our big brother, Li, has taken a fancy to this little girl. Let her go over and drink with him. Also, destroy your eyes, and we'll let this matter go. We'll spare your life." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He could tell that the man's target was Xianxia. As soon as they went upstairs, the one-eyed man's table was already staring at Xianxia with a fiery gaze. Then the one-eyed man stood up and walked over. He deliberately stood behind the waiter, causing the waiter to bump into him. Everything was done on purpose by the one-eyed man. He was just looking for a reason to cause trouble. "Get lost." Lu Ming took a sip of wine and coldly spat out the word scram. The one-eyed man's face changed, and his expression became even more ferocious. "Brat, I wanted to spare your life, but you're just looking for death." Whoosh! With that, the one-eyed man's fingers were like swords, piercing toward Lu Ming's eyes. Then there was a shrill scream. Of course, it was not Lu Ming who shouted, but the one-eyed man. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a spear's gleam flashed, blinding the one-eyed man's other eye. The one-eyed man covered his eye with his palm, blood flowing from his face. He let out a beast-like roar and scream. "Ah, kill, little bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your entire family." The one-eyed man roared and pounced on Lu Ming as if he had gone mad. The next moment, the one-eyed man's body flew out of the window of the restaurant and fell heavily on the street outside the restaurant. His cries stopped abruptly. The one-eyed man was dead. Boom, boom, boom. At a table by the window, 3 burly men suddenly stood up, exuding a powerful and cold aura, causing the temperature in the restaurant to drop sharply, as if it was winter. The one-eyed man was at the same table as these 3 people just now. It's Lone Wind. He's from the Lone Wolf Adventure Team. That kid is in danger. He just killed one of Lone Wind's men. Lone Wind will never let him go. That's for sure. On Golden Sand Island, the Lone Wolf Adventurer Team is pretty strong. This Lone Wind is used to being a tyrant. The key is his big brother, Lone Wolf. He's a peak-tier king. The people around them were whispering to each other. Most of them were gloating at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The waiter's face turned even paler when he heard the name Lone Wolf Adventurer Team, and his body trembled. It's over. Young master, leave quickly. Leave quickly. Don't care about me. I'm just a worthless life. Don't lose your life because of me," the waiter said in a trembling voice. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This waiter was quite kind-hearted. He was obviously scared to death, but he still asked Lu Ming and the rest to leave. "Don't worry." Lu Ming smiled slightly, his expression calm. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the 3 burly men had already walked to Lu Ming and the rest. The person in front was in his 30s. His neck was slightly crooked, but his eyes were extremely cold. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, "Brat, how dare you kill a member of the Lone Wolf Adventure Team? I'll make your life a living hell today." Then, he turned to look at Xianxia. His eyes scanned Xianxia's body up and down, revealing his lust. "Little girl, Draw a clear line with this kid right now, and then come back with me to serve me well. Be my maidservant, and then you can live comfortably on Golden Sand Island. Do you understand? Hurry, idiot. Lu Ming took another sip of wine and said indifferently. Gu Feng's eyes glowed with ferocity. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, what did you say? I don't care what kind of force you're from, but when you're in the chaotic astral ocean and on the Golden Sand Island, even if you're a dragon, you'll still have to coil up. BZ. Before he could finish a sentence, Gu Feng had already made his move. His claw was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. Gu Feng was a Level 7 Martial King realm expert. Chapter 649. 649, Chapter 649, Total Annihilation. However, before Gu Feng's claws could reach Lu Ming, he was enveloped by a huge force field. His movements immediately became as slow as a snail. Grumble, I can't even eat a meal in peace. So annoying, Xianxia said coldly. Gu Feng's face revealed a terrified expression. He wanted to turn his head, but with a bang, he turned into a pool of blood mist. Yes, under the terrifying force field, he was turned into a pool of blood. There was nothing left of him except for his storage ring, which was caught by Xianxia. The other people in the restaurant were shocked. Xianxia's methods were truly evil. He didn't even move and turned Gu Feng into a cloud of blood mist. It was simply terrifying and made people's scalps tingle. As for the two burly men with Gu Feng, their faces turned pale without a trace of blood. You killed Lone Wind. Our leader will not let you go. Our leader is a Peak King. One of them said in a trembling voice. Oh, so this battle is inevitable? Lu Ming asked. No, not bad. The burly man replied. All right, then you guys stand here first and wait for us to finish eating. Lu Ming said indifferently. He picked up his glass and took a sip. Xianxia was the same, but her face was a little cold. The two burly men stood there. They wanted to leave, but did not dare to. They could only look at each other and stand there, not knowing what Lu Ming was up to. A few minutes later, Lu Ming finished his meal and stood up. He said to the waiter, Little brother, you can go. Ah! The waiter was stunned, but he still looked at the two men from Lone Wolf in fear. Don't worry. From now on, there won't be any Lone Wolf adventurer team on Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The others were shocked. What did Lu Ming mean? They quickly understood. Lu Ming looked at the two burly men and said, Lead the way. What? The two big men were a little stunned. Lead the way to your Lone Wolf adventurer team's lair. Hurry up. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and murderous intent filled the air. The two burly men shuddered. Lu Ming actually wanted to go to the Lone Wolf adventurer team's lair. What was he going to do? Destroy the Lone Wolf adventurer team. Could it be that I've really provoked two fiends that I shouldn't have provoked this time? The two men's hearts turned cold. If you don't want to die immediately, then hurry up. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. The two burly men turned pale and nodded hurriedly. No matter what, they would leave this matter to their regiment commander, Lone Wolf. They prayed in their hearts that Lone Wolf would be able to kill Lu Ming and Xianxia. With the two burly men leading the way, Lu Ming and Xianxia headed for the Lone Wolf adventurer team's base. Let's go take a look. These two young men are actually going to kill their way into the Lone Wolf adventurer team's lair. It's too shocking. They definitely have the right to be so confident. This time, the Lone Wolf adventurer team is likely to have kicked an iron plate. I've heard that recently, many young geniuses from the Eastern Wasteland have entered the chaotic astral ocean to train. It's very likely that these two are those geniuses. It seems that I must keep a low profile when I see young people these days. The rest of the people in the restaurant discussed as they followed Lu Ming and the rest. After the others on the road found out the truth, they also followed. In a short while, there were hundreds of people following behind. There are many adventurer teams in the chaotic astral ocean. These adventurer teams usually enter some dangerous places to take risks and search for treasures. However, most of the adventurer teams mainly worked as guard for the merchant teams and earned money. The Flame Chamber of Commerce had hired an adventurer team before. The base of the Lone Wolf adventurer team was in a mountain 3,000 miles west of the city. What's going on? Enemy attack. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, a loud cry was heard from the Lone Wolf adventurer team's lair. Lu Ming turned around and understood. There were hundreds of people behind them. It was no wonder that the Lone Wolf adventurer team was screaming in fear. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. In the next moment, streaks of light flashed in the mountains. More than 100 people appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and a ruthless look in his eyes. Leader, help. The two of them kill Big Brother Li. The two burly men in front of Lu Ming shouted. The burly man in the lead was the leader of the Lone Wolf adventurer team, Lone Wolf. What? Second brother is dead? In an instant, Lone Wolf's eyes turned red. He then looked at Lu Ming with a murderous look and said in an extremely cold voice, Brat, no matter what the reason is, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons after you kill my second brother. Also, I'll reward you to my brothers. They'll take turns serving you. You'll have your fill. Gulang looked at Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia said that, everyone in Lone Wolf looked at him with burning eyes. Oh, I originally wanted to explain to you why I killed your second brother, but it seems that there's no need to now. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The chaotic astral ocean follows the law of survival, the law of the jungle. What bullshit logic is this? It doesn't work here at all. As long as there was strength, there would be reason. Lu Ming understood this point very quickly. Lu Ming flicked his fingers, and two spear lights shot out, killing the two burly men who were leading the way. Then, he stepped forward and walked towards Lone Wolf. Dying! Gulang's eyes turned cold. A giant wolf appeared above his head, and a violent and bloodthirsty aura burst out. Buzz! Lone Wolf's legs kicked in the air, and his figure immediately turned into a series of afterimages, pouncing toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming's expression remained calm. A long spear condensed in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the long spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. The next moment, a shrill scream was heard, and a figure retreated frantically. It was Gulang. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. His chest had been pierced by a long spear. The powerful destructive force had already destroyed his internal organs. One move, just a casual move, and the long spear had pierced through his heart. That spear was too fast and too sharp. He couldn't avoid it at all. Clang! The spear's immense power sent Lone Wolf flying a few thousand meters and nailed him to the cliff of the mountain. Lone Wolf dead. The people who came to watch were dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was too powerful. Lone Wolf was completely defenseless in his hands. Who was this person? Could he be a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory? I don't know his name. A series of shocked discussions could be heard. On the other hand, the members of the Lone Wolf adventurer team looked terrified. Their leader, a peak-tier king, had been killed in one move. Run! Immediately, those people turned around and ran. Don't even think about leaving. Xianxia stepped into the air and pressed his palm. The Sky Demon power field exploded, and the 100 or so Lone Wolf adventurers were all enveloped by it. A destructive cutting power was produced, and in the next moment, all 100 or so people were killed. Their corpses fell to the ground like rain. As for the storage rings, they were all taken by Xianxia. Chapter 650. 650 Chapter 650 Life Battle Stage. CSI. Gasps of shock could be heard. The people who were watching the battle widened their eyes in shock. In the chaotic astral ocean, it was normal for people to die all the time. They were shocked by the strength of Lu Ming and Xianxia. One of them had killed a peak-tier king with a single move. With a wave of his hand, he had killed hundreds of experts, including many Level 9 Martial King Realm, Upper Tier King Realm experts. The strength of the two was very shocking. Those who had been coveting Xianxia's beauty at the start felt a chill in their hearts. They were secretly glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would be the ones who died. Now, they no longer looked at Xianxia with fire and greed in their eyes. There was only fear and dread. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd. He could see everyone's expressions. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the word chaotic astral ocean. Chaotic astral ocean. If you're soft-hearted, then everyone will bully you. However, if one's methods were more ruthless and brutal than others, then everyone would be afraid of him. Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he devoured the blood essence of all the members of the Lone Wolf adventurer team. Let's go. Then, he left with Xianxia. Soon, the two of them returned to the city. The two of them planned to first find an inn to stay in, then buy a map of the chaotic astral ocean. After that, they will find a suitable place to go and train. When the two of them returned to the city, they saw many people flying in one direction. Go to the life battle platform. The King of Hell has made his move again. I heard that his opponent this time is Old Monster Chi-Chan. What? The King of Hell and Old Monster Chi-Chan are going up against each other. It's been years since Old Monster Chi-Chan fought. Let's go and take a look. This battle will definitely be spectacular. One figure after another quickly flew in one direction. Life battle stage. Lu Ming and Xianxia were both stunned and curious. From the looks of it, it was a battle between two experts. What kind of expert could attract so many people to watch? Let's go and take a look. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. I was thinking the same thing. Lu Ming smiled. Then, the two of them followed the crowd and walked forward. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge building. The building was round and huge. When they got close, they heard loud cheers and screams. Could it be that the battle has already begun? We can't be late, right? Let's go in quickly. Many people flew to the entrance of the building. Pay the full bill. 200 best-grade spirit crystals per person. At the gate, there were guards who stopped the crowd and shouted, "These are my spiritual crystals. Take them." Many people paid the spiritual crystals and rushed into the building. However, there were too many people and they had to line up. There are so many people here. It seems that King Yama and Old Monster Chi-Chan are not ordinary. Lu Ming thought in his heart. After a while, it was their turn and they walked in. The interior of the building was circular. In the middle was a huge fighting stage that was several miles long and wide. Around it were circular stands. There were more than 100 levels, and at least a few 100,000 people could sit there. After the two of them walked in, they found that there were at least 100,000 people sitting in the stands. The fighting ring was empty. There was no one there, only a pool of blood. What's going on? Where is he? Wasn't it King Yama fighting against Old Monster 7 Diana? Why don't I see him? Yeah, where are they? The people who came in after him called out. People? He only came now. Where was he? The war has ended. Someone said. What? The war had ended, but what was the result? Who won? Yama. Yama won. Yama and Old Monster Chi-Chan fought for 100 moves, and in the end, Old Monster Chi-Chan was killed by Yama. Sorry, I'm late. I've wasted 200 supreme spiritual crystals. Let's watch the other duels. Many people who had arrived late sighed and looked for a seat. Young Master Lu? Thank you, young lady. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a delicate cry. Luo Xian. He turned around and saw a young woman walking towards him. It was Luo Xian. Beside Luo Xian, there were two other people. One of them was Chun Zhao, and the other was in his 30s. He had a burly figure and looked similar to Chun Zhao. Miss Luo. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Young Master Lu, Lady Xia, what a coincidence. Are you here to watch the battle on the fated battle platform? Luo Xian said with a smile. That's right, but I seem to have missed it. Lu Ming said. That's right. Hell King is a top-notch expert who has risen recently. He has never lost a battle at the peak tier king level and has won 19 consecutive battles. With this battle, he has already won 20 consecutive battles. As for the 7 Zen Elder, He's lived for almost 800 years and has cultivated for so many years. His battle power is also extremely terrifying, and he's almost unparalleled among peak-tier kings. He also won 19 consecutive victories on the life battle platform, and many people are looking forward to their battle. I didn't expect that this battle would come so suddenly. It's a pity that we missed it, Luo Xan said, also showing a trace of pity. A battle between peak-tier kings, 19 consecutive wins? Lu Ming also revealed an interested look. Young Master Lu, Lady Xia, there should be other battles coming up. Let's find a place to sit down, Luo Xian said. Then, they found an empty space and sat down. On the side, Chun Zhao's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. Buzz! At this moment, a figure rushed into the fighting ring. It was a bald, old man, and the aura of a Level 7 Martial King Realm expert was fully revealed. Who wants to fight me? The old man shouted. I'm here to kill you. A bald man rushed up to the stage, also revealing his Level 7 Martial King Realm cultivation. Haha, really? Your storage ring is mine. The old man sneered. I should be the one saying that. I've taken a fancy to your storage ring. The bald man also sneered. A saber appeared in his hand, and he charged at the bald old man. The bald old man took out an iron rod and welcomed the attack. Boom! Boom! The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. However, after a few dozen moves, the bald old man had the upper hand. Ha ha! The bald old man laughed as he swung his iron rod at the bald man like a storm. The bald burly man kept retreating. After more than 10 moves, the bald old man hit the bald burly man's chest with his stick. The bald burly man screamed in pain, and a series of bone-cracking sounds came from his body. He was sent flying back and fell on the fighting ring, blood spurting out of his mouth. I admit defeat. I admit defeat, the bald man roared. Admit defeat? It's too late to admit defeat now, Die. The bald man roared and flew up. The iron rod smashed on the bald man's head, and the bald man's brain instantly burst open, dying on the spot. Haha, the storage ring is mine. The bald old man put away the bald man's storage ring and laughed. Chapter 651. 651 Chapter 651 Life Bet. Why are you so happy? Your storage ring is mine. With a cold snort, an old Ou Fei went up to the fighting ring. Old Ou was dressed in a bright red robe, and his aura was at Level 7 Martial King Realm. It's Grandma Red Flower. She's about to make her move. She's a ruthless person who has won 5 consecutive rounds in the Level 7 Martial King Realm. That's right. She only acts when she sees that the harvest is great. The bald old man had just obtained a Level 7 Martial King Realm Martial Artist storage ring. Now, as long as we kill the bald old man, we'll be able to get 2 storage rings. Let's see if that bald old man dares to accept the challenge. Every time Red Flower Granny fought, her opponents would die miserably. As soon as old OU went on stage, a burst of exclamations came from the surroundings. Grandma Red Flower, on the fighting ring. The bald old man's expression also changed greatly. Die! Granny Red Flower's face turned cold, and her killing intent spread. She was about to attack. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I admit defeat. I don't want to fight. The bald old man quickly called out. Don't fight. Red Flower Granny's face darkened. Hand over 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals. You're so gutless. The bald elder took out 200,000 spiritual crystals from his storage ring and handed them over to Granny Red Flower. Then, he left the fighting ring and flew to the stands. Is there anyone who wants to fight me? Grandma Red Flower put away the spiritual crystals and looked around. However, no one went up. Granny Red Flower was an extremely powerful Level 7 Martial King Realm Martial Artist and had few opponents. Who want to go up there and die? After waiting for a while and seeing that no one went up, Red Flower Granny also left the fighting ring. Well, it's quite interesting. Miss Luo, what are the rules of this life battle stage? Lu Ming asked Luo Xian. Young Master Lu, It's your first time here. It's normal that you don't know. Let me explain for you. Luo Xan smiled faintly and said, as the name suggests, it's the life battle stage. You fight with your life. As long as you get on the battle stage, it's a gamble of life. The winner will win all of the other party's belongings. The loser will not only lose his life, but also all of his belongings. All of his storage rings will belong to the other party. Lu Ming explained. Then how could that bald, old man admit defeat? Lu Ming asked. There's a rule on the fated battle platform. Those with higher cultivation levels can't challenge those with lower cultivation levels. Of course, if those with lower cultivation levels challenge those with higher cultivation levels, it's up to them. Once you're on the fated battle platform and someone challenges you, you have to accept the challenge. However, you can admit defeat before the battle begins. As long as you hand over a certain number of supreme spiritual crystals to the opponent, you can skip the battle. Just now, when Red Flower Granny challenged the Bald Elder knew that he was no match for her. However, before the battle began, he immediately admitted defeat and could leave the stage as long as he handed over 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals to her. If he admitted defeat after the battle began, the Bald Elder could choose not to accept it until he defeated and killed his opponent to take all his belongings. Of course, the higher one's cultivation level is, the higher the price of admitting defeat. If a peak-tier king admits defeat before the battle, he will have to pay his opponent 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Luo Xian explained to Lu Ming in detail. Then the death rate is very high. Lu Ming asked. Of course, after the war began, the death rate was as high as 80% to 90%. Only a few people could escape with their lives. Luo Xian said. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The death rate was as high as 80% to 90%. Basically, once they went up, they would either win or die. Miss, why are you talking so much to him? A young master like him, who came from a major force, would never dare to step onto such a fighting stage. This is a real life and death battle, not a sparring match between fellow disciples. It's a life and death battle, a fight of everything. At the side, Chun Zhao revealed a mocking expression and said disdainfully. Lu Ming had caused him to lose face that time, and he was still brooding over it. Oh, then do you dare to go up? Lu Ming looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao's face stiffened. Then he said, what do you know? My big brother has won 6 times in a row, and he's a peak-tier king. He's much stronger than the peak-tier kings of the blood evil pirates. If my big brother was here last time, he wouldn't even need so many moves to kill them. Chun Zhao changed the topic and pointed at the brawny man in his 30s next to him. Why are you carrying your big brother out? I'm talking about you. You're also a level 7 martial king, right? If you're so awesome, why didn't you challenge Red Flower Granny? Lu Ming continued to ask. Chun Zhao's face stiffened and turned red. His combat strength was only considered ordinary among level 7 martial kings. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? However, Lu Ming had grasped this point, and he could not refute it at all. Interesting. Beside him, Xianxia muttered, showing his interest. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes revealing his interest. Lu Ming was more interested in the fact that he had to stake all his assets in one battle. Although he had gotten 80 million supreme spiritual crystals from the elders of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, he had used up 18 million when he tried to break through to the peak-tier king realm, so he still had 60 million left. More than 60 million seemed like a lot. In fact, it was far from enough for Lu Ming. In the future, these spirit crystals wouldn't be enough to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. The spirit ocean realm was to open up the spirit ocean. A Zhenyuan ocean, the energy required was too much. The amount of true yuan a first-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist could store was more than 10 times that of a peak-tier king, or even more. Lu Ming needed 18 million supreme spiritual crystals to break through to the peak-tier king realm. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least 300 million supreme spiritual crystals to open up the spirit sea realm. This was a conservative estimate. In fact, he might need more. He was still far from 300 million supreme spiritual crystals. Therefore, he needed to accumulate more supreme spiritual crystals. This life battle stage was a good channel. Furthermore, he could also train his martial arts techniques and devour his opponent's blood essence to increase the grade of his bloodline. It was killing two birds with one stone. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the life battle platform. At this moment, another person stepped into the air and stepped onto the fated battle platform. His aura spread out without any reservation. Peak Tier King. This was a Peak Tier King. The atmosphere in the hall became lively again. Spiritual Ocean Tier warriors rarely participated in this kind of gambling battle, and Peak King Tier stood at the peak of King Tiers. Each battle would attract the interest of a large number of martial artists. Who wants to fight me? This Peak Tier King was a burly man in his 40s, and he looked around. I'll do it. A white-haired old man stepped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite the burly man. Without any unnecessary words, the two of them began to fight. The violent chi spread out in all directions and was extremely terrifying. However, a light screen rose around the fighting ring and blocked the chi. It was obvious that the fighting ring was engraved with a powerful inscription formation to prevent the audience from being hurt. The battle was intense, and the two Peak Tier Kings weren't weak. They weren't any weaker than the scar-faced man from the Blood Fiend Pirates. That's right, without a strong combat strength, one wouldn't dare to step onto the fated battle platform, or else it would be courting death. Chapter 652. 652, Chapter 652, Chan Dao. However, after more than 20 moves, the white-haired elder suddenly exploded and killed the middle-aged man in one fell swoop, snatching his storage ring. He's so powerful. Is this old man the spiritual turtle master of Golden Turtle Island? That's him. I didn't expect him to be on Golden Sand Island. No wonder he's so strong. Master Spiritual Turtle has been in closed-door cultivation for many years. His combat strength is unfathomable. I wonder who will challenge him next. Waves of discussions could be heard in the surroundings. This spiritual turtle sage is not bad. Lu Ming nodded. He could tell that the spiritual turtle lord's sudden burst of power was a secret technique that could increase his battle power, which was quite good for Peak Tier Kings. Not bad? Hee. What big words. You sound like you're very strong. On the side, Chun Zhao showed a contemptuous smile. Lu Ming was speechless. Was this guy crazy? Wasn't it just that he did not take action that time? After that, she targeted him in every way. Lu Ming ignored such a narrow-minded person and did not even look at Chun Zhao. Seeing that Lu Ming had ignored him, Chun Zhao's expression turned even uglier. Who wants to fight me? Master Spiritual Turtle looked around, and for a moment, no one spoke. It seems like no one is going to fight. Master Spiritual Turtle sneered. I'll do it. At this moment, Chun Zhao's elder brother stood up beside him, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Chun Zhao's big brother was called Chun Dao. Chun Dao took a step forward and appeared on the life battle platform. It's Chun Dao. Chun Dao is going to fight. It's going to be interesting. Chun Dao has won 7 times in a row. He's extremely powerful and is one of the generals of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. If he fights Master Spiritual Turtle, it must be intense. Chun Dao's appearance made many people excited. Big Brother has made his move. Chun Zhao's eyes lit up. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, let's wait and see. Let's see how strong my big brother is. Let's see how strong a Peak Tier King can be. However, he realized that Lu Ming had ignored him again. This made him rather depressed. Young man, you have guts. You dare to challenge me? Master Spiritual Turtle looked at Chun Dao and said coldly, Are you going to fight or surrender? Chun Dao's reply was simple but full of confidence. What big words. I've been in seclusion for decades. The youngsters nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Let me teach you how to respect your elders. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward Chun Dao as fast as lightning. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out of his body. It was that kind of secret technique. Although the spiritual turtle was arrogant and confident, it used its full strength when it attacked. It did not dare to underestimate its opponent. Knowing his reputation and still daring to challenge him, how could he be a weakling? He had lived for hundreds of years, and he was very clear about this. A powerful fist force was sent towards Chun Dao. However, Chun Dao didn't move at all. When the fist force of the spiritual turtle sage approached, his eyes suddenly lit up. He moved. When he moved, it meant that he had drawn his saber. A bright blade light lit up, as if it had cut the space in half. Lord Spiritual Turtle's fist force was also split in half. He was shocked and retreated frantically to avoid the blade. But Chun Dao's attack had just begun. Kill! Die! Chun Dao shouted with astonishing momentum. The pale saber light lit up again, stronger and sharper than the previous one. It instantly broke through the void and slashed toward Master Spiritual Turtle. Not good. Lord Spiritual Turtle was shocked. He waved his fists and a thick turtle shell formed in front of him. Clang! The blade light hit the turtle shell, causing it to shake violently and crack. Before Lord Spirit Turtle could even take a breath, Chun Dao had already made the third strike, followed by the fourth and the fifth. Saber after saber, each stronger than the last, slashed at Lord Spiritual Turtle without end. When he made the seventh cut, his turtle shell exploded and the saber light flashed. Immediately, Chun Dao retracted his blade. Lord Spiritual Turtle's eyes widened. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and extended downward. Plop! Lord Spiritual Turtle fell down and was cut in half. Master Spiritual Turtle was dead. Deafening cheers came from the crowd. Chun Dao had killed the Spiritual Turtle Sage and advanced to 8 consecutive wins. It was rare to see someone win 8 matches in a row. This meant that 8 peak tier kings had died at Chun Dao's hands. Did you see that? This is my big brother's strength. Chun Zhao glanced at Lu Ming smugly. Not bad, Lu Ming said calmly. He did think that Chun Dao was not bad. Chun Dao's battle power was probably close to the Holy Star. Of course, Chun Dao was already over 30 years old, which was 10 years older than Sacred Constellation. He had spent 10 more years on martial techniques, intent, and physical body. In terms of potential, he could not be compared to Sacred Constellation. The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory selected young people under 30 years old. It not only looked at cultivation, but also talent, ability to fight above one's level, and potential. Some powerful forces had abundant resources and could produce a group of young peak tier king tiers. But these people couldn't make it to the list of top 1,000 talents. You're really boasting. How many peak tier kings can match my big brother's battle power? Chun Zhao sneered. Frog in the well. It was Xianxia who spoke. You? What did he say? Chun Zhao's face turned red. Someone is going up to challenge him. Lu Ming ignored Chun Zhao and looked at the fighting ring. Chun Zhao also looked over. A young man in a blood-red robe stepped onto the fighting ring. This young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He had a cold expression and a faint sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. He really doesn't know his own strength. He dares to challenge my big brother. He's just courting death. Chun Zhao laughed sarcastically. However, Chun Dao, who was on the fighting ring, looked serious. The other party was just standing there casually, but he made him feel as if he was facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He was under great pressure. Furthermore, the other party was so young, not even 30 years old, yet he dared to step onto the stage. He was definitely not simple. How should I address you? Chun Dao asked. Blood Gang. The young man's face darkened. Shuigon. Chun Dao muttered to himself for a while, and then let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that his opponent might be a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. If he really was on the list, he would have to consider whether to fight or not. However, Gang Shui's name wasn't on the list of top 1,000 talents. Obviously, he wasn't a sovereign on the list. Fight or surrender, Shui Gang's gloomy voice sounded. Fight, Chun Dao replied firmly. Good. I was really afraid that you would surrender. Shui Gang licked his lips, and his expression became even colder. Boom! In the next moment, blood chi shot up into the sky from Shui Gang's body. A huge blood-red palm floated above his head with 7 Esilavir chakras revolving around it. King level 7th rank bloodline. Chen Dao's face changed. Those with second bloodlines who could reach the 7th level of the king level were absolute geniuses. For example, Qin Xianxia and the Holy Star were both 7th level kings. A battle blade was floating above Chen Dao's head. It was only a 6th level king class bloodline. Chapter 653. 653 Bloodline Martial Skill. Blood Flame Palm. Shui Gang's palm shot out, and the air exploded, even turning into liquid. A blood-colored palm print shot towards Chen Dao. Buzz! Chen Dao attacked with his blade, and the blade light was extremely dazzling. But this time, Chen Dao's blade light didn't split the blood palm print. Instead, the blade light was dispersed by the blood palm. Chen Dao's face changed, and he roared. The second slash was even stronger than the first. However, Shui Gang's blood-colored palm prints arrived again. One after another, they were extremely overbearing. Chen Dao continued to attack, the 6th, the 7th. Soon, it was his 7th saber move. Before, he had killed the spiritual turtle sage with the 7th saber move, but now, he was still at a disadvantage. Chen Dao roared and slashed out the 8th and 9th blade. The blade light was resplendent as it split the palm print, but there were countless palm prints that followed, one after another. After the 9th slash, Chen Dao's body retreated rapidly. Bloodline martial skill. That is a heaven-level upper-class bloodline martial skill. Chen Dao is going to lose. A white-haired old man in the stands exclaimed. What? He has learned a bloodline martial technique. Many people were shocked. Bloodline martial technique? Lu Ming muttered. The so-called bloodline martial technique was the martial technique that a martial artist comprehended from his own bloodline. The bloodline of a martial artist contained endless wealth. It was not as simple as a pure bloodline explosion. The martial skills that a warrior comprehended from his or her own bloodline were the ones that truly belonged to him or her. They were the most compatible with him or her, and when he or she cultivated them, they would be extremely powerful. After all, the martial skills of others belong to others. How could they be compared with their own bloodline martial skills? For example, if two warriors both cultivated to the 6th level of the Heaven Grade Superior Class martial technique, but one of them cultivated a bloodline martial technique that was comprehended from his own bloodline, then the power would be at least 50% or even 100% stronger than the other's martial technique. The difference was too great. However, it was too difficult to comprehend bloodline martial techniques from one's own bloodline. It required a unique talent. Moreover, the higher the bloodline level, the stronger the bloodline martial technique might be. From one's bloodline, one could not only comprehend martial skills, but also secret skills, which are called bloodline secret skills. For example, Qin Xianxia and Saint Constellation, whom Lu Ming had met before, had both comprehended the secret bloodline technique. On the other hand, Xianxia's palm would form a beautiful arm that would attack his opponent. That was the bloodline martial skill. However, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend the bloodline martial arts technique. First, the bloodline of the 9 dragons was not his own bloodline, but awakened by a drop of 9 dragon blood essence. It was very difficult to comprehend bloodline martial techniques from it. In fact, the devouring power could be regarded as a special bloodline secret skill of the 9 dragons bloodline. As for the second bloodline, it had always been shrouded in fog. Lu Ming could not comprehend it, even if he wanted to. The bloodline martial techniques that special bloodlines could comprehend were even more powerful. This was especially true for natural-type bloodlines. For example, the fire bloodline was a fire-type martial technique that he had comprehended, and it just so happened to be able to complement his fire concept, making it even more powerful. In this aspect, it was something that other demonic beast bloodlines couldn't compare to. On the other hand, Xianxia had comprehended the concept of blood. When combined with blood-related martial skills, his power was extremely powerful. Dying, Shui Gang took a big step forward and his blood concept spread out, enveloping Chun Dao. Chun Dao even had a feeling that the blood in his body was slowly drying up. The mentality of blood was a special kind of mentality. It was extremely powerful and overbearing. If one was hit by Shui Gang's move that was combined with the mentality of blood, it could directly devour the opponent's blood, causing the opponent's blood to dry up and die. Break! Chun Dao's blade light slashed out again, but it was useless. It was completely suppressed. Big brother, how could this be? How did this happen? Chun Zhao's face was deathly pale, and he was extremely worried. His elder brother was his backer. In fact, he was just a guard of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. It was because of his elder brother that he had a special position in the Flame Chamber of Commerce. He could get close to Luo Xian and even pursue her. If his big brother died, he, an ordinary 7th-level martial king, would be nothing in a place like the chaotic astral ocean. He would only be an ordinary guard in the Flame Chamber of Commerce. His big brother was his everything. Now, his big brother was in danger. Brother Chun Dao, Luo Xian's hands were also tightly clenched, extremely nervous. Chun Dao was a general of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. He could even be said to be the strongest expert. If Chun Dao died, the Flame Chamber of Commerce would suffer a great loss. What do we do? What do we do? Luo Xian was extremely anxious. Boom, boom. Shui Gang's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and Chun Dao was already tired of dealing with them. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chun Dao shouted. Admit defeat? I won't allow it. Shui Gang sneered. Don't think that you're the one who killed me. Seeing that he had no choice but to admit defeat, Chun Dao let out a long howl. His messy hair fluttered in the wind, and the aura on his body actually increased by a small amount. He became one with his blade, turning into a bright blade light that shot up into the sky. Chun Dao planned to escape. It's not that easy to escape. Shui Gang turned into a bloody light and chased after him, throwing out a palm. Bang! Chun Dao was hit by the palm and coughed up blood, but he couldn't care about his injury anymore. He ran for his life and flew to the stands. Blood Gang gave chase. I'll give you 2 million supreme spiritual crystals if you let me go. Otherwise, you might not be able to kill me if I try to escape. Chun Dao roared and started to beg for mercy. He turned into a blade light and fled in all directions. Gutless rat, 5 million supreme spiritual crystals, not a single one less. Shui Gang roared. 5 million it is. His life was more important. So Chun Dao threw a storage ring to Gang Shui. Blood just caught it, scanned it with his mind, and then stopped chasing. You're lucky, but you're really boring. Shui Gang didn't pursue him. He returned to the fighting ring. Chun Dao turned into a blade light and flew back to the stands. He grabbed a pill and swallowed it. He started to heal himself. Luo Xian and Chun Zhao heaved a sigh of relief when they finally survived. Even though the process was embarrassing. There's always a higher mountain, Lu Ming said softly. Chun Zhao's face and ears turned red. Lu Ming's words were obviously meant for him. My big brother won 8 consecutive victories. It's nothing strange for him to meet someone stronger. If you go up there, I'm afraid you'll die in less than 2 rounds. Chun Zhao was still stubborn. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled and said to Xianxia, let's go. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Then, he followed Lu Ming out. Cowards don't dare to fight in the end. Chun Zhao mocked. Buzz! Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw a slap. A slap landed directly on Chun Zhao's face. Blood and teeth flew everywhere, and one side of Chun Zhao's face instantly bulged. He was stunned and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. After a while, he came to his senses and roared hysterically, You dare to hit me? I'm going to ask my big brother to kill you, to kill you. Chapter 654. 654 Lu Ming takes action. Pa! Lu Ming turned his hand and gave Chun Zhao another slap on the other side of his face. Lu Ming controlled his strength very well and did not send Chun Zhao flying. Immediately, the other side of his face also swelled up. If you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I will kill you and your big brother right now? Lu Ming said coldly. Chun Zhao immediately shut up. His elder brother was recuperating now. If Lu Ming really wanted to kill him, the two of them would be finished. Luo Xian did not say anything either. She also felt that Chun Zhao had gone too far. He had been targeting Lu Ming all this while. Lu Ming was already considered to have a good temper by not killing him. Lu Ming smiled faintly and turned to leave. Seeing that Lu Ming and Xianxia had disappeared from the grandstand, Chun Zhao's eyes were filled with resentment. He growled, "Little bastard, when my big brother's injuries are healed, I'll pay you back 10 times what you did today." Luo Xian secretly shook her head. This kind of trash still wants to pursue her. If it wasn't for Chun Dao's sake, Luo Xian wouldn't even bother with him. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked out and strolled along the streets. "I thought you were going to fight Shui Gang," Xianxia said. "Do you think I'll be goaded into action by that idiot? How is that possible? This is a good place. If I go down and defeat Shui Gang, many people won't dare to go up." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Oh, what are your plans?" Xianxia asked. "One by one, of course. I can practice my fist technique and earn spiritual crystals at the same time. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Lu Ming smiled. His eyes lit up and he walked into a mask shop. "I understand." Xianxia smiled and followed him in. After that, Lu Ming bought an Azura mask, while Xianxia bought a Yuxia mask. After buying the masks, the two of them bought a set of black robes and put them on. Then, they walked to the fated battle platform and paid 200 supreme spiritual crystals each. Lu Ming put on the Azura mask, while Xianxia wore the Yuxia mask. Shui Gang had already left the fighting ring, so no one would want to challenge him. "Who's going first?" Lu Ming asked Xianxia in a low voice. "Anything is fine. Then I'll go first." With that, Lu Ming moved and appeared on the fighting ring. Another person is going up the stage. What cultivation base is he at this time? Seeing someone go up the stage, the audience's spirits were lifted. They had spent 200 supreme spiritual crystals to watch the battle. If no one fought, then the spiritual crystals would have been wasted. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura spread out, telling everyone that he was a peak-tier king. Another peak-tier king has stepped onto the stage. What's wrong with this person? Blood has just dropped, and he's already coming up. Isn't he afraid that Blood will come back and challenge him? I don't think so. Shui Gang will at least wait for the opponent to fight once or twice before he makes a move. If he's too weak, I don't think he'll make a move. That Shui Gang is definitely a rising genius. He's too strong. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged, he might be able to make it. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the surroundings. "Who's going to fight?" Lu Ming looked around and said loudly. "What?" As soon as Lu Ming's voice was heard, Chun Zhao and Luo Xian's expressions changed. Lu Ming did not change his voice. They could tell that it was Lu Ming's voice. That brat is finally going on stage. Hee, wear a mask and play tricks. Let's see how many rounds he can win. Don't die in the first round. Chun Zhao sneered. Luo Xian frowned and ignored Chun Zhao. Instead, she looked at the figure on the fighting ring curiously. She did not know why, but she felt that Lu Ming was not simple. Perhaps Lu Ming could give everyone a surprise. Luo Xian couldn't help but look forward to it. "I'll kill you." An old man with large eyes stepped into the air and stood in front of Lu Ming. "Kid, don't think that you can scare people just because you're wearing the Azura mask and imitating the King of Hell. The battle platform still depends on one's true battle strength. Your storage ring is mine." The large-eyed old man laughed savagely. "I hope you can withstand a few more moves." Lu Ming said indifferently. Kid, what did you say? The large-eyed old man was slightly taken aback. I told you stop talking nonsense, and take this. I'm going to kill you, Lu Ming said softly. A violent fist force was blasted toward the large-eyed elder. Let's see what you can do. A battle axe appeared in the large-eyed elder's hand, and he swung it down, splitting Lu Ming's fist force in half. However, before he could rejoice, the next fist force came attacking him. He could only swing the axe down again. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's left and right fists were at full strength. Fist radiance burst out continuously like meteors streaking across the void. The large-eyed elder's combat strength was not bad. He was stronger than the peak tier king of the Blood Fiend pirates. However, he was still completely suppressed by Lu Ming. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his essential core. Lu Ming was using him to practice his martial arts. In the past, Lu Ming could still condense a figure that looked exactly like him in the Supreme Shrine to practice martial arts techniques as long as he had spear crystals. However, as his cultivation level rose to the Martial King realm, that function became useless. It was just an inscription formation set up by the Nine Sun Supreme after he was severely injured. Its power was limited. However, after Lu Ming reached the Martial King realm, the energy in his body was too great, and his attack power was even more terrifying. The formation could not be replicated at all. Therefore, Lu Ming had to find his own opponents to cultivate his martial arts techniques. The large-eyed old man was suppressed by Lu Ming's fist force. He roared in anger. No matter how strong his cultivation was or what powerful martial arts technique he used, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The large-eyed old man was finally scared and shouted that he admitted defeat. I won't allow it. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Not allowed. Don't think that you can kill me. The big-eyed old man roared in anger and flew up into the sky. He actually tried to escape like Chen Dao. You can't escape. Boom. Lu Ming's essential core had increased and his fist force was more violent. He threw a punch, and the air in front of the fist force was completely sucked dry, forming a vacuum tunnel. The violent fist force collided with the battle axe of the large-eyed elder and exploded. The large-eyed old man spat out blood as he roared. His body fell, and Lu Ming's follow-up fist force bombarded him again. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive punches, the large-eyed elder screamed as his body exploded and he died on the spot. Buzz! Lu Ming moved and devoured the large-eyed old man's blood essence. Then he kept his storage ring. We won. In the stands, Luo Xan revealed a trace of excitement. Oof, he only won one round. That big-eyed old man's battle strength isn't high either. He's far from my big brother. Chen Zhao pouted. You can shut up. On the side, Chen Dao coldly glanced at Chen Zhao and scolded him. Now that his injuries had stabilized, Chen Zhao's expression changed, and he immediately shut up, not daring to say anything more. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's voice was heard from the fighting ring. Chapter 655. 655, killing 3 people in a row. Lu Ming looked around, and his voice was clear. I'll do it. A red-haired man stepped on the air and flew onto the fighting ring. As expected, someone has made a move. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He had suppressed his true chi just now, and it seemed that he was not much stronger than the big-eyed old man. His purpose was to attract others to fight. If his performance was too strong, how would the others dare to go up the stage? Now, the red-haired man was on the stage. What's your name? The red-haired man asked. Shura. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Shura? Hee. Kill. All of a sudden, the red-haired burly man made his move. A flaming saber ray that was 1,000 meters long and incomparably hot slashed at Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming threw a punch. The explosive fist force collided with the other party's saber flare, shaking the fighting ring. Bang! Lu Ming's fist force was actually destroyed. The scorching saber ray continued to slash at Lu Ming. Die! The red-haired man's body was covered in blazing flames, and his face was extremely ferocious. Your combat strength is not bad. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This red-haired man's battle power was much stronger than the big-eyed old man's. No wonder he dared to go on stage. Then let's add 2 more points. Lu Ming smiled and threw another punch. Boom! This fist force was twice as strong as the previous one. It broke through the red-haired man's saber light and continued to attack him. Ah, you were hiding your strength just now. The red-haired man roared and revealed a look of fear. He burst out with all his strength and madly slashed with his saber. However, the result was the same. Just like the big-eyed elder, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a few dozen moves, he was killed by Lu Ming with 1 punch. The exploding star fist is approaching the 3rd level. Lu Ming muttered and put away the storage ring. He also devoured the red-haired hunk's blood essence. After devouring the blood essence of 2 peak-tier kings, the 9-dragon bloodline began to rumble. Refine. Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring and began to refine his blood essence while waiting for other people to challenge him. The surroundings fell silent. For a moment, no one stepped forward. Although Lu Ming had killed 2 people in a row and obtained their storage rings, the others could not figure out Lu Ming's combat strength at the moment. Chun Zhao snorted coldly, his expression ugly. He said that it would be considered good if Lu Ming could win 1 round. However, Lu Ming had already won 2 rounds in a row. This made him very unhappy. 2 minutes. Lu Ming stood in the fighting ring for 2 minutes. He used the power of blood essence in the 9-dragon bloodline to upgrade his 2nd bloodline. The amount of blood essence required for the 9-dragon bloodline to advance to the 9th level of the king class was too much. Lu Ming planned to advance his 2nd bloodline to the 8th level of the king class first before he advanced his 9-dragon bloodline. Buzz! At this moment, a figure rushed up the fighting ring. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Finally, someone else went up the stage. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man. Azura, your fist force is very powerful, but as long as I don't take it head-on, I'll see what you can do. Before he could finish his sentence, the expert's figure moved and turned into a series of shadows, pouncing toward Lu Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall and thin man had already turned into 18 shadows and surrounded Lu Ming. The sharp sword aura pierced through the air and was aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. 18 shadows and 18 flashes of sword chi were extremely sharp. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession, hitting a few figures. The few figures collapsed and disappeared. Phantom! Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He dodged the sword chi attack and punched out with both fists. One after another, the fist force pierced through the void and landed on the figures. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 figures collapsed, but they were all illusions and not corporeal. The remaining figures moved again and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. In the process of pouncing, the number of illusions increased again, and there were 18 of them. Every one of them looked real, and even their auras were exactly the same. Ha-da! The 18 figures sneered at the same time. Lu Ming's figure dodged continuously, avoiding the attacks. At the same time, he continued to blast out his fist force. The tall, thin man's illusion was constantly being shattered, but after each time it was shattered, it would recover. The 2 of them were in a state of anxiety, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 50 moves. It seems that the Shura has met his match. That's right. The Shura's Zhen Yuan is rich, and his fist force is powerful and overbearing. However, his weakness is also obvious. The other party is using an unpredictable movement technique to tie him down, so his fist force is useless. Wearing an Azura mask to imitate the King of Hell is not on the same level after all. The difference is too great. The surrounding audience expressed their opinions one after another. In the process of their discussion, dozens of moves had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his circulation of the exploding star fist was becoming more and more smooth. Boom! Suddenly, he threw a punch which was much more powerful than before. The tall and thin man was shocked. Haha, I've finally reached the third level of the exploding star fist. It's time to end this battle. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Boom! Lu Ming stomped on the fighting ring and soared into the sky. He then looked down from high above and blasted out a series of fist forces. In an instant, Lu Ming had thrown dozens of punches. Dozens of fist forces streaked across the sky like dozens of meteors and landed on the fighting ring. And the power of each one was stronger than before. So many. The tall and thin man was shocked. He tried his best to dodge, but there were still illusions that dissipated. 18 became 17, 16. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 or 3 left. Just as he was about to continue changing his form, dozens of fist forces came crashing down from the sky. No! The tall and thin man roared. In the next moment, he was drowned by dozens of fist forces. The fighting ring let out a violent roar. When the fist force disappeared, the tall and thin man was lying there like a pool of mud, without the slightest breath. Just like before, the blood essence and the storage ring would all belong to Lu Ming. 3 consecutive wins. Lu Ming had already won 3 consecutive wins. Moreover, they won in a row, not in a few days. Many people's winning streak was actually the sum of many days. Just like Chun Dao, he occasionally came to fight and added up his winning streak. It was very difficult to win in a short period of time, because continuous battles consumed a lot of true yuan, and the challengers would only get stronger and stronger. Who's going to fight? Lu Ming continued to look around. Hee, that's enough. That's enough. You've already obtained 3 storage rings. Now, it's my turn to deal with you. A sneer was heard, and a red figure appeared on the fighting ring in a flash. It's Shui Gang. He's going to attack again. Looks like he's been waiting all this time. Now that he's seen Azura win 3 rounds in a row, he's finally making his move. I just don't know if Azura dares to accept the challenge. Shui Gang, he just defeated Qin Dao. Cries of alarm came from all around. Chapter 656. 656 Killing Gang Blood. The person on the stage was Gang Shui, who had defeated Qin Dao. Blood Gang. Qin Dao's eyes flashed. Lu Ming. Lu Oxan, on the other hand, showed a trace of worry. Lu Ming, aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, accept the battle. Don't ever surrender. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered with resentment. He hated Lu Ming to the core. His face was still swollen. He hoped that Lu Ming would accept the challenge. If he did, he would definitely die at Shui Gang's hands. Azura, that's a very domineering name. I just don't know if you have the guts. Shui Gang sneered. Courage? What is courage? Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll surrender before the battle. Shui Gang licked his lips. Hee, Gang Shui, you don't need to provoke me. You've come at the right time. I can use you to practice my fist techniques. Lu Ming said. Haha, so you're not going to surrender? Haha, good. Shui Gang was overjoyed. Blood Flame Palm. A blood-red palm print shot out from Shui Gang's hand. He could not wait to launch an attack on Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming now had all the assets of 3 peak tier kings. Including Lu Ming's own, it would be the assets of 4 peak tier kings. How much wealth would the 4 peak tier kings have? If Lu Ming surrendered without a fight, 1 million best grade spirit crystals would be enough. Wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? At this moment, Shui Gang's heart was burning. The blood-colored palm print shook the space, and a bloody smell filled the air. Exploding star fist, Lu Ming threw a punch. The fist force collided with Shui Gang's palm print, but it was instantly destroyed by the bloody palm print. Boom, boom. Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in a row. However, Shui Gang struck a few more times and completely destroyed Lu Ming's fist radiance. Hee, although your fist force is strong and fierce, you are still far from being able to fight me. Shui Gang sneered. This Shui Gang seems to be a new genius. His combat strength is not bad, and he's not weaker than the sacred constellation from a few months ago, Lu Ming thought in his heart. However, Lu Ming was much stronger than he was a few months ago. If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power now, he could kill the sacred constellation from a few months ago in one move. Of course, Lu Ming would not do that. First of all, he had to practice his fist techniques and attract more powerful opponents. Then I'll increase my true essence by another 20%. Circulating his essential core, Lu Ming threw another punch. A vacuum tunnel appeared, and it collided with Shui Gang's sanguine flame palm. The fist force and the blood flame palm both disappeared. He's even hiding his strength? Shui Gang's expression changed. Lu Ming's fist force could still be improved. He had a bad feeling about this. The few people earlier were killed by Lu Ming in this way. Kill. Die. Shui Gang roared as his blood meridian exploded. The bloody palm print became even more overbearing as the will of blood enveloped Lu Ming. The bloodline martial technique was a heaven-level upper-class bloodline martial technique. It was extremely powerful. In terms of power, it was even more powerful than Lu Ming's 3 absolutes of the Dragon God. After all, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes was a martial technique that Lu Ming cultivated from someone else. It could not be compared to bloodline martial arts techniques. Shui Gang used all his strength, and his power was doubled. His attacks drowned Lu Ming like a storm. It's finally getting interesting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Boom! In the next moment, raging flames started to burn around his body. It was the fire concept. Of course, Lu Ming had only used one kind of fire concept. When the fire concept was integrated with the explosive star fist, it made the power of the explosive star fist even more terrifying. Each fist force was like a burning meteor, full of brutal aura. The fist force and Shui Gang's blood-colored palm print collided with each other. As for Gang Shui's concept of blood, the energy that could drain blood was of no use to Lu Ming. Could it be compared to the devouring power of the 9-dragon bloodline? As long as the 9-dragon bloodline was activated, the blood concept would lose its effect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Just like the previous battle, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand again. How did this happen? Many people widened their eyes. Chun Zhao, in particular, was simply unbelievable. Shui Gang roared continuously as he broke out in a cold sweat. He was actually being suppressed. Could it be that he was going to end up like the previous few people and be killed by Lu Ming? No, I can't. He's a peerless Heaven's Pride expert and has the chance to break into the list of top 1,000 talents. This time, he came to the chaotic astral ocean to train himself and prepare for the upcoming battle of Kismet. How could he die? However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. He could feel that Lu Ming's fist force was getting stronger and stronger. Every time the fist force exploded, he felt a pain as if his skin was being torn apart. Let's go. Die. Shui Gang roared and rushed into the sky, trying to escape. Can you leave? Lu Ming stepped on the air, his speed faster than Shui Gang's. He appeared in front of Shui Gang in an instant and punched him. Shui Gang did not expect Lu Ming's speed to be so terrifying. In a hurry, he managed to block with his palm, but the palm print was destroyed by Lu Ming. His body flew off the fighting ring like a cannonball and landed heavily on the fighting ring, blood spurting out of his mouth. Lu Ming chased after him. Wait a minute, I admit defeat. Azura, let me tell you, I'm a member of the Heavenly Corpse sect. If you kill me, the Heavenly Corpse sect will never let you off. Shui Gang shouted. The Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Didn't the Heavenly Corpse sect toy with those refined corpses all day long? How come Shui Gang didn't have a refined corpse? Seeing that Lu Ming was stunned, Shui Gang thought that Lu Ming was afraid. He shouted again, Azura, as long as you let me go, I can let bygones be bygones. What do you think? He is Shui Gang. Have you forgotten that this is the chaotic astral ocean? The Heavenly Corpse sect can't control this place. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect deserve to die even more. Die, Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Then he dashed towards Shui Gang. Damn it! Shui Gang roared and tried his best to resist, but the result was already determined. After a few moves, he was bombarded by Lu Ming's punches and his body exploded. Shui Gang was dead. This genius of the Sky Corps sect had defeated Qin Dao, who had won 8 times in a row and was killed by Azura. The atmosphere at the scene was pushed to a climax, and everyone cheered excitedly. Kill, good kill. Haha, this is too exciting. That's right. It's indeed exciting for a young genius to be killed. That idiot actually brought up the Heavenly Corpse sect. In the chaotic astral ocean, it doesn't matter who comes. Azura is so powerful. He has won 4 times in a row. He even killed Shui Gang. He sounds young. Is he another young genius? Very possible. Hell King is also a young genius, and he's most likely a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. This Azura is most likely a peerless genius as well. Too many young geniuses have come to the chaotic astral ocean recently. The clamor, cheers, and discussions rose and fell. Chapter 657. 657. No one dared to fight. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. In the stands, Luo Xian's eyes were shining. I'm not as good as him. Chen Dao sighed. How could this be? How did this happen? Chen Zhao kept roaring in his heart. He couldn't bear it. Previously, he kept talking about how powerful and terrifying his big brother was in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming was nothing in front of his big brother. He was very proud and arrogant. But now, previously, his big brother had been defeated by Shui Gang and had almost been killed. He had fled in embarrassment and had only managed to save his life with 5 million supreme spiritual crystals. However, Shui Gang, who was torturing his big brother, had been killed by Lu Ming. What was this? Every word he had said before was a joke, a blatant joke. Perhaps, in Lu Ming's eyes, he was just a clown telling some ridiculous jokes. Damn it, damn it, Chen Zhao roared in his heart. His self-esteem had suffered a serious blow. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming asked loudly. No one made a sound, and no one went up the stage. Lu Ming waited for a few minutes, but no one went on stage. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong today. Even if there were people stronger than Shui Gang, they would consider it and not attack easily. After a few minutes, no one made a move. Lu Ming flew down the fighting ring and came to Xianxia's side. It's my turn, Xianxia said lightly as he flew up to the fighting ring. His aura spread out. Peak Tier King. Another Peak Tier King. And he's wearing a Yixian mask. Could he be another expert? That's impossible. How can there be so many experts? Looking at the figure, it seems to be a woman. As soon as Xianxia went up, there was a lot of discussion. Who's going to fight? Xianxia spoke. His voice was clear but cold. It's Miss Xia. Luo Xian immediately recognized Xianxia's voice. Could it be that Miss Xia's combat strength is also very strong? Luo Xian whispered. Chen Zhao snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with viciousness. He secretly prayed that Xianxia would be killed. It's a young woman. The audience around them could tell that Xianxia was young. I'll fight you. Finally, someone went on stage. Without any unnecessary words, Xianxia launched his attack. Xianxia did not use the demonic force field or her bloodline martial arts technique. She mainly used the will of destruction and the will of wind. She wanted to use Lu Ming's method to merge the two wills with the help of external forces. Therefore, Xianxia didn't seem to be very strong, and he was in a stalemate with his opponent. Lu Ming diverted some of his attention to watch the battle while refining the blood essence. After devouring the blood essence of 4 Peak Tier Kings, he used it all to improve his second bloodline. The power of his second bloodline rapidly increased. On the fighting ring, Xianxia exchanged hundreds of moves with his opponent before he finally killed him. because Xianxia's combat strength wasn't very strong, and after a few hundred moves, the others thought that they had an advantage. Unfortunately, the result was the same. After another few hundred moves, he was still killed. After that, no one else went on stage. At this moment, Lu Ming's blood essence was almost refined. His second bloodline had not been upgraded yet, but Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. It was close. Let's go. Xianxia jumped down from the ring and left the ring with Lu Ming. After a few battles, they needed to go back and digest it. But soon, the names of Shura and Xianxia would spread all over Golden Sand Island. The two of them left the life battle platform and found a hidden place. They removed their black robes and masks, then found an inn and booked 2 rooms. He sat cross-legged in the room of the inn. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. After 4 battles, Lu Ming had a new understanding of the explosive Star Fist. He wanted to use the Path Understanding Ancient Tree to gain some insight. He placed the Path Understanding Ancient Tree on the side. The Path Understanding Ancient Tree was growing better and better. The tender leaf had grown a little more, turned a little green, and was crystal clear. The aura of the Great Path lingered on it, becoming more and more mysterious. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming took out a large handful of spiritual herbs, squeezed out the medicinal liquid, and sprinkled it all on the Xianhuang silicotic earth. "Leave some for me." Dandan's eyes turned red with heartache when she saw Lu Ming turning a large pile of spirit herbs into liquid. "I'll give you a few." Lu Ming threw a few spiritual herbs to Dandan, but he sighed in his heart. He was too good at using up resources. His own cultivation consumed a terrifying amount of resources, 10 times more than others. Furthermore, the cultivation of the 10,000 spiritual combat body required a lot of resources. The growth of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree required a large amount of spiritual liquid. If there was no spiritual liquid, he could only replace it with medicinal liquid. Also, if Dandan wanted to recover, she couldn't do without spirit herbs. The speed at which he consumed resources was too terrifying. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand it. It was only because he had killed many enemies during this period of time and obtained a large amount of resources that he could barely bear it. However, as long as these resources could be converted into strength, it was worth it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and cast the distracting thoughts out of his mind. With the help of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, he began to comprehend the Bursting Star Fist. During this time, he didn't have a chance to use the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. Using the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, his comprehension of the explosive Star Fist had increased by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The next day, Lu Ming and Xianxia went to the life battle platform again. This was a great place, and they didn't want to miss it. It was a pity that no one challenged Lu Ming today. In a fit of anger, he announced on the spot that he would come every day to wait for the challenge of an expert. As for Xianxia, someone who challenged her was not weak, but he was killed by Xianxia. "Your method is not bad. I'll go into seclusion for a few days," Xianxia said to Lu Ming. He seemed to have gained something. Lu Ming returned to the inn and continued to cultivate with the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. The next day, he went to the life battle platform again. Still, no one challenged him. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming went to the life battle platform every day, but no one challenged him. After he returned, he went to the Supreme Shrine to cultivate. For the past 5 days, no one had challenged Lu Ming. However, with the help of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the explosive Star Fist had progressed very quickly. He had already cultivated it to the 4th level, and the power of the explosive Star Fist had increased again. On the 6th day, someone finally challenged Lu Ming. This person's combat strength was much stronger than Gang Shui's, and he had won 10 consecutive victories on the life battle platform. Clearly, Lu Ming's daily visits had attracted the attention of some experts. Some of them had come to challenge him. Of course, the final result was still Lu Ming's victory. The name of Azura was becoming more and more powerful. Although the Azura had only won 5 consecutive victories, he had already defeated 10 opponents in a row. Moreover, no one knew what Lu Ming's limit was. Do you guys think that the King of Hell will make a move and challenge the Shura? Some people hoped so. Chapter 658. 658 Old Monster, Demonic Wind. His words aroused the curiosity of many people. Many people looked forward to the battle between Shura and Yama. This was because the two of them had a lot in common. They both wore masks, and from their voices, they were both very young and had both risen to power recently. Many people guessed that the two of them were Peerless Heaven's favorites from the outside world, and were even on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, Hell King had not appeared since the battle with Old Monster Chi-Chan. In the next 2 days, when Lu Ming continued to fight, no one challenged him. Once, when he challenged someone, the other party admitted defeat and gave him 1 million supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming, accompany me in battle. When Lu Ming returned to the inn, Xianxia appeared in front of him. Accompany you in battle? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. I've reached the threshold of the fusion of the two wills, but I'm still short of an external pressure. However, the warriors on the life battle platform are too weak to give me that kind of pressure, so I can only find you. Xianxia said. All right, naturally, Lu Ming would not reject the opportunity to help Xianxia cultivate. The two of them left the city and appeared in the sky above a barren mountain tens of thousands of miles away. The two of them stood opposite each other. Boom! Xianxia's will of destruction and will of wind burst out at the same time. They intertwined and turned into a green palm print, blasting toward Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming threw a punch and the void trembled. Boom! The fist radiance and the palm print collided. With a loud boom, the palm print trembled, but the fist radiance disappeared. I don't have enough strength. Lu Ming, increase your strength. Xianxia's voice was heard as his aura gushed out. All right. Lu Ming activated the true war dragon technique, and the vital essence in his body began to mobilize rapidly. Boom! A fist radiance that seemed to be able to connect heaven and earth, combined with the concept of fire, blasted towards Xianxia's palm. With a loud bang, Xianxia's palm print exploded. However, Lu Ming did not hold back. He threw a second punch, a third punch, and a series of punches. One after another, the fist radiance pierced through the void and headed towards Xianxia. Great demonic palm, Xianxia shouted as he struck out with both his palms. Black palm prints that were infused with the will of destruction and the will of wind were sent flying towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The void was boiling, and there were constant violent explosions in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. In the beginning, the two of them were still testing each other, but gradually their strength continued to increase and increase. Lu Ming waved his fists, and the speed of his punches became faster and faster. In an instant, dozens of fist gleams burst out. Xianxia, on the other hand, was trying to combine the two mentalities. Yes, that's it. Xianxia's eyes brightened. Lu Ming was completely at ease as he continued to bombard his fists with radiance. Xianxia was strong enough to block the attack. Lu Ming was not worried that he would hurt Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming felt that the explosive star fist was circulating more and more smoothly. His understanding of the explosive star fist was also slowly deepening. At the same time, the exploding star fist was like a sledgehammer, continuously tempering Xianxia's intent realm, causing the two intents to slowly merge. If Xianxia could successfully merge the two intents, her combat strength would definitely increase by a large margin. The two of them exchanged more than 300 moves before stopping. How is it? Lu Ming walked over and asked. Yes, I'm very touched. I believe that I'll be able to make a breakthrough in a while. Xianxia nodded excitedly and smiled at Lu Ming. You're helping me so much. Aren't you afraid that I'll break through and suppress you? Haha. Even if you have a breakthrough, you might not be able to suppress me. Furthermore, I will also improve. In this lifetime, you will never be able to surpass me. Lu Ming laughed, feeling smug. You're so full of yourself. Oof. Let's see how I'll surpass you. Xianxia's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, the two of them chatted as they walked back. For the next 2 days, Lu Ming did not go to the life battle platform. Instead, he went into seclusion to cultivate. 2 days later, a piece of news came out. Old monster Demonic Wind wants to challenge Azura on the life battle platform. The news shook the entire city. Demonic Wind was also an old monster who had lived for a long time, at least 500 years old. A few hundred years ago, he was already a peak king. Although he hadn't broken through to the Sea of Soul realm, his martial skills, secret techniques, and other aspects had reached a terrifying level. Everyone was extremely curious and excited that such a person wanted to challenge Ashura. Therefore, the news reached Lu Ming's ears very quickly. Demonic Wind, interesting. Lu Ming revealed a smile. It seems that an expert has appeared. Let's go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Xianxia walked over, and the two of them walked towards the life battle stage. On the way, they changed into black robes and put on masks. The Shura is here. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The surroundings of the battle stage were already filled with people. After all, the Shura's name was becoming more and more famous recently, almost as famous as the King of Hell. As for Demonic Wind, he was a famous old monster in the sea near Golden Sand Island. Apart from Sea of Soul realm experts, no one would dare to offend him. The battle between the two had naturally attracted the interest of the vast majority of people. Many people had rushed over as soon as they had heard the news. Lu Ming stepped into the air and landed on the fighting ring. Countless eyes were on him. A shriveled sneer was heard, and a thin old man in a green robe appeared on the fighting ring. Many people did not even see how he appeared. What a fast speed! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was obvious that Demonic Wind had cultivated the wind concept. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Lu Ming. In the stands, Luo Xian's eyes flickered. Today, Luo Xian had also come. Similarly, Chun Dao and Chun Zhao had also arrived and were sitting together to watch. I hope Demonic Wind can kill this kid. Chun Zhao secretly prayed. You're the Shura? I heard that it's just a little kid. Don't play tricks in front of this old man. Take off your mask. The Demonic Wind old monster stood in front of Lu Ming and chuckled. If you want to take off my mask, sure, but let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It's good for young people to be confident, but it's also not good to look down on seniors. After all, age isn't for nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a strong gust of wind in front of him. A claw was grabbing at his mask. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated rapidly. You can't escape. Demonic Wind moved again and followed Lu Ming closely, his claws reaching for Lu Ming's mask. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly threw a punch forward. At such a close distance, it was impossible for anyone else to avoid it, but old monster Demonic Wind dodged it with a flash. Chapter 659. 659, this requires talent. The fist radiance mist pierced through the void and hit the light curtain on the other side of the fighting ring, causing the light curtain to tremble. This old man has such terrifying control. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Old monster Demonic Wind controlled every bit of his power to the extreme. Every time he attacked, he would not waste a single bit of power. He was extremely precise. Azura is in trouble. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Demonic Wind was too strong. No wonder he was an old monster who had dominated this sea area for hundreds of years. No one under the spiritual ocean tier dared to provoke him. Many people thought that although Lu Ming was strong, he would not be a match for Demonic Wind. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. At this moment, Lu Ming used the Nine Dragons' heaven-treading steps. With one step, his body turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, instantly avoiding the attack of old monster demonic wind. The demonic wind was stunned when he missed. He looked up at the sky and saw Lu Ming floating there. I didn't expect you to have such a footwork. Not bad. I wonder how your attack power is. Eccentric demonic wind chuckled. If you want to know, then I'll let you try. Boom, boom. Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in a row. The force of his punches fell like meteors toward demonic wind. Old monster demonic wind's eyes turned cold as he waved his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. Wind blades were formed and flew into the sky, colliding with the fist force that was falling down. The wind and the flames scattered and swept across the fighting ring. The wind blade and the fist force canceled each other out. Again, die, Lu Ming shouted as he increased his essential core. This time, he threw more than 100 punches in a row. The entire space was filled with fist force, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. In the stands, Chen Zhao's face turned pale. The power that Lu Ming was displaying now could easily defeat his brother, Chen Dao. In every battle, Lu Ming seemed to have no limits. He gave off the feeling of a bottomless abyss with no end. Demonic Wind's expression also became serious. Demonic Wind slash. A long sword appeared in the Demonic Wind's hand, emitting a dazzling green light. His body shot up into the sky, and a green sword light suddenly flashed out. Old monster Demonic Wind's figure rushed into the fist radiance, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Whoosh! In the end, Demonic Wind broke through the range of the fist radiance and soared into the sky, standing side by side with Lu Ming. Now it's my turn. As soon as he spoke, he disappeared. He seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, drifting in the air. And NBSB, hoo-hoo. The wind started blowing and the temperature dropped sharply. Then, snowflakes appeared out of thin air and swept toward Lu Ming along with the strong wind. Wind concept. Snow concept. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Old monster Demonic Wind had not only cultivated the wind mentality, but also the snow mentality. Both intents were at the great circle of level 1. It's here. It's here. It said that the demonic wind, old monster, has comprehended 2 wills. It's true. Yes. I heard that demonic wind was very ambitious back then. He wanted to comprehend 2 intent realms, but he was stuck at peak tier king realm, so he couldn't break through to sea of soul realm. If he had only comprehended 1 intent realm, he would have already broken through to the sea of soul realm. However, the power of the 2 intents is undoubted. The Shura is in danger. In the stands, many of the older generation began to discuss excitedly. Haha, Junior. Old monster Demonic Wind's smug voice rang out from the snowstorm. What's there to be proud of? You've comprehended 2 types of intent, but you haven't been able to merge them together. The increase in power is very limited. Lu Ming's expression was still very calm. He waved his fists and blasted out streams of fist force, blocking the attacks of the wind and snow around him. The snowflakes were snow-white and crystal clear. They were even sharper than spirit weapons, and each of them could probably pierce through a mountain with a diameter of 100 meters. Intent fusion? What do you know, Junior? Do you think it's so easy to fuse 2 concepts? You're really ignorant. The demonic wind's voice was filled with disdain and reprimand. Is it very difficult to fuse 2 intents? Lu Ming smiled faintly. As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, Lu Ming's fist momentum suddenly changed. Not only did the fist light contain the fire concept, but it also contained the thunder concept. As soon as the thunder and fire essences were released, the 2 essences were perfectly combined together, causing the power of the exploding star fist to suddenly increase by a large margin. Boom! Boom! The vast fist radiance pierced through the snowstorm. With a scream, a figure appeared and retreated. The fusion of thunder and fire intents. The perfect fusion of thunder and fire intents. How is that possible? How is that possible? Blood trickled down the corner of Demonic Wind's mouth, but he did not care. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. The audience was also dumbfounded. Lu Ming had also comprehended two intents, and he had successfully fused them. However, the Demonic Wind had not. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. What's impossible about it? Just because you can't fuse with it doesn't mean others can't. Lu Ming said indifferently. Tell me, how did you merge them? Tell me, tell me. The Demonic Wind roared. His eyes were red as he glared at Lu Ming. For so many years, old monster Demonic Wind had tried many methods, but he couldn't succeed. It was like the demon in his heart. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to fuse it. It requires talent. Lu Ming said calmly. He wasn't wrong. In fact, he wasn't the only one who thought of that method. Others could have thought of it too, but how many people could successfully merge it? To put it bluntly, it required talent. He had this talent, and now it seemed that Xianxia also had this talent. Demonic Wind had been cultivating for hundreds of years, but he hadn't succeeded. He definitely didn't have this talent. However, eccentric Demonic Wind clearly didn't believe this. Bullshit, what talent? Brat, if you don't tell me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Old monster Demonic Wind roared. Old man, is there something wrong with your head? Do you still think you're my match? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Take my strongest move. Demonic Wind roared and released his wind and snow intent. I'm too lazy to waste my time with you. I'll send you on your way. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Boom! In the next moment, wind, fire, and thunder, the three intents burst out at the same time and turned into a spear light that was extremely bright. Old monster Demonic Wind's eyes were as big as bells as he roared in disbelief. Three intents fused. It was simply unbearable for him. He had spent his entire life and had not been able to merge the two concepts successfully. However, Lu Ming had merged three concepts. Moreover, he was so young. Could it really be because of his talent? Whoosh! The dazzling spear radiance pierced through the void and appeared in front of old monster Demonic Wind in an instant. It broke through all of old monster Demonic Wind's defenses with a crushing force. The long spear pierced through the heart of eccentric Demonic Wind. He was dead. Chapter 660. 660 The King of Hell appears. There was a dead silence around the fated battle platform. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the battle platform and Lu Ming's figure. Demonic Wind had been killed by a single strike. Lu Ming had actually fused three concepts. Was this his true strength? It was too terrifying. Or perhaps this was not Lu Ming's true ability. After the silence, there was an intense clamor. Some people were discussing excitedly, while others were screaming in excitement. Is this his true strength? Luo Xen whispered, her eyes full of disbelief. Beside her, Chun Zhao's body trembled violently out of fear and shock. It turned out that ever since he had met Lu Ming had never revealed his true abilities. What he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Even though he had repeatedly provoked Lu Ming did not reveal his strength to kill him. Perhaps Lu Ming did not even care to show off his strength in front of him. He even did not care to kill him. Perhaps, in Lu Ming's eyes, he was no different from a wild dog that was barking by the roadside. He did not take him seriously at all. When he thought of this, his heart was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. His big brother, whom he had always been proud of, would probably be defeated in one move in front of Lu Ming. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming's figure flashed and devoured the blood essence of Demonic Wind. At the same time, the storage ring naturally fell into his hands. Who else is there? You're willing to come up and fight? Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. The entire place fell silent. What a joke. Even an old monster like Demonic Wind was dead. No one else would be willing to go up and court death. Lu Ming waited for 2 minutes. He swept his gaze and was about to leave the stage when he saw that no one was going on stage. The King of Hell is here. At this moment, a loud shout reverberated through the entire area. The entire place quieted down. Then it was filled with an earth-shattering uproar. What? The king of hell is here. Where is he? Really? Where? The main entrance, look. After some noise, everyone's eyes looked in the direction of the gate. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he looked in that direction as well. A black-robed man wearing a Yama mask walked in step by step. As he took one step after another, he slowly stepped into the void and appeared at the edge of the fighting ring. On his mask, two sharp eyes were looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at him. Everyone's heart suddenly began to race. Is the king of hell going to challenge the Azura? It's possible, it's possible. Hell King has disappeared for so many days, and he has finally reappeared. It's rare for a strong opponent to appear. Perhaps he's really going to make a move. Heavens, King Yama against Azura. Who is stronger? I'm looking forward to it. I'm indeed looking forward to it. Ever since the rise of King Yama, he has never tasted defeat. He has killed a few old monsters. However, no one knows how strong Azura is. I don't think he has used his full strength to kill demonic wind. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes were staring at Lu Ming and the King of Hell with anticipation. The King of Hell versus the Azura. This would be a battle of the peak. Buzz! The sound of a sword resounded. Hell King's aura suddenly increased dramatically, and his body emitted a dazzling golden light. A golden sword light shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body as if he was drawn by the aura. A spear's gleam soared into the sky. Then, the sword light and the spear light met in the air and hit each other. An earth-shattering boom resounded, and the force swept in all directions. Just the clash of auras was already shocking enough. Is there really going to be a great war? At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared at it with wide eyes. However, to their disappointment, after the clash of auras between the King of Hell and Azura, they did not make a move. Azura stood on the fighting stage while Yama stood in the air. They were not fighting. This person is so strong. Lu Ming's eyes were bright, like two divine spears that pierced through the air. He could sense immense pressure from the King of Hell. Lu Ming had never felt this way from a martial artist of the same level. The King of Hell was definitely a terrifying opponent. At the same time, the King of Hell's eyes glowed with a golden light, as if two golden swords were about to burst out. He did not move, for he could feel the strong pressure from Lu Ming. He was not confident either. He had a feeling that if they were to fight, one of them would definitely die. Moreover, he was not sure if he would be the one to win. Hell King was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent here. Even in the entire East Continent, there were not many opponents like him. The two of them confronted each other for a while. Suddenly, the King of Hell's aura was retracted. At the same time, Lu Ming's aura was also retracted. Without saying anything else, Hell King turned around and went back. I don't want to fight anymore. Most of the people were greatly disappointed. They had thought that there would be a peak battle. The two of them are too strong. No one has the confidence to defeat the other. That's right. Without a doubt, they're both Peerless Heaven's favorites. Even on the list of top 1,000 talents, they won't be too far behind. They're evenly matched. Someone from the older generation spoke up and saw the reason. Many people sighed. They couldn't see a peak battle. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a bell could be heard. Clang. Before the first bell had even finished, the second one rang out immediately after. It sounded very urgent. At the scene, most of the people's faces changed drastically. Alarm! Why did the alarm ring? Someone shouted. Sea beasts attacking the island. Sea beasts attacking the island. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from outside the Fate battle platform. The roar was like a storm, sweeping through the entire city and spreading to the distance. What? The sea beasts are attacking the island. At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. The sea beasts are attacking the island. The beast tide is coming. Everyone, head to the Eastern Sea region and snipe the sea beasts. That voice rang out again, rumbling in the air. The owner of the voice had a terrifying cultivation base and was definitely a sea of soul realm expert. Clang, clang. At the same time, the alarm bell rang continuously in a very urgent manner. Let's go to the east. Let's go. The audience around the battle stage rose into the air like a swarm of locusts and flew toward the gap above. The sea beasts are attacking the island. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A figure appeared beside Lu Ming. It was Xianxia. Little Qing, let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they rose into the air, mixed in with the crowd, and headed for the eastern sea. Countless figures flew out of the city, covering the sky and earth as they flew toward the eastern sea. Not only in the city, but also from the mountains around the city, a large number of experts flew out and flew toward the eastern sea. Whenever they encountered a beast tide or sea beasts attacking the island, all the martial artists had to unite and attack together. This is a rule that has been established in the chaotic astral ocean for a long time. Otherwise, these islands would have long been ravaged by sea beasts. This city was very close to the eastern sea region. They arrived in less than a minute. Chapter 661. 661 The sea beasts attack the city, and the transformed great demons. Boom, boom, boom. The ocean in the distance rumbled, and the waves surged. Everyone stood in the air and looked from afar. They could see a white line on the sea surface surging towards them. It was a wave, a shocking wave. The patrols in the distant sea have sent back news that a large number of sea beasts are charging towards us. Prepare for battle. An old man in a plain robe appeared in the sky. His voice reverberated throughout the entire area. The aura he exuded was as vast as the ocean and extremely shocking. This was a great expert of the spiritual ocean tier. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the waves became even more shocking. Everyone felt the sky and the earth shake violently. The huge waves were accompanied by the roars of sea beasts. The waves were getting closer and closer, and everyone's eyes widened. The waves were too shocking. They were at least 1,000 meters high and seemed to reach the clouds, washing them away. There were countless sea beasts rolling in the waves. That's the Blood Shark clan, someone shouted. In one of the waves, everyone saw countless blood-red sharks. These sharks were extremely huge, and any one of them was dozens of meters long. They were blood-red in color and constantly roared, filled with a murderous aura. It was unknown how many of them there were. The swordfish race, the sea lion race, Tiger Shark clan. Everyone saw a total of 9 sea beast tribes, divided into 9 regions, with waves rushing toward them. The number of each tribe in each region was uncountable. There were too many. Look, there are people on the waves. There's a person in the sky above every race, someone exclaimed. As expected, there was a figure standing on the waves in each of the 9 tribes. They were walking on the waves, and the aura on their bodies was shocking. That's not a human. That's a demon that has taken form, the king of their respective tribes. Above the crowd, the Sea of Soul Realm warrior said with a serious tone. What? Shape-shifting great demons? All the shape-shifting great demons of the 9 great clans had come? How is that possible? Many people cried out in alarm. A level 6 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial artist's spiritual ocean tier. It could already transform into a human form, so it was also called a transformation type great demon. Transformed demons each lead a clan and occupy a sea area. There are only 7 sea beast clans near our Golden Sand Island. Why are 9 here? This beast tide is too shocking. In the past, there would only be some small-scale beast tides, and very few Sea of Soul Realm beasts would appear. The scene was noisy, and some people's eyes showed fear. The rapidly approaching waves, countless sea beasts rolling and roaring, gave people a strong pressure. Boom, boom. In the sky, figures appeared one after another, each of them exuding an ocean-like aura. Spiritual ocean tier, All of them were at the spiritual ocean tier, and there were a total of 10 of them. This made many warriors calm down a little. All the Sea of Soul Realm warriors hiding in Golden Sand Island had appeared. That's Spiritual Practitioner Han Dao. Spiritual Practitioner Han Dao has also appeared. Someone shouted. Among the 10 Sea of Soul Realm experts, there was an old man in a white robe. His aura was the most terrifying, and he was much stronger than the other Sea of Soul Realm experts. Haha, that's great. I heard that Spiritual Practitioner Han Dao has been in seclusion for 60 years. This beast tide has actually alerted him. With him here, we'll be much more confident. Someone saw the white-robed man and laughed excitedly. Lu Ming and Xianxia were mixed in the crowd, looking at the sky. Golden Sand Island is really amazing. There are so many powerhouses hidden here. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. In the crowd, other than the 10 spiritual ocean tier experts, there were many other powerful auras that rose up like smoke. Among them, Lu Ming could sense that there were no less than 500 peak tier king auras. The Golden Sand Island alone had no less than 500 peak tier kings, which was absolutely terrifying. Chaotic Astral Ocean, it's indeed the chaotic Astral Ocean. The number of experts here is too many. Every day, a lot of evil, fierce, and ruthless people from every big domain in the eastern wilderness enter the chaotic Astral Ocean. However, a king has a lifespan of 1,000 years. After so many years, the number of experts in the chaotic Astral Ocean has already been unknown. It had definitely reached an astonishing number. Boom, boom, boom. The waves were getting closer and closer, and the air was filled with fiendish chi. Kill all the human warriors. On the Bloodshark clan's territory stood a burly man in a blood-red robe. At this moment, he was shouting loudly, his voice rumbling. This was the king of the Bloodshark clan, a great demon that had taken human form. Kill! Countless sea beasts roared and pounced toward the island. Demonic beasts could speak when they reached level 5, which was the king level. All warriors below the martial arts Grandmaster realm retreat. Warriors above the martial arts Grandmaster realm, attack the sea beasts with all your might. If anyone retreats and refuses to fight, kill them without mercy. Spiritual Practitioner Han Dao's overbearing voice reverberated throughout the entire area. However, no one refuted. Everyone knew that in the current situation, if someone retreated without a fight, then more people would follow suit. Golden Sand Island would not be able to survive. Kill! Besides the spiritual warrior Han Dao, the other 9 Sea of Soul Realm warriors all roared and charged at the beasts with terrifying power. Boom! The Sea of Soul Realm expert and the demon beast clashed together, creating a huge explosion. Kill! The other human warriors roared and charged at the sea beasts. The two sides collided with each other. All kinds of sword chi, blade radiance, palm prints, and fist energy struck the waves. The waves exploded, and the sea beasts in the sea rushed out and fought with the human warriors. Blood splattered everywhere. As soon as they came into contact with each other, a large number of sea beasts were killed. At the same time, there were also human warriors who died miserably. The battle had been extremely fierce since the beginning. Among the human race, apart from the warriors below the martial arts Grandmaster realm, only the Cold Saber Spirit warrior did not make a move. He stood in the void and looked around. As the strongest force of the human race, he had to control the overall situation in case of an unexpected situation. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked side by side and charged forward. Their area was the territory of the tiger sharks. Roar! The tiger shark's cry was similar to that of a fierce tiger. Its roar was like thunder, and its teeth were sharper than knives as it bit at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the spear's gleam pierced through a tiger shark that was more than 30 meters long. Its blood dyed the sea red. This tiger shark was equivalent to a level 7 martial king. The devouring power burst out and devoured the tiger shark's blood essence. On the side, Xianxia's sky demon force field enveloped them and killed 5 or 6 tiger sharks. Lu Ming's body flashed, and he devoured all the blood essence. Kill. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands, and Lu Ming charged forward. Wherever the spear radiance passed, huge tiger sharks died in his hands. And MBSB, whoosh. A few scimitars tore through the air and headed for Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming swept his long spear and deflected the scimitars. Chapter 662. 662 Chapter 662 Leveling Up in the Battle. Human dot. A tiger shark that was at least 100 meters long charged at Lu Ming with its blood-red eyes wide open. It opened its mouth, and 5 to 6 scimitars flew out of its mouth, slashing at Lu Ming. That scimitar was actually made from the teeth of a tiger shark and was even sharper than a 5th-grade spiritual weapon. Lu Ming could tell the strength of a peak-tier, king-level tiger shark with one glance. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming's long spear swept out and sent 5 to 6 scimitars flying. A 3-colored spear's gleam burst out and shot directly into the tiger shark's head, leaving a hole in it. He killed a peak-tier king tiger shark with one move and devoured its essence blood. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to kill. Not only did he devour the blood essence of the tiger sharks he killed, but he also devoured the blood essence of the tiger sharks killed by others. His body flashed, and the blood essence of tiger sharks of all levels was constantly devoured by him. This is too good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had participated in such a large-scale battle. For others, such a large-scale battle was hell, but for him, it was a holy land for cultivation. He circulated the devouring power of the 9-dragon bloodline on his palm, constantly devouring the tiger shark's blood essence. Of course, if a martial artist died in battle, he would not let them go. He would devour all the blood essence. He divided a part of his mind to control the 9-dragon bloodline and refine the blood essence to improve his second bloodline. Kill the one with the mask. A loud roar came from nearby, and 3 giant tiger sharks charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The seawater condensed into long spears and pierced toward Lu Ming. At the same time, there are also curved daggers that cut through the void. Lu Ming's aura surged and soared into the sky. He took a few steps and killed 3 peak-tier, king-level tiger sharks. Not far away, Xianxia was even more shocked. The sky demon force field was an abnormal existence in a group battle. As long as the sky demon force field covered the tiger sharks, they would be divided into several pieces without them knowing. Under the spirit sea, Xianxia and Lu Ming were unrivaled. Buzz! A ray of Esilavura light shot toward Lu Ming at an unbelievable speed. It was also a tiger shark, but it was only 10 meters long. However, its entire body was Esilavura, and it was covered in a layer of Esilavura scales. Lu Ming subconsciously swept the long spear out. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear swept across the Esilavura tiger shark's body. It was as if it had been hit by a towering mountain. Its body trembled, and it could not help but take 3 steps back. However, the Esilavura tiger shark was also sent flying by Lu Ming's whip. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's heart stirred. After the Esilavura tiger shark flew out, it was completely fine. It roared and charged at Lu Ming again. Under the Esilavura tiger shark's control, the sea water turned into all kinds of weapons. Sharp swords, long spears, long spears. There were a total of more than 100 of them, shrouding Lu Ming. This one is a mutated tiger shark. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Some demonic beasts had the bloodlines of ancient godly beasts and ferocious beasts. They were extremely powerful and much stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. Clearly, this tiger shark was a descendant. Many demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines not only had immense physical strength, but also immense demonic power. At a certain level, they could also awaken combat skills hidden in their bloodlines and possess all kinds of divine abilities. Moreover, demonic beasts and martial artists were different. Demonic beasts would not comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth like martial artists, but demonic beasts were innately inclined to a certain attribute, and they were born with the ability to master a certain attribute. As their strength grew, they would become stronger and stronger. This was a talent that the human race could not compare to. Break! The spear swept out, and all the weapons made of seawater instantly collapsed. And in BSB, a three-colored spear light burst out and struck the Xianxia tiger shark's head. Bang! The Xianxia tiger shark was sent flying like a cannonball. Along the way, it killed a few powerful tiger sharks and flew a few thousand meters before stopping. However, he wasn't dead yet. There was only a hole a few feet deep in his head. What a strong defense and such hard scales! Lu Ming was secretly surprised. The tiger shark's defense was amazing, as it was not penetrated by his spear radiance. Strong, this human's attack is too strong. Let's go. Lu Ming was shocked, but the Xianxia tiger shark was simply terrified. As soon as it stabilized itself, it hurriedly flew into the distance. If you want to leave, then stay. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. His speed was unbelievably fast. He turned into a stream of light and caught up with the Xianxia tiger shark in no time. You want to kill me? Die. Demonic beasts were already very hostile. Seeing that it could not escape, the Xianxia tiger shark's ferocity was aroused, and it pounced at Lu Ming. Whoosh! What welcomed him was an extremely sharp spear. This time, it was not the spear radiance, but the tip of the corpse of the infinite dragon spear. Pucci! The infinite dragon spear pierced through the Xianxia tiger shark's head. The Xianxia tiger shark roared and stopped breathing. Pucci! Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and devoured the Xianxia tiger shark's blood essence. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Boom! His body was covered in a blood-red light, emitting powerful fluctuations. His second bloodline was about to advance. Lu Ming tried his best to suppress the fluctuation of his second bloodline, trying not to attract attention. Lu Ming could feel that the strength of his second blood meridian was increasing rapidly. Boom! In the end, the second bloodline couldn't be suppressed anymore. It appeared above his head, and 8 Xianxia rings dazzled, attracting many people's attention. Fortunately, when the second blood meridian appeared, it had already been successfully promoted. The crowd did not see the process of the promotion, but only the results. They thought that Lu Ming had an 8th-level king-level blood meridian. Although an 8th-level king bloodline was extremely shocking, no one paid any attention to it in this life-and-death battle. Lu Ming had never activated his blood meridian in the previous battle. Therefore, everyone thought that Lu Ming originally had an 8th-level king-level blood meridian. However, there was one exception, and that was Xianxia. Not far away, Xianxia pouted when he saw the 8 Xianxia chakras on Lu Ming's blood meridian. When this guy's second bloodline first awakened, he was only a 3rd-level king. Now, he's become an 8th-level king. His bloodline can actually level up. This guy is hiding a lot of things from me. Xianxia muttered softly. Kill this little girl. At this moment, 2 Xianxia tiger sharks charged at Xianxia. Sky Demon Force Field Destruction Cut. Xianxia shouted as he fought with the 2 Xianxia tiger sharks. After a few breaths, Lu Ming kept his second bloodline and continued to kill. The great battle was still ongoing. The ocean was a sea of blood red, with floating corpses of humans and sea beasts. On Golden Sand Island, there were more than 500,000 warriors above the level of Martial Grandmaster, and more than 50,000 warriors above the level of Martial King. However, the number of sea beasts was even greater. They were densely packed and covered the sea area that was thousands of miles long. They launched their attacks fearlessly. In the sky, the battle between spiritual ocean tier warriors also entered a state of anxiety, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Chapter 663. 663 The Appearance of the Flood Dragon. In fact, the more the battle raged on, the more disadvantageous it was for the humans. This was because there were more peak-tier, king-level sea beasts than humans. Among them, there were many powerful descendants. For example, although Lu Ming could kill the Esover Tigershark, it was a nightmare for other peak-tier kings. We have to kill more peak-tier king-level demonic beasts. Otherwise, it'll be more and more disadvantageous to the human race. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the entire venue. He didn't need to worry about Xianxia. As long as he was in the spiritual ocean tier, Xianxia would not be in danger. Lu Ming took a step and his figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside a peak-tier king tiger shark. He thrust his spear and killed the tiger shark. Then, he took another step and killed the next peak-tier king tiger shark. He didn't attack the other tiger sharks, choosing to attack the peak-tier king-level ones. Hundreds of miles away, two old men were being completely suppressed by a Esalaver tigershark. These two old men were also two old monsters in the nearby sea area. They had lived for hundreds of years and were extremely powerful. However, even when the two of them joined forces, they were not the opponent of this Esalaver tigershark. They could not even break the defense of the Esalaver tigershark. The Esalaver tigershark was not afraid of death and kept attacking the two. Bang! One of the old men was hit by the tail of the Esalaver tiger shark and was sent flying for thousands of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of descendant is too strong. When not its match at all, the other old man quickly retreated. However, the Esalaver tigershark was in hot pursuit and could not escape at all. Don't tell me that I'm going to die in the mouth of this beast today. The old man sighed. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still hit by the Esalaver tigershark and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was constantly sent flying. I'm going to die, the old man thought to himself. However, at this moment, a black-robed figure wearing an Azura mask suddenly appeared beside the Esalaver tigershark. A terrifying long spear pierced through the head of the Esalaver tigershark. Blood splattered everywhere as the Esalaver tigershark was killed. Then, the figure slapped the wound of the Esalaver tigershark and disappeared in a flash. The old man was stunned. What a powerful attack! The old man who had been whipped away by the Esalaver tigershark's tail flew over, his eyes full of amazement. They couldn't break the defense of the Esalaver tiger shark even if they tried their best, but this figure had killed it with one spear strike. This attack power was really terrifying. This man should be the rising expert on the life battle platform. His name is Azura, and I heard he's a young man. The old man in the back spoke as if he had just woken up from a dream. Heroes really come from youngsters. The old man from before sighed. Let's go. We'll go and kill those ordinary peak-tier tiger shark kings. The old man behind said. The two of them then charged toward the two ordinary peak-tier tiger sharks. The one who had killed the Esalaver tigershark was naturally Lu Ming. He naturally didn't know what the two old men were thinking. At this time, his target was those Peking-level tiger sharks. In just over 10 minutes, he had already killed 16 peak-tier king-level tiger sharks. What a strong power of blood essence. It's too strong. The blood essence of 16 peak-tier tiger shark kings was too strong and incomparably rich. The power of blood essence of demonic beasts was usually richer and stronger than that of humans. Lu Ming continued to kill as he refined. This time, he continued to use the power of the blood essence to improve his second bloodline. When his second bloodline reached the 8th level of the king level, the mist on the stone steel seemed to have faded a little, and the words on the steel had become clearer. There were 3 words on the stone tablet. The first word was suppress. The third word was tablet. Only the second word was a little blurry and could not be seen clearly. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as his second bloodline advanced to the 9th level of the king level, he would be able to see the second word clearly. At that time, he might have unexpected gains. Lu Ming hunted peak-tier king demonic beasts while refining his blood essence. On the other side, a figure wearing Yama's mask was shining with a golden light. The golden light was flashing, and every time it flashed, a peak king-level blood shark would be killed. He was killed in one strike. Similarly, wherever Xianxia went, sea beasts were killed one after another, regardless of their level. Lu Ming charged and killed for a while. He had already killed more than 20 tiger sharks, a peak king. At this moment, he had killed his way out of the tiger shark's territory and into the sea lion's territory. There were also descendants of the sea lions who were extremely powerful. However, they were still killed by Lu Ming with one shot. Not long after, Lu Ming had devoured more than 30 peak-tier, king-level demonic beasts' blood essence. Walala! At this moment, the sea water churned and rushed towards the shore. In the sea, there were countless huge figures circling. They were actually huge sea snakes. Each of them was dozens of meters long, and their bodies were thicker than a water tank. They opened their mouths and swallowed a warrior. With a twist of its body, a martial artist was bound to death. Deep-sea giant snake. It's a deep-sea giant snake. Someone exclaimed. What's going on? Another race has appeared. This is too abnormal. How can this be? Ah, watch out. Screams and shrieks of pain were heard everywhere. Walala and NBSB. The ocean churned, and everyone saw two giant snakes in the water. Their wriggling bodies were more than 100 meters long, and their powerful auras were astonishing. With a swing of its tail, a large number of martial artists were hit by the tail and directly exploded. Even peak-tier king tiers were the same. They didn't even have the power to retaliate. Shape-shifting great demons. These two giant deep-sea snakes were shape-shifted great demons. With two transformed demons equivalent to the spiritual ocean tier taking action, the human side was showing a one-sided trend. Evil creature, you're looking for death. In the air, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao had not made a move. At this moment, he shouted and stepped forward, walking towards the two transformed demons. Whoosh, whoosh, a snow-white blade light flew out, and every blade light that flew past killed a giant deep-sea snake. When those blade lights flew into the sea water instantly solidified and turned into ice, freezing a large number of giant deep-sea snakes in the ice. Peak third-level spiritual ocean tier. One of the deep-sea giant snakes said in a serious tone. Since you know that the spiritual being Han Dao's aura was magnificent. Two snow-white blade lights slashed towards the two giant snakes. Old man, I'm your opponent. The waves behind him churned. An incomparably huge figure rushed out of the sea. Roar. The roar shook the sky. It was the roar of a dragon. Heavens, that's a flood dragon. Many people's pupils suddenly widened as they cried out in disbelief. The giant figure that appeared at the end was actually a blue flood dragon. This flood dragon had a long and slender body that was more than 200 meters long. It had 4 claws under its belly, and its aura was terrifying. This was a real flood dragon, a living flood dragon with the blood of a real dragon. Lu Ming also looked in that direction in shock. This was the first time he had seen a living flood dragon. He had seen a dead flood dragon refined into a demon corpse by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The blue water dragon opened its mouth and roared. 2 water tornadoes were sent toward the cold saber spiritual practitioner's saber light. Chapter 664. 664 Fighting a Great Demon Alone. The 2 water tornadoes turned into 2 flood dragons and collided with the cold saber spiritual practitioner's saber radiance. Both of them were destroyed. Roar. The flood dragon let out a long roar, and its jade-like blue dragon body pounced toward the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. The spiritual being Han Dao's momentum was like a rainbow, and the snow-white blade energy around him danced, as if it had frozen the space. An icy blade light slashed towards the flood dragon. The flood dragon's claw collided with the saber radiance, and the boundless energy spread in all directions, tearing the surrounding sea beasts and human warriors into pieces. Let's go up and fight. The cold saber elder flew into the sky, and so did the flood dragon. At their level, a battle below would have too great an impact. It would affect other humans and demonic beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the ice spiritual being and the flood dragon continued all the way to the sky. However, the battle in the sea became even more intense. The sea beasts had joined the giant deep sea snakes, and their combat strength had increased greatly, completely suppressing the humans. The most fatal thing was that the deep-sea giant snake race had two great demons at the spirit sea realm. They were too powerful, and they were like no man. With a casual twist of their huge bodies, a large number of humans were killed. The two giant deep-sea snakes charged at the humans without restraint. No one could stop them. Screams and wails of pain resounded through the air. Retreat, retreat quickly. We can't stop two spiritual ocean tier great demons at all. Retreat quickly, someone shouted. He didn't dare to stop them and retreated frantically. As a result, the humans' defensive formation was in complete chaos. The sea beasts kept charging into the area where the giant deep-sea snake was. A large number of martial artists were killed. This time, there were far too many sea beasts. They were far too powerful, far more than they had ever been. We can't keep Golden Sand Island anymore. We can only retreat to the other islands. No, we've been operating on Golden Sand Island for hundreds of years. We can't just leave like this. Hold on and wait for help. There were all sorts of cries, but the morale was constantly falling. A sea of soul realm demon. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the giant deep-sea snake. Then he took a step in the air, turned into a stream of light, and sped in the direction of the giant deep-sea snake. In the other direction, a golden sword light was also heading toward the deep-sea giant snake. The speed of the two rays of light was extremely fast, and in a dozen breaths, they had already neared the two spiritual ocean-tier deep-sea giant snakes. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming approached and thrust his spear forward. A three-colored true dragon roared and danced in the air, pouncing at one of the giant deep-sea snakes. An ant dares to attack me? You're courting death. The deep-sea giant snake snorted and spat out a black water column toward the tricolored true dragon. Boom! With a violent tremor, the water column and the three-colored true dragon disappeared together. But the giant deep-sea snake's forward figure was also blocked. Not far away, a golden sword light also blocked another giant deep-sea snake. It was the King of Hell. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were each facing a huge deep-sea snake. The two deep-sea giant snakes should be at the early stage of the first level of the sixth level, which was equivalent to the early stage of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm. Previously, at the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Li Xiaoyun, and Gu Huaxiu had worked together to injure the old ancestor of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. The old ancestor was in existence at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier. During the battle with the forefather of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak level 9 Martial King realm. Now that he had broken through to the peak King realm, his combat strength had increased greatly. Since then, he had not fought with his full strength. Now this giant deep-sea snake was just the right one. Who is it? He blocked the deep-sea giant snake? It's King Yama and Azura. Are they going to fight with a sea of soul realm beast? It's possible. Their combat strength is extremely terrifying. If they can stop the two giant snakes, we'll have chance. A martial king fighting the spirit sea? Is that possible? I don't care anymore. We can only take a risk. Let's attack and stop the other sea beasts with all our strength. Stop! The surrounding human warriors roared and organized their forces to block the other sea beasts. Azura, let's have a match and see who can kill this giant snake first. All of a sudden, the voice of the King of Hell rang out. It was very young, but it was filled with sharpness. All right, let's have a match. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was also soaring. Previously, the two of them had some apprehensions and did not fight. But now, They could use another kind of confrontation to determine the winner. However, when these words fell into the ears of the two deep-sea giant snakes, they almost exploded with anger. "Ant, you want to kill us? Go to hell." In front of Lu Ming, the huge deep-sea snake roared angrily. It opened its mouth wide and was about to devour Lu Ming. Its tongue was like a sharp sword, shooting toward Lu Ming. "Kill! Go!" Lu Ming shouted. The three-colored spear's radiance revo-levered and transformed into a spear's radiance, stabbing at the giant snake. At the same time, the King of Hell was also engaged in a fierce battle with the giant deep-sea snake. Clang! The tongue of the deep-sea giant snake was like a real sharp sword. When it collided with the long spear, it actually made a sound of gold and iron colliding. Buzz! At the same time, the snake's tail swept across the void, causing a muffled explosion in the air as it whipped toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and soared into the sky, dodging the snake tail's attack. However, the snake tail was like a bone-attached awl. It missed its target and continued to attack Lu Ming from below. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. A dragon's roar resounded, and a terrifying power burst forth, each wave stronger than the last, bombarding the snake's tail. Boom! The snake's tail trembled as if it was bearing an unimaginable force. It continued to shake, and finally, a part of it exploded with a bang, blood splattering everywhere. The spiritual ocean tier giant snake is injured. When the other human warriors nearby saw this, they were immediately excited as if they had seen hope. They roared and charged toward the sea beasts. "Ant, you dare to hurt me? Die, die." The huge deep-sea snake curled its body, and the endless sea water turned into sea snakes that pounced at Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. The infinite dragon spear disappeared. Lu Ming cast the exploding star fist. Rays of fist radiance pierced through the void and blasted downward. This time, Lu Ming had integrated 3 intents into the explosive star fist. It was faster and the explosive power was stronger. Boom! Boom! It was as if there were countless meteors falling, constantly colliding with the sea snakes formed by the seawater. With a loud boom, endless energy spread out. The warriors and sea beasts nearby died on the spot once they were hit. "Leave, stay far away." At the place where Lu Ming and the giant snake were fighting, the other warriors and sea beasts had already left. On the other side, the battle between King Yama and the giant deep-sea snake was similar. The sword chi was everywhere, and the other warriors and sea snakes were also far away. "Kill! Die!" Lu Ming shouted. The fist force became more and more violent and intense. In the end, one could barely see Lu Ming punching. One could only see streams of fist radiance pouring down. Cool. It felt too good. Lu Ming's essential core was boiling, and his fighting spirit seemed to be burning. This was his true battle, a battle without the slightest hesitation, without the need to suppress his true yuan. He felt that he was able to use the exploding star fist more and more smoothly. Suddenly, the fist ray trembled, and its power seemed to have increased by another level. The 5th level was that Lu Ming had comprehended the exploding star fist to the 5th level during the Great Battle. Chapter 665. 665, Killing the Deep-Sea Giant Snake. The exploding star fist was different from the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. The Dragon God's 3 absolutes were divided into 3 moves. The 3rd move, Extreme Strike, had an extremely strong penetrating power and an unquestionable attacking power. However, the True Dragon Strike and 10,000 Dragon Kill were much weaker. As for the explosive star fist, it was a pure killing move. Each punch was like the explosion of a meteorite. In terms of power, it was even stronger than the True Dragon Strike. The destructive power of the 5th level of the explosive star fist was not weaker than that of the True Dragon Strike. One after another, the fist radiance struck out like the True Dragon Strike. How terrifying was the power? Bang! Bang! Finally, Lu Ming gained the upper hand. He defeated the sea snake that was condensed from seawater. The powerful fist force landed on the body of the deep-sea giant snake. The fist force landed on the body of the giant deep-sea snake, causing it to roar continuously. However, the body of the giant deep-sea snake was covered with scales, and its defense was very terrifying. Moreover, the fist force of the explosive star fist had been offset by the sea snakes condensed by the seawater, so it could only hurt the deep-sea giant snake, but not hurt him. However, this had already infuriated the giant deep-sea snake. It roared angrily and rose into the air, pouncing toward Lu Ming. It opened its mouth wide, and black gas billowed toward Lu Ming. Poisonous gas. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he retreated rapidly. However, when one of them was touched by the poisonous gas, he immediately felt a burning pain on his skin. The poisonous gas was rapidly corroding his skin. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the devouring power of the Nine Dragons' bloodline. Immediately, all the poisonous gas was devoured by the bloodline. Second bloodline explode. Lu Ming's second blood meridian burst out, and his strength increased by another level. He threw more than 100 punches in a row, dispersing the poisonous gas in front of him. The tongue of the deep-sea giant snake was like a sword, wrapped in a layer of black liquid, which increased its power greatly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The snake's tongue flickered wildly, crushing Lu Ming's fist force. After Lu Ming threw more than 100 punches, the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands. He looked down from above and pulled out the spear. The long spear turned into 1,000 meters long and struck the giant snake's body. The giant snake let out a long hiss, and its body was blasted down. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took 4 steps in the air. The violent power continued to blast towards the giant snake. Its target was the 7-inch position of the giant snake. Bang! At the 7-inch point of the giant snake, it suddenly exploded. Scales flew everywhere, and blood splashed everywhere. However, the giant snake's defense was too strong. Most of the force was blocked by its scales. Although a large piece of flesh was blown off, it was only a superficial wound for the giant snake's huge body. However, this superficial wound was enough for Lu Ming. After Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, his body followed suit and fell rapidly. Just as he was about to reach the giant snake, he brazenly launched his strongest attack. An extreme strike. The spear merged with his body and turned into a dazzling spear radiance, which was aimed at the wound of the giant snake. The wound earlier was for this attack. It was a fatal blow. The giant snake seemed to sense a fatal threat. It exerted all its strength and spat out a black poisonous mist at Lu Ming. The poisonous mist had almost turned into a liquid. It was so terrifying that even an ordinary 5th-level spiritual weapon would be corroded and melted. Unfortunately, it had encountered Lu Ming. With the protection of the 9 dragons' bloodline, Lu Ming was not afraid of the poisonous gas at all. The devouring power enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. He dashed forward, and the dazzling spear's gleam pierced through the wound on the giant snake's 7-inch head. It then came out from the other side. The 7-inch mark was the vital point of the snake. Lu Ming's move had pierced a huge hole in the vital point of the giant snake. Hiss, hiss. The giant snake's eyes were wide open, and it let out an unwilling roar. It fell into the sea, rolled a few times in the sea, and then stopped motionless. A deep-sea giant snake at the spiritual ocean tier was killed by Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the other side, where the king of hell was. A dazzling sword light that was extremely sharp seemed to be able to cut through everything. Pucci. The giant snake's head was almost cut off. More than half of it had been cut off, leaving only a little hanging. The other giant snake was also killed. Hell King's figure appeared, but his black robe was torn in some places, revealing the golden robe inside. He was in a slightly sorry state. The speed at which he killed the giant snake was only a few breaths slower than Lu Ming. At this moment, his gaze was also on Lu Ming. His eyes flickered and he said, "You win this time, but I won't lose next time." "Actually, you didn't lose," Lu Ming said. Hell King's strength had shocked him. The second level of the metal will. The Hell Kings had already reached the second level. As long as he opened the spirit ocean, he would immediately become a Sea of Souls realm warrior. Moreover, Hell King's bloodline martial skill was also extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than Shui Gang's bloodline martial skill. The King of Hell's actual combat strength was definitely not weaker than Lu Ming's. The reason why Lu Ming could kill the giant snake first was that he was not afraid of the poisonous gas attack. A loss is a loss, no matter what the reason is, the King of Hell said calmly. At this moment, the nearby human martialists were first extremely shocked, then extremely excited. 2 deep-sea giant snakes in the spiritual ocean tier had been killed by King Yama and Azura. A martial king had actually killed a warrior in the spiritual ocean tier. This was simply unbelievable. In the past, this had only been heard of in legends. The warriors who had been to the life battle platform had different thoughts. The battle between King Yama and Azura has finally ended. Azura is stronger. Such a thought flashed through many people's minds. There's still some more. Why don't we continue? Lu Ming's gaze turned to the battle in the sky. It was a battle at the level of the spiritual ocean tier. Just what I wanted. King Yama's body revealed a strong fighting spirit. Buzz! Buzz! A beam of sword light and a beam of spear light shot up into the sky at the same time. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were going to participate in the battle between Sea of Soul Realm experts. As long as they killed 1 or 2 more Sea of Soul Realm demons, the scales of victory would tilt in the favor of the humans. Lu Ming did not consume the blood essence of the giant deep-sea snake. He had already devoured enough blood essence, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons was still slowly being refined. The blood essence of the spirit sea was too powerful. If he devoured it, Lu Ming would not be able to control it. He would have to find a place to refine it, and he would not be able to continue fighting. In the sky, the formation was extremely intense. The human warriors and the Sea of Soul Realm beasts both had an advantage, and the battle was extremely fierce. For now, no one could determine the winner. A blue-robed, burly man was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a tiger shark. This tiger shark had a cultivation of the late first-level spiritual ocean tier, which was even more powerful than the deep-sea giant snake from before. However, the blue-robed man's cultivation was not weak either. His cultivation was also at the late-stage, first-level spiritual ocean tier. The blue-robed man and the tiger shark were both injured. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he rushed toward the battlefield. "Ha, little friend, you've come the right time. Help me kill this beast." The blue-robed, burly man burst out laughing excitedly when he saw Lu Ming. He had seen Lu Ming kill the giant deep-sea snake. They were fighting in the sky, but they would also pay attention to the battles in other places and observe the situation at all times. Chapter 666. 666, The Despicable Spiritual Practitioner Han Dao. Damn it! The tiger shark roared angrily at the sight of Lu Ming charging at it. It was a little flustered. "Senior, let's kill this tiger shark together." Lu Ming waved his long spear. The huge spear's radiance was thousands of meters long, and it was aimed at the tiger shark. "Haha, let's kill this beast." The blue-robed man's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. He held a combat sword that was wider than his palm and slashed out a shocking sword radiance toward the tiger shark. Lu Ming and the blue-robed burly man joined forces. The tiger shark was immediately at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took 4 consecutive steps. The violent force was like an ancient divine mountain smashing on the tiger shark's body. The tiger shark's body trembled. Below, the blue-robed man's sword light rushed up and left a wound that was more than 10 meters long on the tiger shark's body. One of its fins was cut off, and it was sent flying far away. The tiger shark roared angrily. In its fear, it did not dare to fight anymore and wanted to escape. You can't escape. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and blocked the tiger shark's path of retreat. He punched more than 100 times in a row. More than 100 explosive fist gleams blocked the tiger shark's path and tore open wounds on the tiger shark's body. Although the wounds were not big, they made the tiger shark bleed. There were even some fist auras that were aimed at the tiger shark's wounds, which made the tiger shark's injuries worse. Sky-piercing sword kill. The blue-robed man arrived with a terrifying sword radiance that could tear everything apart. It slashed at the tiger shark's wound and directly cut its body into 2. The tiger shark at the spirit sea level was dead. Little brother, thank you. The blue-robed man grinned, but his eyes still flickered with a fierce light. This was a vicious person. If it was not for Lu Ming's powerful combat strength that had gained his recognition, he would not even care about Lu Ming. If he did not like the look of Lu Ming, he would have killed him. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was already at the same level as him. Naturally, he restrained his ferocious aura. Let's go and kill the other great demons of the spirit sea. Lu Ming said. None of these bastards will leave today. The blue-robed man's face revealed a ferocious expression. Whoosh, whoosh. On the other side, King Yama and another Sea of Soul Realm warrior had also killed a Sea of Soul Realm beast. This way, other than the Flood Dragon, there were only 7 spiritual ocean tier beasts left. On the human side, other than the spiritual practitioner Han Dao, there were 9 other Sea of Soul Realm experts. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were also at Sea of Soul Realm. Of course, there was also Xianxia. The high-end combat power of the human side had already gained the upper hand. But at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky and a figure descended rapidly. It was the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Spiritualist Han Dao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell rapidly. Above him, the flood dragon roared, and its huge body slithered down, chasing after him. Whoosh! A blue divine light shot towards the spiritual being Han Dao. He slashed out a blade light and barely blocked the attack. However, the remaining divine light still fell on his body, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Bang! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao fell into the sea. The next moment, he rushed out from the other side of the sea. Old man Da. The flood dragon pounced at the spiritual practitioner. Everyone's heart sank. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was actually no match for him and was completely suppressed. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm, but he was still no match for the flood dragon. The flood dragon's combat power was simply too strong. This flood dragon should be at the early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, but its battle power couldn't be calculated according to normal levels. Flood dragons contain the bloodline of true dragons. Whether it was its physical body or demonic power, it was extremely powerful. It also had some powerful combat skills. Although this flood dragon was only at the early 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was no match for it. The flood dragon pounced at the spiritual being Han Dao. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he turned around and ran away. You can't escape. The flood dragon twisted its huge body and passed through the void, chasing after the spiritual practitioner Han Dao at an extreme speed. A blue godly light, like a godly sword, pierced towards the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. The spiritual being Han Dao was shocked. He quickly moved his body to avoid the blue light. At this moment, he changed his direction and headed toward Lu Ming and the blue-robed burly man. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao rushed toward Lu Ming and the blue-robed burly man. You guys, help me block this flood dragon. Hurry! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted at Lu Ming and the blue-robed man in a commanding tone. Lu Ming frowned. His and the blue-robed man's battle prowess was only at the first level of the spiritual ocean realm, which was far from the flood dragons. That would be suicide. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's goal was simple. He wanted the two of them to die so that he would have time to escape. Would Lu Ming be so stupid? He would do his best to participate in this battle, but the premise was that he wouldn't be in any danger. If there was a fatal danger, he and Xianxia would turn and leave. To put it bluntly, he was not related to the people on the Golden Sand Island. What did their life and death have to do with Lu Ming? I believe that many of the people present think so. Now, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was asking him to die. How could that be possible? Lu Ming turned around and flew far away, avoiding the spiritual practitioner and the flood dragon. The blue-robed man did the same and flew far away. You two dare to escape in the face of battle and disregard the safety of the human race. You deserve to die. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao bellowed and looked at Lu Ming and the blue-robed spiritual practitioner with eyes full of killing intent. Lu Ming sneered and could not be bothered with the frost saber spiritual practitioner. Then, spiritual practitioner Han Dao rushed towards Hell King. Without a doubt, Hell King and the other expert also turned around and left. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared again and again as he was almost hit by the flood dragon's divine light. His eyes turned cold, and he suddenly rushed toward another battlefield. That battlefield was a battle between a human at the spiritual ocean tier and a great demon. Cold Saber, old freak, what are you doing? That Sea of Soul realm expert yelled in fear. Since the spiritual practitioner Han Dao had rushed over, it was obvious that he wanted to use him as a shield. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face was cold. He didn't say a word and tried his best to rush forward. Retreat, retreat. That spiritual ocean tier cultivator wanted to leave this place. Stay here. That Sea of Soul realm beast would not let his opponent escape so easily. It launched a crazy attack, trying to hold him back. The spiritual being Han Dao rushed past the human expert, and behind them was the flood dragon. Human ants, go to hell. The flood dragon's huge claws clawed towards the human spiritual ocean tier expert. Damn it, eccentric Cold Saber, you're despicable. The spiritual ocean tier warrior roared and madly exploded, using all of his power, hoping to block the flood dragon's attack and then escape. However, the difference between him and the flood dragon was too great. Under the claw of the flood dragon, all his attacks collapsed and all his defenses were in vain. Bang! He was grabbed by the flood dragon's claw, and his bones all over his body made cracking sounds. Old ghost Cold Saber, I curse you to die without a burial place. That person roared, and then his aura rapidly declined. The flood dragon opened its big mouth and swallowed the human expert in one gulp, then continued to chase after the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Chapter 667. 667 Chaotic Battle. Reinforcements. After that, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao ran further away and rushed to another battlefield. Not good, damn it. When the other spiritual ocean tier elites of the human race saw this scene, they had no desire to continue fighting. They launched a frenzied attack and then turned to run. However, there were also one or two people who were firmly held back by the great demon opposite them. They couldn't escape at all for a while and could only roar repeatedly. Han Dao, don't come over, someone shouted, but the spiritual practitioner with the cold saber continued to fly toward that person with a dark face. Although these spiritual ocean tier elites couldn't completely stop the flood dragon, as long as they could stop it for a short while, he would be able to escape. Ah, Han Dao, you're despicable, the man cursed. However, the result was the same. When the spiritual practitioner Han Dao rushed over, the flood dragon followed closely behind. The human expert was not the flood dragon's opponent at all and was killed in a few moves. Even his body was swallowed by the flood dragon. Let's go. The other spiritual ocean tier warriors who had escaped didn't dare to stay in the air and directly flew down to join the battle. Ha ha ha, kill all these humans. Those spiritual ocean tier demons also rushed down to the battlefield while laughing wildly. The battlefield below was in chaos. The addition of spiritual ocean tier warriors caused the battlefield to become a chaotic battle. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously as a large number of martial artists were killed by Sea of Soul Realm beasts. There were also a large number of sea beasts that were killed by Sea of Soul Realm martial artists. Lu Ming also rushed into the battlefield below. Run, run! This area was wreaked havoc by a giant octopus, which was a Sea of Soul Realm beast. The body of the octopus was like a small mountain. Its 8 tentacles danced around, and there were suction cups on each tentacle, which had a powerful attractive force. With a wave of its 8 tentacles, a large number of human warriors were sucked by the suction cups. Then, the suction cups were like huge mouths, revealing their fangs and swallowing the human warriors. The screams rose and fell. Yes, Luo Xin. Lu Ming saw Luo Xin in the crowd. At this moment, she was fleeing frantically with a group of people. Behind them, a huge tentacle was sweeping towards them. Ah, help! The few people who ran to the back were sucked directly by the suction cups of the tentacles, letting out mournful screams. What do we do? What to do? Am I going to die here? Luo Xion's little face was pale, without a trace of blood. She knew that she was in danger today, and she might die here. It was a pity that her dream of expanding the Flame Chamber of Commerce had not been realized. She was going to die here, and she was not willing to die. However, in the face of such a huge gap in strength, what was the use of being unwilling? A huge tentacle was waving at her. She couldn't escape, so she closed her eyes in despair. However, the next moment, she heard a violent boom. Immediately after, she felt her waist tighten as she was hugged by a strong arm. There was also a hot aura that kept surging toward her. She opened her eyes in panic and saw a mask, a Shura mask. It's him! Luo Xion's eyes lit up. She realized that Lu Ming was holding her by the waist, and her body was tightly pressed against Lu Ming's strong body. Her heart could not help but beat faster, and her face turned hot. However, Lu Ming did not care about them. His eyes were fixed on the huge octopus in front of him. So strong. This octopus demon should be at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and retreated rapidly. Just now, he had exchanged a blow with one of the octopus's tentacles and was no match for it all. The other party's strength was too strong. Help, help! Lu Ming, save me! A loud cry was heard. Lu Ming looked over, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The person who was shouting for help was Xianxia. He fled frantically, but behind him, a huge octopus tentacle was waving at him. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming, you left me in the lurch. I curse you. I curse you to die without an intact corpse. Seeing that Lu Ming had no intention of helping him, Xianxia started cursing. Luo Xion's gaze was also very calm. Xianxia had brought this upon himself. He had offended Lu Ming previously. Why would Lu Ming save him? The tentacle sucked and held Xianxia in place. Xianxia screamed in fear and struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. The suction cup opened and swallowed Xianxia. Buzz! Lu Ming retreated dozens of miles in an instant before he let Luo Xion go. Miss Luo Xion, your cultivation level is not high, so you should stay behind. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he moved and rushed in another direction. There, Xianxia was fighting a huge eel. This eel was also one of the great demons of the spiritual sea. Its entire body was suffused with lightning, and it was extremely powerful. Its cultivation should be at the middle stage of the 1st level spiritual sea. However, Xianxia's combat power was also extremely strong. He actually had the upper hand. Lu Ming walked in the air and arrived at the area in no time. A bright spear ray shot toward the eel. "It's you." The eel was shocked to see Lu Ming and retreated hurriedly. It had just seen Lu Ming kill a giant deep-sea snake. It felt that it was no match for Xianxia. Now that Lu Ming was added to the mix, it would be a disaster. It was no wonder it ran away. Roar. In the sky, dragon roars could be heard. After killing the 2 Sea of Soul realm experts, the flood dragon continued to chase after the spirit warrior Han Dao. "Old man, I will kill you today. You can't escape." The flood dragon roared, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was running for his life. He was actually flying toward the battlefield below. "Run!" The martial artists below were scared out of their wits as they scattered and fled. "This old man is too despicable." A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He retreated quickly with Xianxia. Whoosh! At this moment, a crimson sword light pierced through the sky and shot toward the flood dragon. The flood dragon grabbed it with its claw and collided with the sword light. With a loud bang, the sword light disappeared, but the flood dragon's body was also blocked for a moment. Seeing this sword light, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was overjoyed and laughed. "Ready, you're finally here. You're too slow." Whoosh! Another crimson sword light slashed toward the flood dragon. With the appearance of the sword light, 6 or 7 figures appeared in the distance. The person in the lead was an old man in a red robe. His aura was extremely powerful. Bang! A beam of divine light shot out from one of the flood dragon's horns and blocked the sword light. Buzz! An NBSB whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as 7 figures appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Each of the 7 figures exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. They were actually all powerful existences in the spiritual ocean tier. "Han Dao, old monster. I want to find the old monster Lu Xian for help. So I was a little late." The red-robed old man grinned. "The old monster Lu Xian has also come." Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's eyes flashed and fell on an old man in a green robe beside Hong Qi. He immediately became overjoyed and said, "Good, good. The 3 of us will join forces and kill this flood dragon." Chapter 668. 668 Victory, Shocking Change. "Of course, do it." The red-haired old monster shouted in a low voice. Beside him, 5 Sea of Soul realm experts flew toward the battlefield below, while he and the green, mysterious old monster flew toward the flood dragon. Together with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao, they surrounded the flood dragon. The cultivation of the red-haired old monster and the green-faced old monster was the same as the cold saber spirit warrior. They were both at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. A flood dragon's entire body is full of treasures. If we kill it, we'll split it equally among the 3 of us. The red-haired old monster's eyes were filled with greed. "All right, let's do it," the spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying auras shot up into the sky. At the same time, 2 sword lights and a green pearl attacked the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared and charged forward. "Ha! Our reinforcements are here. Kill these bastards." Many human warriors shouted. This time, 7 spiritual ocean tier elites from the human race came all at once. 2 were against the flood dragon, and the other 5 joined the battle, instantly turning the situation around. The human race had a complete advantage in terms of high-end battle power. Not only were all the Sea of Souls realm beasts blocked, but there were also extra Sea of Souls realm experts on the human side who were constantly hunting those sea beasts. On the ocean, there were countless corpses of humans and sea beasts. So much blood essence. This time, Lu Ming had devoured a lot of blood essence. Most of them were peak tier kings' blood essence. After the battle began, Lu Ming had devoured more than 50 peak tier kings' blood essence. He felt that his 9 dragon bloodline was almost full. He really wanted to find a place to refine it. But now, he could only slowly refine it while fighting. Up until now, The human race had suffered countless losses, but they had finally gained the upper hand. With the addition of spiritual ocean tier elites, they were like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and a large number of sea beasts were killed. Retreat, retreat. Finally, the sea beasts were scared. One of the great demons of the spirit sea shouted and gathered the sea beasts to retreat into the sea. In terms of high-end combat power, the humans had already gained the upper hand. If the battle continued, the sea beasts would be completely annihilated sooner or later. Lord Flood Dragon, this is all we can help you with. A giant octopus spoke. It then gathered the sea beasts and retreated into the ocean. Walala! The ocean waves surged and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall wave. Countless sea beasts hid in the waves and disappeared. Once a sea beast entered the sea and focused on escaping, it would be difficult for martial artists to pursue it. Roar! In the sky, the flood dragon roared repeatedly. It was besieged by 3 experts at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier and was completely at a disadvantage. In just a short while, a few wounds appeared on the flood dragon's body. Its scales were torn apart and blood flowed out. Kill this flood dragon! Some martial artists shouted. However, the flood dragon was clearly no match for him, but it refused to retreat. The blue divine light kept bursting out from the flood dragon's body, attacking the 3 spiritual practitioner Han Dao. At the same time, the flood dragon's body continued to shrink. In a few breaths, a middle-aged man in blue armor appeared in the air. He held a halberd in his hand. With a wave of the halberd, the spirit warrior Han Dao was forced back. In human form, this burly man in battle armor was a flood dragon. Whoosh! The flood dragon forced back the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and turned into a rainbow light, shooting toward the depths of the Golden Sand Island. Chase! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao, the red monster, and the green monster all chased after the flood dragon and disappeared into the sky. At this time, countless sea beasts had retreated into the ocean and escaped, leaving countless corpses on the surface of the sea. Ah, that tiger shark is mine. That's mine! Countless warriors were flying above the ocean, putting the dead bodies of the sea beasts into their storage rings. Many parts of these sea beasts' bodies were precious materials that could be used to refine weapons, elixirs, and so on. They were very valuable, so of course, these warriors were tempted. Get lost! This is mine! Some people roared, and a great battle even broke out. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of a huge deep-sea giant snake. Get lost! One of the peak-tier kings did not even look and slashed at Lu Ming. However, when he saw Lu Ming's appearance, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly retracted his knife. Shura, he screamed. You want to die? Lu Ming said coldly. No, it's a misunderstanding. This deep-sea giant snake is yours. The peak-tier king laughed as he hurriedly turned around and left. Brat, get lost. The corpse of a sea of soul realm beast. You can take it if it's not dead. A man in his 30s with a tall nose flew over a high speed. This was a powerful warrior of the spiritual ocean tier, a group of powerful warriors who had arrived later to help. He did not see Lu Ming kill the great demon of the spiritual ocean, and only thought that Lu Ming was an ordinary peak-tier king. Before he even arrived, his powerful aura was already pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and appeared on the body of the giant deep-sea snake. He placed his palm on the snake's wound and sucked, swallowing the 9 drops of blood essence. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. His target was the blood essence of the giant deep-sea snake. As for the corpse of the giant deep-sea snake, although it was precious, he didn't care much about it. And now, he needed to refine the blood essence and didn't want to get into a conflict with others. Seeing that Lu Ming did not touch the giant deep-sea snake, the tall-nosed man cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, then waved his hand and kept the huge body of the giant deep-sea snake into his storage ring. Boom! Boom! The blood essence of a sea of soul realm beast was too terrifying. Once it was swallowed into the nine-dragon bloodline, it was like a volcano erupting, constantly impacting the nine-dragon bloodline and making rumbling sounds. He had wanted to devour more blood essence, but it seemed that he could not do it. "Little Qing, let's go. I need you to protect me," Lu Ming shouted. He had to find a place to refine the blood essence. Xianxia nodded and flew towards the city with Lu Ming. Boom! However, at this moment, an earth-shaking sound suddenly came from the depths of the Golden Sand Island. Then, everyone saw a beam of seven-colored divine light shooting into the sky. Although it was far away, they could still feel the magnificence of the divine light. Boom! 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 The entire Golden Sand Island started to shake. Boom! The seven-color divine light was even more dazzling. It broke through the clouds and rushed into the sky. Then what's going on? What is this seven-colored light pillar? Could it be related to the flood dragon? Possible? The beast tide this time is very abnormal. I suspect that it's organized by that flood dragon. There must be a purpose. The martial artists present looked at the rainbow divine light in a daze, and some of them whispered among themselves. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also shocked as they stood in the void to watch. The seven-color divine light became more and more dazzling, and its light completely outshined the sun in the sky. All of a sudden, after a violent boom, the seven-color divine light disappeared. Instead, an island appeared. A floating island. Chapter 669. 669 Ninth Level King, Bloodline Martial Skill. A floating island was emitting a brilliant seven-colored light. It was bright and resplendent as it floated in the air. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, and then it went silent. It was obvious that the dragon's roar had come from the flood dragon. Seven-colored island? Is that the legendary seven-colored island? An old man with white hair suddenly exclaimed. What? The seven-colored island? You mean the seven-colored Taoist seven-colored island? Some people widened their eyes in disbelief. That's right. This looks like the seven-colored Taoist seven-colored island. Heavens, it can't be true, right? The seven-colored Taoist is a legendary seventh-grade Taoist. He's an inscription master and a peerless expert of the spirit embryo realm at that. Legend has it that the seven-colored Taoist died 800 years ago, and his seven-colored island disappeared without a trace. If this really is the seven-colored Taoist seven-colored island, how many treasures are there? The scene was in an uproar. Countless people's eyes were burning with passion. Only when one's cultivation reached the spirit embryo realm could one be called a perfected being. Normally, spiritual ocean tier warriors were called spiritualists, just like the frost saber spiritualist, but less people used them. As for those at the spirit embryo realm, they were revered as perfected beings. Spiritual God realm was known as Supreme Realm. The seven-colored Taoist was a spirit embryo realm expert, but this was not his most famous achievement. He was most famous for being a seventh-grade true inscription alchemist. This identity was terrifying. True Ming refinement masters were extremely rare. Be it their identity or status, they were not to be underestimated. A seventh-grade true inscription alchemist was comparable to a peerless master in the spiritual God realm. Back then, the seven-colored Taoist practically dominated the chaotic astral ocean. Even some super-large domains knew of his name. The seven-colored Taoist's most famous treasure was the seven-colored island. It was an island, a plane, and a treasure that could escape into the void and wander around. When the seven-colored Taoist fell, everyone thought that the seven-colored island would disappear into the void and never appear again. And now it had appeared. Buzz and MBSB whoosh. The Sea of Souls realm warriors were the first to react. They turned into rainbow lights and flew toward the seven-colored island. Seven-colored island. It's definitely a seven-colored island. Let's go. Countless warriors turned into beams of light and flew toward the rainbow island. The figures on the shore disappeared. It seems like a treasure has appeared, Lu Ming muttered. He had never heard of the seven-colored Taoist name before. However, he knew that he was extraordinary from how excited the others were. However, refining the blood essence was more important now. As for the treasures, he could only wait. Let's return to the city first. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew back to the city. They randomly found a room and rushed in. Xianxia stood outside the room to protect Lu Ming. With a single thought, he appeared in the supreme shrine. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence with all his might. The blood essence of more than 50 peak-tier kings, as well as the blood essence of a sea of soul realm giant snake. The power of this blood essence was too strong. Lu Ming put all his effort into refining it. The power of everyone's blood essence surged towards the second bloodline. The second blood meridian appeared above Lu Ming's head. It had 8 silver meridian cycles. 7 of them were extremely bright, while the 8th one was dimmer. On the stone tablet, clouds and mist lingered. However, at the very front, the clouds and mist were already very faint. 2 words could be clearly seen. One was suppress, and the other was tablet. There was another word in the middle, but it was blocked and could not be seen clearly. As Lu Ming continued to refine his blood essence, the power of the blood essence surged into his second blood meridian. The 8th meridian cycle of the second blood meridian also continued to shine brightly. 2 hours later, his 8th chakra was as brilliant as the other chakras. Lu Ming continued to refine the blood essence. In the sky, 10,000 miles away from the city, a brilliant ball was floating in the air. This ball had a diameter of about 100 miles. This was the 7-colored island. It was completely wrapped in a layer of light, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. More than 100,000 martial artists were surrounding the round ball. The 7-colored island is protected by the inscription battle. Only peak-tier kings can break through this barrier. We can't get in at all. Fuck, the treasure mountain is right in front of us, but we can only stare at it. How unlucky. There's nothing we can do. We're too weak. Peak-tier kings and Sea of Soul realm experts have all rushed in. Someone's coming again. A ray of light cut through the void and appeared on the edge of the 7-colored island. It was a burly man in a red robe. If Lu Ming was here, he would have recognized the red-robed man as the patriarch of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. He didn't appear in the battle just now, but he did now. Ha! That battle actually led to the 7-colored island. I can't miss such an opportunity. The Sea Cloud Alchemy Division's patriarch chuckled. With a wave of his palm, he pierced through the light curtain. His body moved, and he rushed in. Then, the light curtain closed. Who's that person? He didn't appear during the battle just now, but now that he's seen a treasure, he's here. How shameless. Someone coldly snorted. I don't know. I don't recognize him. He's probably a new almighty. Someone shook his head. Time flew by and soon, more than 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming had been refining the blood essence, and more than half of the blood essence had been devoured. On his second bloodline, 8 silver chakra were extremely dazzling. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. Buzz! All of a sudden, a silver meridian cycle emerged above the 8 meridian cycles. The 9th chakra. The 9th level of the king level. Lu Ming's second bloodline had been promoted to the 9th level of the king level, becoming the highest level of the king level bloodline. The next step would be the divine bloodline. However, it would be too difficult to advance to the divine bloodline at the 9th level of the king tier. Lu Ming was not confident. Buzz! When the second bloodline advanced to the 9th level of the king class, the stone tablet began to shake slightly. The mist surrounding the stone tablet slowly became lighter, and the word in the middle became clearer and clearer. Finally, he saw it clearly. Prison. The word in the middle was prison. The prison guarding steel. Just as Lu Ming could see the 3 words clearly, they suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Lu Ming seemed to have arrived at an endless land. The land was desolate, without the sun, moon, stars, flowers, trees, or any living creature. It was deathly silent. On the deathly silent land, a stone tablet stood tall. It was infinitely tall, reaching the heavens and the earth. Lu Ming saw 3 big words on the stone tablet. The prison guarding steel. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly felt an explosion in his mind. A message rushed into his mind. At this moment, the scene changed. Lu Ming was still in the supreme shrine, and the 3 words prison suppressing steel on the stone tablet had calmed down and no longer emitted light. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Lu Ming discovered that there was indeed a new piece of information in his mind. The prison suppressing heaven art, a martial technique, appeared in his mind. A martial technique related to the prison suppressing steel. Is this a bloodline martial technique? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he revealed a look of joy. Chapter 670. 670, entering the Rainbow Island. He had always envied others for being able to comprehend their own bloodline martial skills. He did not expect that a martial skill would appear in his mind as soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline advanced to the 9th level of the King's stage. However, now was not the time to observe and comprehend the martial technique. There was still a part of blood essence in the 9-dragon bloodline that had not been refined. The 9th chakra of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had appeared. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to continue upgrading the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Instead, he gave the remaining blood essence energy to the 9 dragons bloodline. All in all, he had spent a day refining everyone's blood essence. However, the 9 dragon bloodline had not been raised to the 9th level of the king tier. The energy was still not enough. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He got up and left the supreme shrine, walking out of his room. Lu Ming, you're too slow. It's already been a day, and I can feel a strong aura of spirit herbs on the Rainbow Island. There must be a large number of spirit herbs on the island. If we don't go now, they'll all be picked by others. The moment Lu Ming left the room, Dandan, who was lying on Xianxia's shoulder, screamed. A large amount of spiritual medicine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had too many uses for the spiritual medicine and would not let it go. There's definitely no mistake. There are definitely a lot of spirit herbs. Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder, her eyes glowing. Let's go, we'll go over now. Lu Ming and Xianxia rose into the air and flew toward the Rainbow Island. The 10,000-mile distance was quickly covered. Now, there were a lot fewer people around the 7-colored island. Many martial artists left when they saw that they couldn't enter, but there were still a few who remained, hoping for a miracle. Lu Ming and Xianxia's arrival did not attract much attention. Now, the 2 of them had returned to their original appearances and removed their masks. No one knew that they were the famous Azura and Wuxia. The island with a diameter of more than 100 miles was floating in the air, covered by a light shield. This brother, why aren't you guys going in? Lu Ming pulled a young man and asked curiously. Did you just come from outside? This place is protected by an inscription formation, and only those with the battle power of a peak-tier king would be able to break through this barrier and enter. The young man cast a casual glance at Lu Ming and said casually. He was not too bothered. Lu Ming looked 5 to 6 years younger than him. He did not think that Lu Ming would be able to barge in. Oh. So those peak-tier king tiers and above have all barged in? However, the Rainbow Island only had a diameter of about 100 miles. With so many experts entering, they should have already dug 3 feet deep into the Rainbow Island. It's been a day. Why hasn't he come out yet? Lu Ming was a little curious. This was also something that he found strange. I don't know. If you have the ability, go in and see for yourself. The young man looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression. However, Lu Ming nodded and said, Yes, we can only go in and take a look. And NBSB. Then, Lu Ming casually punched out and the light screen was penetrated. Lu Ming took a step and walked in. Xianxia reached out his hand and pressed down. The light screen was also penetrated, and Xianxia's figure disappeared. The young man was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The world spun, and Lu Ming realized that he was in the air and was falling rapidly. He quickly circulated his vital essence to stay suspended in the air. Xianxia appeared not far from him. Lu Ming stood in midair, looking into the distance in a daze. The world was vast with mountains and dangerous peaks. Lu Ming could see at least a few hundred miles away. There was no end to the world. It was more than 100 miles. It was boundless. Lu Ming, the seven-colored island, looks like it's only 100 miles from the outside, but there's something else inside. I guess it's a small plain with a huge area. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. This rainbow island was really amazing. Moreover, the mountains here were also very strange. They were divided into different colors and had distinct layers. Some of the mountains had red plants, some had golden plants, some were blue, and some were purple. There were a total of 7 colors. No wonder it was called the Rainbow Island. Moreover, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely rich. There's spirit herbs. I can smell spirit herbs. Dandan raised her 2 short legs and ran forward wildly. Lu Ming and Xianxia followed. Dandan stopped on a mountain peak, only to see that the mountain peak was full of potholes, and there was still a residual medicinal fragrance. Obviously, there were indeed spiritual herbs, but they had been dug out. They came to a few nearby mountain peaks, and there were traces of excavation everywhere. The 7-color Taoist used to be a rank 7 true inscription master. He was probably an expert in alchemy, so it was normal for him to plant a lot of spirit herbs. Look, didn't I say we were late? All the spiritual herbs have been dug up. Dandan said unhappily. Let's go, stop mumbling. This island is very large, and no one has gone out yet. This means that this island has not been completely mined. If we rush over now, we'll still be in a hurry. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and placed her on his shoulder. He then transformed into a stream of light and sped forward. They did not see anyone along the way, so Lu Ming and Xianxia did not stop and continued flying. Before long, the two of them had flown a distance of 100,000 miles. It was unknown how many mountains and rivers they had flown over. Towards the end, the two of them saw the figure of a person, but it was already a corpse. It was obvious that a great battle had broken out as they were fighting over the spirit herbs. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a battle came from ahead. Then, he saw a few streams of light flying toward a mountain range. Let's go. We found a level 6 spiritual herb in the valley ahead. Let's join hands and snatch the spiritual medicine. We'll split it evenly. The 3 figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a mountain range ahead, the rumbles were getting more and more intense. Level 6 spiritual medicine. Kill. Lu Ming charge. When she heard about level 6 spirit herbs, Dandan's eyes lit up and her little claws kept waving. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Level 6 spiritual herbs were rare. Together with Xianxia, they flew forward. In front of him, there was a huge canyon in the mountains. Inside, there were flashes of light and violent rumbles, as well as the angry roars of people. The two of them rushed in without hesitation. There were more than a dozen people fighting, and they were all peak tier king tiers. On a cliff in the valley, there were 3 purple spirit herbs. Xiang grass was a level 6 spiritual herb. After consuming it, it could increase one's true essence and increase one's cultivation. More than a dozen peak tier kings were engaged in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked toward the Xiang grass. Brat, get lost. The Xiang grass is mine. One of the burly men's eyes flickered with a menacing glint, and he clawed at Lu Ming. You're the one who should get lost. Lu Ming turned his hand around and threw a punch. An explosive fist radiance shot out. The strong man's claw made a cracking sound, and his bones broke. He screamed in pain, and his body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the stone wall at the side of the canyon, creating a huge pit. The brawny man was stuck in the deep pit. He was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. The dozen peak-tier kings who were fighting instantly stopped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Chapter 671. 671, berating a spiritual ocean-tier warrior. They were well aware of the brawny man's strength. In the battle earlier, the brawny man was the strongest among them. However, a casual punch from Lu Ming was enough to beat the brawny man to a pulp. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Shura. He's a Shura. I've seen that fist technique before. Suddenly, an old man exclaimed and looked at Lu Ming in fear. What? Shura, it's him? It should be him. He's so young and has such combat power. It's very likely that he's a Shura. He's just taking off his mask. The other peak-tier kings exclaimed in shock and looked at Lu Ming in shock. If it was really an Azura, they knew that they could forget about this spirit herb. The Shura had single-handedly killed a deep-sea giant snake in the battle with the sea beasts. His combat strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. Killing them would not take much effort. I'm taking this Ziying grass. Lu Ming swept his gaze across these people and said calmly, It doesn't matter. Since little brother has taken a fancy to it, you can just take it. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he strode toward the Ziying grass. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming was about to approach the Ziying grass, a blade of light cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and retreated quickly, avoiding the saber gleam. A brawny man in his 30s walked over step by step with his hands behind his back. An aura as deep as the ocean emanated from his body. Spiritual ocean tier. This was a spiritual ocean tier martial artist. It's him. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming recognized the brawny man. He was one of the experts who had rushed over to help. He was also the one who had taken away the corpse of the deep-sea giant snake that Lu Ming had killed. Do you think a mere martial king like you can lay your hands on a level 6 spiritual herb? What a whimsical idea. The brawny man stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming and the rest with an arrogant look. The dozen peak-tier kings had ugly expressions. Since Senior has taken a liking to it, we naturally don't dare to compete with Senior. We'll take our leave now. The old man cupped his hands towards Zhang Tai respectfully before turning around and leaving. Whoosh! The brawny man waved his hand, and a saber light slashed toward the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged to the side, barely avoiding the saber ray. Of course, this was also because the burly man had held back. Otherwise, with the old man's cultivation, he would definitely not be able to avoid it. Senior, what do you mean by this? The old man's face was extremely ugly. Although he looked older than the brawny man, in the world of martial Dao, the strong were respected. Cultivation was the only thing that mattered, not age. Furthermore, the other party was an almighty being of the spirit sea, who knew how old he was on the surface. What do you mean? Hand over your storage rings. I've already said that level 6 spiritual herbs are not for you to take. The burly man said indifferently. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? The expressions of the peak-tier kings changed dramatically. They were not fools. If they handed over their storage rings, how could they take them back? What's wrong? You don't want to pay? If you don't hand it over, then you can stay here forever. The brawny man's face darkened, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The expressions of the peak-tier kings changed drastically. All of their belongings were in their storage rings. If they handed them over, how could they cultivate in the future? A few people could not help but look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions were calm from the beginning to the end. What? The burly man shifted his gaze to Lu Ming, then to Xianxia. A sinister fire flashed in his eyes. Kid, you're pretty calm. Let's start with you. Hurry up and hand over your storage ring. The burly man shouted. Get lost. Lu Ming only replied with one word. The strong man was stunned. He stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Lu Ming actually told him to get lost? A martial king ant was telling him to get lost. He thought he was hallucinating. Kid, what did you say? What did you just say? The burly man could not help but ask twice. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. If you don't want to leave, then stay here forever. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha, little brat, you're telling me to get lost? Are you crazy? The burly man laughed madly, as if he had never encountered such a funny thing in his life. 3. Lu Ming started to count coldly. You're looking for death, you know? However, I'll make you wish you were dead. The brawny man emitted a strong, killing intent. 2. Lu Ming continued. The brawny man's face darkened completely. He realized that Lu Ming did not seem to be joking at all. He was serious. However, what right did a young kid in his 20s, a warrior at the peak of the martial king realm, have to ask him, a Sea of Soul realm expert, to get lost? What was his confidence? The dozen peak-tier kings were also dumbfounded. Even though they had guessed that Lu Ming might be in Azura, they felt as if they were dreaming when they saw a peak-tier king threatening a Sea of Soul realm expert. 1. Lu Ming counted to 1. In a flash, Xianxia appeared behind the brawny man, 1 in front and 1 behind Lu Ming, blocking his way out. You 2 little brats, I like to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Today, I'll make you face a life and death dilemma. The burly man revealed a ferocious expression, and his killing intent became even stronger. Nonsense! Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly threw a punch. This punch almost pierced through the space and let out a deafening roar. The brawny man's expression changed. He realized that this punch could pose a threat to him. A saber appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to swing the saber to disperse Lu Ming's fist radiance, his body suddenly sank as if a 10,000-foot mountain was pressing on him. He almost fell to the ground. Behind them, Xianxia used the Sky Demon Force field. Damn it! The brawny man found that his body was as heavy as a mountain. Not only did his movements slow down, but even the circulation of his true essence in his body slowed down. It was as if every muscle on his body was pressed down by a mountain. Exploding Star Fist. Boom, boom. At this moment, Lu Ming threw hundreds of punches. Hundreds of terrifying fist gleams were aimed at the burly man. That aura was too terrifying. Destruction cut. Xianxia muttered as the power of destruction suddenly erupted. The burly man's body trembled violently. The destructive cutting force almost cut him into 2. Lu Ming's exploding star fist had already arrived. No, spare my life. At this moment, the brawny man was afraid. He was truly afraid. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm, it was almost impossible for him to resist the joint attack of Lu Ming and Xianxia. He could feel death approaching. However, before he could finish his sentence, hundreds of fist radiance drowned him. Again, Lu Ming threw over 100 punches, followed by another 100 punches. Another 100 fist gleams headed for the burly man. That area was completely submerged by the intense light, and only the sound of explosions could be heard. Chapter 672. 672 Chapter 672 Instant Kill. The other peak-tier kings all stared at the area with wide eyes. Very quickly, the light completely dissipated. There was nothing there. No, to be more precise, there was only a cloud of blood floating in the air and a storage ring. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dozen peak-tier kings all took in cold breaths. He was dead. A first-level spiritual ocean tier mighty figure had died, just like that. Under the combined efforts of Lu Ming and Xianxia, not even his bones were left behind. His body had been crushed into pieces. They already knew that the Shura and the Wuxia were powerful, but seeing this, the hearts of the peak-tier kings were still in turmoil. Too strong. A peak-tier king tier was actually this strong? When the 2 of them joined hands, they simply complemented each other. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the burly man's storage ring into his hand. However, he still felt a little depressed. The attack just now was too ferocious. The brawny man's blood essence was directly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. This was the blood essence of a Sea of Soul Realm expert. After Lu Ming refined it, he estimated that his 9-dragon bloodline could be raised to the 9th level of the king level. Lu Ming secretly warned himself that he would try not to attack so fiercely in the future. You guys can leave. Then, Lu Ming swept his gaze across the dozen peak-tier kings. All right. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young lady. The dozen peak-tier king tiers hurriedly nodded and bowed to express their gratitude before leaving. If not for Lu Ming and Xianxia, they would have lost all their assets. After the dozen peak-tier kings left, Lu Ming dug out the 3 zine grass. Little Qing, how about we split the things we got from the Rainbow Island equally? Lu Ming took the burly man's storage ring and shook it. I'm fine with anything, Xianxia said. Anything is fine? Why are you so easy to talk to now? You've already made clear plans with me in the past. Could it be? Don't tell me? Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. He touched his chin and looked at Xianxia carefully. What are you looking at? Pervert, what are you thinking? Xianxia's face turned red, and he glared at Lu Ming. I understand. We're a family, so there's no need to distinguish between us. Lu Ming chuckled. Who's the same family as you? You wish. No, that guy's storage ring is mine. Xianxia's eyes widened as he sucked in his vital essence, sucking the storage ring from Lu Ming's hand. No way, I also contributed. I also have a share. Lu Ming wailed. Who told you to offend me? You deserve it. Xianxia glared at Lu Ming again. He turned around, but there was a smile in his eyes. Lu Ming was speechless. This was the storage ring of a spiritual ocean realm expert. It was gone just like that. Lu Ming's heart ached to death. He quickly put away the 3 herbs, where they would fall into Xianxia's poisonous hands again. Hey, you guys broke up, but what about me? What about me? Don't you guys forget about me? Dandan shouted. Go to the side and cool off. Lu Ming cast a glance at Dandan unhappily. Kid, what's with your attitude? I'm not done with you. Give me the spirit herbs. Give me the spirit herbs, or I'll bite you. As Dandan bared her teeth, the 2 men and the turtle left the canyon and continued to head deeper into the Rainbow Island. From here on out, he would encounter other martial artists from time to time, and the spiritual herbs slowly increased. The 7-colored Taoist had turned the 7-colored island into an herb farm, planting spirit herbs everywhere. The 7-colored Taoist had died 800 years ago, and the 7-colored island had also disappeared for 800 years. Naturally, there were many spirit herbs here. Spirit herbs could be seen on every mountain. They were basically level 4, level 5, and even level 6. Level 6 spirit herbs were extremely useful even for Sea of Soul Realm experts. How precious were they? Naturally, it triggered a series of fights and wars. However, with Lu Ming and Xianxia's cultivation, they were unstoppable. No one was their match. Along the way, there were also some who wanted to rob them. In the end, their blood essence fell into the mouth of the 9 dragon bloodlines. A day later, they had a great harvest. They each got more than 300 pieces of level 5 spiritual herbs and more than a dozen pieces of level 6 spiritual herbs. Even Dandan's harvest was not small, and she put all of it into her mouth. Quickly run. All of a sudden, a few peak-tier kings flew out of a mountain peak in horror. Whoosh, whoosh. Following that, Lu Ming saw the mountain peak glow. Streams of sword chi burst out and killed several peak-tier kings in the air. Great inscription formation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. On the mountain peak, Lu Ming saw a large inscription formation operating. Little brat, I can sense that there are inscription formations everywhere ahead. It's quite dangerous. Dandan looked ahead and whispered. Lu Ming stared ahead. The mental fire in his sea of consciousness was jumping. He had the same feeling. He felt that there were inscription arrays everywhere in front of him, and there was killing intent everywhere. I think we're almost at the core. Otherwise, why would they set up such a large inscription formation? Xianxia said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and said, let's be careful when we go down. Then, the two of them slowed down a lot and focused on sensing carefully. Lu Ming's mental energy fire was dancing. He could sense the inscription formation very accurately and would not step into a place with an inscription formation rashly. Buzz! In a valley, a blazing fire suddenly burst out. A few martial artists screamed in pain and turned into ashes. The two of them traveled for thousands of miles and saw that 5 groups of people had died under the inscription formation. Danger was accompanied by opportunities. There were more spiritual herbs here than anywhere else, especially spiritual herbs of the 6th level. The proportion was very high. What? Suddenly, Lu Ming and Xianxia stopped and looked ahead. In front of them, a large mountain range had collapsed, and the ground was full of potholes. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place here, and the area within 100 miles was in a state of chaos. To be able to create such a mark, their combat strength must be terrifying. Could it be that the Flood Dragon and a few experts at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier did it? Lu Ming pondered. The two of them patrolled the sky above the land. There's a corpse. No, it's half a corpse. Xianxia looked down. The two of them descended and saw half of the corpse. Only the lower half was left. The upper half was missing. It's that green mystic old freak. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It seems like this place is really the battlefield between the Flood Dragon and the old monsters. Xianxia said in a low voice. The green profound old monster, the cold saber spiritual practitioner, and the red profound old monster were chasing after the Flood Dragon. They must have caught up with it and had a big fight. However, it seemed that the green profound old monster had died in the battle, leaving only half of his corpse. They might have gone to the front. The Flood Dragon led the army of sea beasts to attack the Golden Sand Island, most likely for this Rainbow Island. He charged over without a care for his own safety. Lu Ming frowned and guessed. Lu Ming, look, there seems to be a palace up ahead. Xianxia suddenly pointed to the front. Lu Ming looked over as well. He saw a palace on a tall mountain peak. However, it was too far away and it was barely visible. Chapter 673. 673, the unreliable little turtle. Could that be the place where the 7-color Taoist is cultivating in seclusion? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The 7-color Taoist was a spirit embryo realm expert and a 7th-ranked true inscription refiner. How terrifying was that? How many treasures would he have in his closed-door cultivation? Lu Ming's heart palpitated. Let's go, Brad. I've already felt the treasure calling. Let's go, Dandan cried out, her eyes wide open and sparkling with a crystal-like luster. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not stop and continued to move forward. After a few hundred miles, their speed gradually slowed down. Although the palace was clearer from here, the inscription arrays here were getting more and more dense. If he was not careful, he would step into the inscription array. Along the way, they saw many more corpses. It was even more dangerous if they continued forward, as there were formations everywhere. It's fine. With me here, what's a mere 7th-rank inscription master's inscription formation to me? Just you guys wait. Dandan leaped down from Lu Ming's shoulder, spread out her short legs, and sprinted wildly in the air. She looked left and right, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes looking at the mountains and rivers. After a while, Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and said, "Fly 3 miles to the right and land on that mount. After that, fly 5 miles forward and continue." Dandan began to give pointers. "Hey, Dandan, is it reliable? This is a human life." Lu Ming looked at Dandan with some worry. "Nonsense, who am I? The head of the top 10 war beasts, who had read through thousands of great arrays. What was this great array? If this lord wasn't injured, this child's play would be broken with a wave of my hand." Dandan said with a smug face. Lu Ming was speechless. He did not really believe Dandan. This guy often dropped the ball at critical moments. However, he was only a third-rank alchemist, and the inscriptions he had mastered were only at the third rank. His study of the inscription formation was not mature enough. He could not see through the formation that was set up by a seventh-rank alchemist master. I can only trust this guy now. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and followed Xianxia's instructions. They flew 3 miles to the right and then 5 miles forward. Buzz! More than 10 minutes later, an ordinary-looking small mountain peak suddenly flashed with runes. A few dazzling sword gleams condensed and slashed toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. Nest, you misjudged. Run! Dandan shouted and ran away, faster than anyone else. CK me, Lu Ming was cursing in his heart. He swept his spear across and retreated quickly. Xianxia also cast the Sky Demon Force Field to block the sword radiance. Xianxia's Sky Demon Force Field was split in half almost instantly. Be careful, Lu Ming shouted as the spear's radiance expanded and swept toward the 3 sword beams. At the same time, he pulled Xianxia's hand and retreated frantically. Bang! Bang! With a few loud bangs, the spear ray exploded. Lu Ming was forced to retreat several miles by a huge force before he could stabilize himself. Lu Ming felt the qi and blood in his body churning, and he almost vomited blood. His eyes were burning with fire as he looked at Dandan and gritted his teeth. This is the level of the top 10 war beasts? Are you trying to kill us? Cough, cough. Lu Ming, calm down. Don't get too excited. I made a mistake and misjudged you. It won't happen next time. It definitely won't. Dandan also felt a little embarrassed and coughed a few times. Lu Ming was really speechless. This guy was really unreliable. However, he was the only one who could be relied on. Lu Ming secretly swore that he must increase his inscription level as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to keep relying on this thing. Dandan ran to the front again and observed carefully. After a while, he ran back and said with confidence, "Don't worry. There won't be any mistakes this time. Go ahead boldly. I'd be a fool to believe you." Lu Ming muttered in his heart. This time, he and Xianxia were even more careful. Boom! A small lake suddenly stirred up, and a blade light burst out. Nest! Lu Ming and Xianxia turned and ran. This time, they were much more careful. If anything went wrong, they would turn and run. They were safe. You old turtle, are you trying to trick me? Lu Ming was furious. Cough, cough, my mistake, my mistake. Young man, calm down, calm down. It's not good to get angry at such a young age. Look at that girl, how calm is she? Dandan said awkwardly. Lu Ming, I want to braise this little turtle. Xianxia said coldly. Dandan's whole body trembled, and she ran forward. I'll observe for a while more. There's no mistake this time. Just like that, he stumbled forward. The further they went, the closer they were to the palace, but the more inscription formations they saw. There were 2 figures hundreds of miles ahead of Lu Ming and the rest. One of them was Yin Luo, the old ancestor of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. The other was a middle-aged man who was only a peak-tier king. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was pale as he said, "Senior, it's too dangerous up ahead. If you let me scout the way, only death will await us. Oh, if you don't go and scout, you'll die now. It's your choice," Yin Luo said coldly. The middle-aged man's face turned even paler. He originally had 3 companions, but they were captured and scouted the way for him. The other 3 companions had all died because they scouted the way. Now it was his turn. Still not moving forward? If you go and explore the path, you still have a chance of survival. We'll soon reach the palace, and perhaps after passing through this section, there will be no more danger. You may still be able to live, but if you don't act, I'll kill you now. Yin Luo's voice was cold. The middle-aged man's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and flew forward carefully. The formation here was extremely wondrous. One would only be safe if they advanced through the gaps. Otherwise, even if they flew past, they could trigger the formation. Furthermore, there was even a formation in the air. The means of a rank 7 true inscription alchemist were already unfathomable. The middle-aged man focused his mind and walked left and right for more than 10 miles without any trouble. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, inscriptions glowed in the air and a battle sword formed, cutting the burly man in half. "Damn it, useless trash," Yin Luo growled. Now that the last person to scout the way for him was dead, how was he supposed to enter? Even if his cultivation was strong and he could break through some formations directly, there were some formations that even he could be killed by. He didn't dare to take the risk. Just as he was hesitating, a few figures were coming over and appeared behind him. Yin Luo turned around, and after seeing the person clearly, his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. They were Lu Ming and Xianxia. When Yin Luo saw Lu Ming and Xianxia, they naturally saw her as well. "Yin Luo, it's you old man." Lu Ming was slightly stunned. It was beyond his expectations. He had not seen Yin Luo's figure in the battle with the sea beast before, but now he saw Yin Luo here. This guy had hidden in the middle of a great battle. When there were benefits, he had appeared. Chapter 674. 674, Killing Yin Luo. "Ha ha, you two little bastards, you've come at the right time. Be good and help me find the way." Yin Luo laughed out loud, her face extremely ferocious. It was because of Lu Ming and Xianxia that he was besieged by 4 powerful young men and lost an arm. Originally, he was already about to break through to the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, but because he lost an arm, his vitality was greatly damaged. Not only was it difficult for his cultivation to break through, it even showed signs of declining. Right now, his cultivation could only barely maintain at the peak of the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier, and after losing an arm, his battle power dropped a little compared to before. His hatred for Lu Ming and the rest could not be washed away even with the Yellow River. "To scout the way for you, Yin Luo. You wish. Why don't you go and scout the way yourself?" Lu Ming glanced at the middle-aged man's corpse and sneered. Compared to the time when they fought with Yin Luo, his and Xianxing's combat strength had greatly improved. Why would they be afraid of Yin Luo now? However, Yin Luo did not know that he had been besieged by the 4 young masters before he was defeated. Now, there were only Lu Ming and Xianxia. He was 100% confident that he could suppress them. "You're not going to scout the way? If you don't, I'll kill you right now," Yin Luo said coldly. "This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Last time, you ran away. This time, you can stay." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he strode forward. Xianxia and Lu Ming walked side by side towards Yin Luo. "You're looking for death." Yin Luo growled and waved her arm. 2 rings of fire appeared and shot towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear expanded and the 3-colored concept revel levered around it. The spear shot out and collided with the 2 rings of fire. There was a loud bang, and the 2 rings were blasted back by Lu Ming. "You!" Yin Luo's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. "How can you be so strong?" "Sky Demon Force Field, Destruction Cut, Kill!" Xianxia shouted and pushed with her hand. A powerful force field of the Sky Demon enveloped Yin Luo, and the destructive cutting force exploded. "Not good." Yin Luo's expression changed again. She kept waving her hand and exploded with all her strength. Rings of flame appeared to resist the cutting power from all directions. The explosions continued, and sparks flew everywhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear trembled, and instantly, dozens of spear gleams shot towards Yin Luo. Under Xianxing's intentional control, the demonic energy field did not affect Lu Ming's attack at all. Bang! Bang! Yin Luo was at a complete disadvantage against the combined forces of Xianxia and Lu Ming. How is that possible? How is that possible? How did these 2 little bastards become so strong? "You should die." Yin Luo was horrified and tried her best to resist. However, his combat strength was not as good as before. He was no match for Lu Ming and his partner, and was completely suppressed. In a short while, 2 wounds appeared on his body, caused by the destructive cutting power. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been cut in half. Let's go, let's go. If this continues, I'll definitely die. Yun Luo frantically retreated, but he was enveloped by the sky demon force field, and his speed was much slower. No matter how much he retreated, Xianxia would move forward and keep him under his protection. Whoosh! His neck was cut by the spear ray, and a bloody mark appeared, almost piercing his throat. Ah! He roared. He was really afraid. He was afraid that he would die here. More and more wounds appeared on his body. Spare me. Please spare me. I can give you supreme spiritual crystals. How about 10 million? Yin Luo shouted. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia's attacks became even more violent. 20 million. I'll give you 20 million. Please spare me. Yin Luo shouted. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's footwork responded to him. Lu Ming strode forward, and the distance between him and Yin Luo was getting closer and closer. His attacks became more and more violent. As long as we kill you, your wealth will be ours. Why do we need you to give it to us? A slightly mocking voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming turned into a spear ray and shot out. An extreme strike. Pu-chi. The spear light pierced through Yun Luo's heart. Yun Luo roared loudly, her voice filled with unwillingness. If he had known that he would end up like this, he would not have come to the Rainbow Island this time. The result of this was death. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear shook. Yun Luo was dead. He reached out and swallowed Yun Luo's blood essence. As soon as Yun Luo's blood essence entered the 9 Dragons' bloodline, there was a violent boom. The energy was too terrifying. Lu Ming had to refine it immediately. Little Qing, I'm going to cultivate for a while. Please protect me. With that, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the blood essence. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. She did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly wanted to cultivate again. After refining for half a day, he finally refined all of Yun Luo's blood essence. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and roared at the sky. Suddenly, another chakra emerged above the 8 bright chakra. The 9th Eseliver chakra was a 9th level king level bloodline. Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth was slightly open. He was in disbelief. Bloodline upgrade. This guy's bloodline can actually upgrade. No wonder this guy's always been so abnormal. Every time my strength has improved greatly, I can't surpass him. Xianxia's eyes flickered. The light of the 9th chakra was dimmer than that of the other 8, which was because it had not reached its peak. After a while, the 9 dragons' bloodline disappeared into Lu Ming's body. He opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful face in front of him. Her eyes were wide open, and she was staring at him without blinking. She was only a few inches away from his face. Lu Ming could even feel Xianxia's breathing. Lu Ming was shocked and asked, "What are you doing? You want to take advantage of my cultivation and take advantage of me? Taking advantage of you? You wish." Xianxia pouted, then looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Your bloodline can actually be upgraded. How amazing." Lu Ming's expression was calm. He was not surprised. He had no intention of hiding from Xianxia when he was cultivating just now. In fact, even if he avoided it, Xianxia would have guessed it. After all, he had known Xianxia for a few years. Xianxia was well aware of his bloodline level back then. Now that his bloodline level had increased, Xianxia must have been suspicious. My first bloodline has the ability to devour the blood essence of humans and demonic beasts to increase the level of my bloodline. Lu Ming did not hide anything and said. However, he didn't say the first bloodline's name. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xianxia. On the contrary, he trusted Xianxia. However, this matter was too important. If anything happened, not only him, but Xianxia would be in danger as well. There's actually such a wondrous ability. How wondrous! Xianxia's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. You're the only one I've told about this. I hope you won't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'm going to be taken away for research. Lu Ming said. You really only told me one? Xianxia blinked. Chapter 675. 675, I'll choose something else. Of course, I didn't even tell my parents. Lu Ming said. Hee, I'm the only one you've told. Xianxia's face revealed a bright smile, and his eyes were full of joy. Then you'll have to listen to me obediently in the future. Otherwise, Xianxia revealed a pair of beautiful tiger teeth and chuckled triumphantly. Listen to you? That's good. Lu Ming walked towards Xianxia with a smile. Really? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Buzz. Lu Ming suddenly picked Xianxia up by the waist and slapped him on the butt. He smiled and said, Fake. How dare you threaten me? I'll spank your butt. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before his face turned red. He shouted, Lu Ming, you dare to hit me? Hit my... I'm not done with you. Damn, it's not the first time I've tried it. The feel has gotten better. It's even more bouncy than before. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming. Xianxia shrieked. Her vital essence burst forth, and she escaped from Lu Ming's evil clutches. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming. However, her face and even her ears were red, adding to her shyness and making her even more beautiful. Little Qing, you're so beautiful, Lu Ming said subconsciously. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and blushed even more. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on her face. You have good taste. I'll let you off this time. This works too? His expression changed way too quickly. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Nest, I can't stand it anymore. You're talking about love in front of me. Damn it. I must have 3,000 harem members. I'll anger you to death. Dandan mumbled and ran to the front to observe the array. Lu Ming found it funny. He then looked at Xianxia and said, Little Qing, what about you? You're hiding a lot of secrets from me, aren't you? What secret do I have? Xianxia blinked. You don't have any? For example, I've seen your sister before. Lu Ming asked. At the mention of this, Xianxia's face darkened and he didn't say anything. After a long while, Xianxia finally spoke. It's not that I want to hide it from you, but now is not the time to tell you. It's not the time to say it yet. Why? Lu Ming had some doubts. It's very simple. It's because your cultivation base is too weak. When you're strong enough, I'll naturally tell you. After Xianxia finished speaking, he stopped talking. Strength? It seems that little Qing's background is really not simple. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Since Xianxia did not want to talk about it now, Lu Ming did not continue asking. She studied the inscriptions carefully. After a moment, she continued to guide Lu Ming and Xianxia as they continued on their way. A few hours later, they finally passed through the layers of inscription formations and arrived in front of a mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was a palace. There shouldn't be any more inscription formations in front, so we can reach the peak directly, Dandan said. Although Dandan had said so, Lu Ming still did not dare to be careless. He headed to the mountain peak cautiously. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge palace with golden walls. In front of the palace, there was a huge square. The square was completely paved with white jade and was extremely luxurious. As soon as Lu Ming and Xianxia arrived at the peak, they stopped, their eyes solemn. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao, the crimson old monster, and that flood dragon. Lu Ming stared at the white jade square, his eyes filled with surprise. The spiritual warrior Han Dao, the crimson old monster, and the flood dragon were all in the square. However, both sides seemed to be in trouble. On the white jade square, inscriptions were densely packed and black, like small black snakes slithering, forming an inscription array. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the Crimson Old Freak were covered with runes. The black runes kept drilling into their bodies. The two of them stood in the square and tried their best to resist. However, it was difficult for him to move his body. On the other side of the square, the Flood Dragon was facing the same situation. It had transformed into a human and was standing on the square. Countless inscriptions were also drilling into its body from all directions. What a wonderful inscription formation. The inscriptions seemed to be alive. Lu Ming stared at the inscription on the white jade square, his eyes filled with surprise. On the square, spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the rest also saw Lu Ming and Xianxia. The spiritual warrior Han Dao and the Crimson Old Monster were both surprised. They didn't expect that there would be someone else who could make it here. Furthermore, it was a young man and a young woman. Judging from their cultivation, they were only peak king tiers. In the next moment, spirit warrior Han Dao's eyes flashed with ecstasy. In the depths of his ecstasy, there was a trace of cold light as he shouted, "You too! You've come at the right time. Now that the Flood Dragon is trapped by the inscription formation, it can't move. You two go kill it now." "No, little brother. You go alone and leave the girl." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. "Senior, that Flood Dragon is too powerful. I'm afraid I can't kill it." "Why can't you kill him? He's trapped and can't move at all. If he moves, he'll be killed by the inscription formation. How can you not kill him when you're attacking his vital parts?" Spiritual being Han Dao shouted. "How about this? The two of us will attack the Flood Dragon together, so we'll have a higher chance of winning." Lu Ming pointed at Xianxia. "No, that girl has other things to do. Hurry up and do it. Don't miss this opportunity." Spiritual being Han Dao shouted. "Senior, I still don't think I can do it alone." Lu Ming said. "Of course. Kid, you should know who I am. I'm a spiritual practitioner with a cold saber. Now, I order you to kill that Flood Dragon immediately." Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face darkened, and he ordered. Lu Ming sneered. This old fellow finally could not hold back and revealed his true colors. Lu Ming sneered. "Although I'm not talented, I do have some understanding of inscriptions. This formation is extremely mysterious. If I attack the Flood Dragon, even if I can kill him, I will be trapped in the formation. With my cultivation, if I'm trapped in this formation, I will die. You want me to do it alone and leave my friend behind because you want her to help you crack the formation base around the square, right?" The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face turned even gloomier. He did not expect that Lu Ming could see through his thoughts at such a young age. "That's right, that was his plan. You're quite smart, kid, but do you have any other choice? If you don't do as I say, when I come out, both of you will die. I advise you to do as I say, and that little girl may still live, and you could die a quick death." The spiritual being Han Dao sneered, revealing his ferocious face. "Oh, really? Do we have no other choice? How could that be? We could just go around the side and enter the main hall, obtain the treasures inside, and then swagger away. Isn't that a better choice?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Junior, you dare? If you dare to do this, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead." The cold saber spiritual being's voice was extremely cold. Chapter 676. 676 The Blood of a True Dragon. Lu Ming sneered. This spiritual practitioner Han Dao was really shameless. Previously, when he was fighting the Flood Dragon, in order to escape, he did not care about the life and death of others. He let others block the Flood Dragon for him while he escaped. In fact, with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's strength, it should not be a problem for him to resist the Flood Dragon for a while and delay until the Red Monster and the others arrived. However, he would not do that. He would rather let others sacrifice their lives so that he could try his best to protect himself. Now, he actually wanted to do the same thing again. He wanted Lu Ming to risk his life to kill the Flood Dragon. After killing the Dragon Queen, he would ask Xianxia to attack the array base. Did he think that the others were fools? If he didn't agree, he would threaten him. So what if he was at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier? Old man, I have a weakness. I hate it when people threaten me. The more they threaten me, the more I'll go against them. As I said before, I happen to know some inscriptions. It's been too long since this formation was inscribed, and its power has been greatly reduced. The spiritual crystals in some places have been depleted. It seems that I need to replenish some spiritual crystals. Lu Ming said calmly. Little bastard, you dare. The spiritual being Han Dao's face was cold. What's there to be afraid? You're nothing in my eyes. Lu Ming pursed his lips and flew to the side of the square. On the side of the square, there were some potholes, which were the array bases. On them, there were many supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, some of the spiritual crystals had already cracked and lost their spirituality. They no longer had any energy. Lu Ming pointed at a pit and swiped his finger. The useless spiritual crystal in the pit flew out. A perfect supreme-grade spiritual crystal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He waved his hand, and the supreme-grade spiritual crystal was embedded in the pit. The inscriptions around the pit brightened up a little. Stop, you stop. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared. Stop? Sure, but kneel down and beg me. Lu Ming turned his head and smiled at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Kneel down and beg you? Little bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to kneel down and beg you? The spiritual being Han Dao was stunned for a moment. Then he roared. If you don't want to kneel, then forget it. Lu Ming's fingers kept moving, taking out pieces of useless top-grade spiritual crystals and embedding the intact ones. He was very fast, and before long, he had embedded hundreds of top-grade spiritual crystals. The inscriptions of the formation became brighter and brighter, and its power became stronger and stronger. Little bastard, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's killing intent was bone-chilling, and he hated Lu Ming to the bone. Roar. At this time, the flood dragon let out an earth-shaking roar and actually stepped towards the side of the square. As soon as it moved, the inscription formation started to run crazily. Countless inscriptions seemed to come to life and turned into swords and sabers, slashing at the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared loudly, and a heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. He swung it wildly, trying his best to block the attacks from all directions. Clearly, the flood dragon was very decisive. It knew that if this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous for it. It wanted to rush out of the formation with all its might. Boom! Boom! The sabers and swords formed by the inscription formation were terrifyingly powerful. There were so many of them that it seemed like there was no end to them as they continuously hacked at the flood dragon. Even though the flood dragon's defense was astonishing, it was still cut open by the sharp sword, and blood flowed out. However, the flood dragon didn't care and madly charged out. With every step it took, the white jade ground would rumble. Countless inscriptions enveloped the flood dragon, and even turned into flames that enveloped the flood dragon. Roar! With a deafening roar, the flood dragon returned to its original form, which was only a dozen meters long. Its body shot out beams of blue divine light as it slashed with the heavenly halberd. Even so, with every step the flood dragon took, a wound would appear on its body. At the same time, it had to face the burning of the flames. As expected of a flood dragon. What a strong body. Lu Ming was shocked. A human martialist would not have been able to withstand such an attack. However, the flood dragon held on and continued to charge out, getting closer and closer to the outside of the formation. Damn it! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster were burning with anxiety. If the flood dragon got out first, the treasures in the hall would fall into the flood dragon's hands. Little Qing, let's enter the main hall first. Lu Ming's expression changed. If the flood dragon came out, they would not be a match for it with their combat strength. The two of them walked along the side of the square and were about to rush towards the main hall. Stop! The flood dragon roared as its two dragon horns glowed with a brilliant light. Two rays of blue divine light, like two extremely sharp swords, pierced through the inscription formation and shot toward Lu Ming and the other man. Lu Ming blocked the attack with his infinite dragon spear. The tremendous force sent Lu Ming and Xianxia flying backward. Buzz! The infinite dragon spear kept vibrating in his hand. Fortunately, it was a superior 6th-grade spiritual weapon. If it was a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, it would have been shattered by the blow. The flood dragon let out a long roar. It didn't care about its injuries and madly charged out, its speed greatly increasing. In just a few breaths, the flood dragon actually rushed out of the inscription formation, but in exchange, it was covered in wounds. There were at least dozens of wounds on the flood dragon's body. Its dragon scales were torn, and its blood and flesh were in a mess. Some of the wounds exposed its snow-white bones, and even the bones were cut open. However, the flood dragon's body was too strong, and its vitality was exuberant. Such a heavy injury only weakened its breath a little, but it did not fall down. It looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia, but did not make a move. Instead, it rushed into the hall. This flood dragon is rushing towards the hall in such a hurry. There must be some incredible treasure inside. Let's go in and take a look, Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia also nodded. Although the flood dragon was powerful, it was too severely injured to maintain its peak combat strength. If the flood dragon attacked them, they were confident that they could escape together. That was why they dared to follow it. The two of them followed the flood dragon and rushed into the hall. Damn it! Damn you little bastard! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared. He didn't dare to charge in like the flood dragon, as he didn't have a strong body. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the flood dragon rushed into the hall one after another. The hall was very wide. As soon as he rushed into the hall, Lu Ming felt an immense pressure. Even his 9-dragon bloodline was agitated. A red light filled Lu Ming's spine. That's... Lu Ming looked at the center of the hall in shock. There was a ball of fresh blood floating there. On the surface of the ball of blood, there were tiny, true dragons swimming around. A huge pressure spread out. This pressure was like the pressure of the ancestor of all beasts, the king of all kings. It was extremely terrifying and could make all living things submit. True dragon, the blood of a true dragon. Before Lu Ming could speak, Dandan, who was on his shoulder, cried out first. The blood of a true dragon. Yes, this ball of blood was the blood of a true dragon. Lu Ming and Xianxia were both extremely shocked. They had never imagined that the 7-color Taoist palace would actually have a ball of true dragon's blood. Furthermore, this ball of true dragon's blood was clearly sentient, as if it had just flowed down from a true dragon. The value was high. Chapter 677. 677, the 7-color Taoist. What was a true dragon? The supreme divine beast had been extinct for many years in the East Barren Continent. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained a piece of the true dragon's fingerbone. However, the bone had been around for many years, and its spirituality had almost completely dissipated. There was not much essence left. However, the spiritual essence of this true dragon's blood had been completely preserved. Its value was incomparable. It was no wonder that the flood dragon was so desperate to rush into the hall. The temptation of a true dragon's blood to a flood dragon was too strong, so strong that it was beyond imagination. If a flood dragon swallowed this true dragon's blood, it would undergo an amazing transformation and have endless potential in the future. It seemed that the flood dragon had attacked the island because of the true dragon's blood. He wondered how the flood dragon knew that the 7-colored island had true dragon's blood. I want to eat it. I want to eat this true dragon's blood. Danan's eyes widened, and she screamed loudly. She strode out with her 2 small legs and ran madly towards the true dragon's blood. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He roared loudly, filled with an incomparable desire. Roar! The flood dragon roared, and its body expanded rapidly. It whipped its tail and hit Dandan, sending her flying. "Ah, you little worm, you dare slap this lord? This lord isn't done with you." Dandan shouted and then hit the wall of the hall, directly hitting a pit and embedding itself inside. "Little bug, you're dead, you're dead. I owe my old back." Dandan's cursing voice came out. Lu Ming was relieved. He knew that this guy had amazing defense, and it would not be so easy for him to get into trouble. Roar. After the flood dragon sent Dandan flying, it directly pounced towards the blood of the true dragon. "Stop it!" Lu Ming strode forward, his long spear expanding rapidly as he charged at the flood dragon. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his hand, and the Sky Demon Force Field burst out, covering the dragon. "Get lost!" The flood dragon let out a loud roar as a huge halberd flew out and struck Lu Ming's spear radiance. The flood dragon's huge body trembled, and Xianxia's expression changed as he was forced back. The flood dragon was simply too powerful. Although it was only at the early stage of the second level of the spiritual ocean realm, it could suppress the spiritual practitioner Han Dao, who was at the peak of the third level of the spiritual ocean realm, and fight with 3 experts at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. It was even possible that the old freak Lu Xian was killed by the flood dragon. Although the flood dragon was severely injured and its combat strength had been greatly reduced, its strength was definitely not weaker than the peak of the second level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming and Xianxia were no match for it. After repelling Lu Ming and Xianxia, the flood dragon flew forward, opened its mouth, and swallowed the dragon blood in one gulp. Roar. After the flood dragon swallowed the dragon's blood, it let out an excited roar that shook the sky. A layer of blood-red light covered the flood dragon's body. Its injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effects of the dragon's blood were indeed astonishing, especially for the flood dragon. It had already taken effect so quickly. Not only that, but the aura on the flood dragon's body was also rising rapidly. "Let's go. We need to leave this place." Lu Ming's expression was grave. Since they could not get the true dragon's blood, they had to leave as soon as possible. If they waited for the flood dragon to recover, it would be too late for them to leave. Bang! Dandan flew out from the wall and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder, still cursing. "Who is it? Who are you? Get out, get out!" At this moment, the flood dragon suddenly let out a crazed roar. Lu Ming and Xianxia were a little stunned. Were these words directed at them? But it didn't look like it. "Lu Ming, look, there's something wrong with the flood dragon's eyes," Xianxia said. Lu Ming looked into the flood dragon's eyes. Apart from excitement and ecstasy, there was also fear and horror in its eyes. "Get out, get out, get out of my body!" The flood dragon roared, and its huge body actually rolled around in the hall. "Ha ha! I've waited for 800 years and finally found a flood dragon. You wanted to get out? How is that possible? Let this old man borrow your body." An old voice came out of the flood dragon's body. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely shocked. What was going on? "It's fake. You deliberately left clues outside and left behind this true dragon's blood. It's all fake." The flood dragon roared madly. "Ha ha! I didn't wait for 800 years in vain. I'll finally return to this world." The old voice laughed again. A layer of blood mist spread out from the flood dragon's head, making it look very strange. 7-colored Taoist. That's a 7-colored Taoist. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he thought of a possibility. But how was that possible? The 7-colored Taoist was only at the spirit embryo realm. How could he have survived until now? Furthermore, it looked like he was going to possess the flood dragon. Good move, good move. The 7-colored Taoist is a rank 7 true inscription refiner. He fused his consciousness into the mental energy fire and sealed it with the true dragon's blood. This way, it can be preserved for 800 years. As long as the flood dragon swallows the dragon's blood and the blood flows through its body, he can destroy the flood dragon's soul and occupy its body. Danden's eyes flickered as she spoke. Ha! I didn't think that a little turtle would have so much knowledge. The ancient voice said. Get out, get out. The flood dragon kept shouting. What are you shouting for? It's your honor that your body is being used by this old man. In the future, this old man will let your name shake the world. The old voice sneered. Kill me. Kill me now. As long as you kill me, it's useless for this old man to occupy my body. I'd rather die than have my body become a puppet. The flood dragon suddenly looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Juniors, if you dare to ruin this old man's plan, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The seven-colored Taoist coldly shouted. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. If this old man takes over my body, he will definitely kill you all. He won't let anyone else know this secret. The flood dragon roared. His eyes flickered and his speech was no longer smooth. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. His soul was about to be destroyed. The soul of a demonic beast was weaker than that of a human. Lu Ming, let's attack. The flood dragon is right. If the seven-colored Taoist succeeds, he won't let us off. Xianxia said. All right, let's do it. Lu Ming's gaze was firm. He had made up his mind and was ready to take action. Roar. The flood dragon let out a shocking roar. It actually stretched out a sharp claw and clawed at its own chest. What are you doing? The seven-colored Taoist roared, as if he was fighting for control of the flood dragon's body. This reduced the power of the claw, but the scales on the flood dragon's chest were still torn off, and blood flowed out. You guys attack here. This is the vital point. The flood dragon let out a deep voice. Chapter 678. 678, Chapter 678, Form, Shifting Shadow, Changing Talisman. Do it. Die. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. He took a step forward and thrust his spear at the flood dragon's vital point. Don't even think about it. Now you can all die. A purple figure emerged from the dragon's head. This figure was formed by mental energy fire. The purple mental fire represented a level 7 alchemist. It was an old man, but his face was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand, and runes flew out. Buzz. At this moment, inscriptions began to flash in the hall, giving off a bright light. Whoosh! A combat sword flew out and slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he quickly retreated. In the hall, countless runes glowed and enveloped Lu Ming and Xianxia. The seven-colored Taoist had long since set up an inscription formation in the hall. It seemed like he had been prepared to kill anyone who entered the hall 800 years ago. Go to hell. The seven-colored Taoist shouted coldly. He waved his hands, and countless inscriptions flew out. The inscriptions in the hall glowed more and more. The black inscriptions wriggled like little snakes. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia cast the Sky Demon Force Field to cover himself and Lu Ming. He used the energy of the Sky Demon Force Field to resist the inscription array around them. Sure enough, under the influence of the Sky Demon Power Field, the runes slowed down. Let's retreat. Since he couldn't kill them, he could only retreat. You want to leave? This old man says that no one can leave today. The seven-colored Taoist sneered. He waved his hands, and the inscriptions around him became even more terrifying. They formed swords and slashed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. These arrays had been around for 800 years, but their power was still not terrifying. Although the two of them tried their best to resist, they were still completely suppressed. They were in extreme danger. Damn it! You really think I'm just a decoration? Watch me. Dandan opened its mouth and spat out 3 jade tokens. It kept one for itself, while the other 2 flew toward Xianxia and Lu Ming. What is this? Lu Ming asked. The form-shifting shadow-changing talisman can shift forms and shadows in any place, even in this inscription formation. I've spent a lot of time to refine this talisman. Quickly crush it and kill that flood dragon. Dandan shouted. In this situation, he could only trust Dandan. Lu Ming and Xianxia took the jade talismans and crushed them. Instantly, a light screen enveloped them. Dandan also crushed a piece, and a light screen also enveloped him. Whoosh! Dandan's figure darted out like a phantom, and those inscriptions had no effect on it. How wonderful! Lu Ming had an idea, and he dashed out as well. As expected, when he walked past, he was like a phantom. The runes passed through his body and did not have any effect. The form-shifting, shadow-changing talisman. How do you have it? This ancient talisman has been lost for countless years. How do you have it? The seven-colored Taoist called out in disbelief. Haha, who am I? During this time, I've been desperately refining a few. I originally wanted to save them for a few dangerous places, but I didn't expect to use them now. It's an honor for you to see this king's form-shifting shadow-changing talisman. Dandan laughed loudly, extremely proud. Kill! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He thrust his spear at the flood dragon. The flood dragon did not resist at all. It pointed its chest at Lu Ming and allowed him to kill it. Damn it! The seven-colored Taoist roared repeatedly as he tried his best to control the flood dragon's body to attack. Don't even think about it. The flood dragon clearly hadn't been completely taken over by the seven-colored Taoist yet, and it was also doing its best to control its body. A force field enveloped the dragon. Xianxia walked over and used the sky demon force field to help imprison the dragon. Pucci! Lu Ming's long spear pierced into the flood dragon's chest. Here, the flood dragon's scales had already been grabbed off by itself, and its defense was greatly reduced. The extremely sharp spear radiance pierced through the flood dragon's muscles and heart like a piece of rotten wood. No! The seven-colored Taoist roared. Haha, old freak. You want to take over my body? Dream on. The flood dragon laughed crazily. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear shook and a violent vital essence surged into it, blasting the flood dragon's heart into pieces. Buzz! And NBSB whoosh! At the same time, more than 10 combat swords formed by the inscription formation slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and retreated. With a bang, the flood dragon's body fell heavily to the ground. Haha! Old monster, your 800-year-old plan has finally failed. The flood dragon laughed carefreely. Slowly, his voice became softer and his life force slowly dissipated. Damn it! Damn it! All of you will die today. The seven-colored Taoist let out a crazed roar. Before he died, he used a ball of true dragon blood to set up a trap and leave clues outside. He wanted to attract a flood dragon and then occupy its body. With the true dragon's blood as a medium, he was confident that he could succeed. The lifespan of demonic beasts was far longer than that of humans, especially for existences like flood dragons. With a long lifespan, the seven-colored Taoist would be able to explore even stronger realms. Unfortunately, now that the flood dragon was dead, it would be useless even if he took it. Refine, refine, refine. And NBSB. Hoo-hoo. A layer of purple flames suddenly spread out from the flood dragon's body. The purple flames wrapped around the flood dragon and burned wildly. The flood dragon's body shriveled up as the flames burned, and the purple flames grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the purple flames gathered in the air and formed a human figure. It was the seven-colored Taoist. Retreat. For some reason, Lu Ming suddenly had a bad feeling. He pulled Xianxia and quickly retreated out of the hall. You want to leave? Without the flood dragon, brat, your body is not bad. Let me use it. The seven-colored Taoist grinned hideously. The purple flames turned into a stream of light and flew toward Lu Ming. It was fast, too fast. He crossed the hall in an instant. He was several times faster than Lu Ming and the rest. He was really like a ray of light. Lu Ming and Xianxia had just retreated to the entrance of the hall when the purple flame caught up to them. It shot directly between Lu Ming's brows and disappeared. This is bad. He's trying to take over Lu Ming's body and destroy his soul. Xianxia's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with worry. It's over, it's over. Little beauty, Lu Ming is finished. Your little lover is finished. Dandan shouted. What do we do? What to do? Was there any way to save him? Dandan, aren't you an expert? Quickly think of something. Xianxia was extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were misty, and he almost shed tears. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella was covered with a layer of purple light. He sat cross-legged and seemed to be resisting with all his might. I do have an idea, but I don't know if you're willing to do it. Dandan touched her chin with one of her front claws. What method? Hurry up and tell me. I'll definitely agree. Xianxia said anxiously. Is that so? All right, I know of a way. I want you and Lu Ming to cultivate the dual cultivation technique and have sex. This way, your soul can be transferred to Lu Ming's side and help him fight against the seven-color Taoist. This way, your chances of winning will be much higher. Dandan said. Chapter 679. 679, a great opportunity. What? What? 2 days off? Xianxia was dumbfounded, and then his face turned red. What's wrong? You don't want to? Then forget it. Let's hurry and escape. Lu Ming's body will definitely be taken over by the old man. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. Xianxia bit his lips, and his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, All right, I've agreed, so you can leave now. I'm leaving? No need, you guys can start. I'll stay here and watch over you. Dandan said, her eyes darting around. Where's the cultivation technique? Xianxia said. Cultivation technique? What cultivation technique? Dandan answered subconsciously. That pair of cultivation technique. After that, Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but take a few more looks at Dandan. He saw Dandan's sneaky eyes rolling around, and her mouth was grinning. She looked like she wanted to laugh, but she was holding it in. Dandan, are you lying to me? You're lying to me, aren't you? Xianxia's eyes widened. Ha ha ha, little beauty, you've seen through me. Ha ha, I just wanted to see if you're concerned about Lu Ming. I didn't expect that I would be able to see through it with one try. Dandan finally couldn't hold it in and grinned. You? I'm going to eat you, you bastard. Xianxia's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth. He pounced over and grabbed Dandan, wanted to take a bite. Then he cast a worried glance at Lu Ming and said, Is Lu Ming really all right? Don't worry. That old man actually dared to set his eyes on Lu Ming. He's simply courting death. Moreover, Lu Ming is going to obtain a great fortune. This kid's luck is too good. Even I'm a little envious. Dandan said with a relaxed expression. Are you really fine? Xianxia asked. Of course I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. She was very confident. Then it saw Xianxia's eyes glint fiercely as he stared at it with gritted teeth. Just now, he was actually fooled by Dandan. At the thought that she almost had a double break with Lu Ming, Xianxia's heart raced and his face turned red. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. I wonder if that guy heard it? I don't think you heard it. At the thought that Lu Ming might have heard it, Xianxia could not wait to braze Dandan. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm doing this for your own good, you know? In any case, you'll have to do it sooner or later, so it's better to do it as soon as possible. Young people like to procrastinate. This lord is anxious to see it. Dandan shouted. Who wants to do it with that fellow? Did that kind of thing? Old turtle, burn. A ball of flame appeared in Xianxia's hand and enveloped Dandan. Nest, it's a murder. No, it's a turtle. Help! Dandan shouted, and her foreheads shrank into the turtle shell. The turtle shell glowed and blocked the flames. At this moment, a huge battle was going on in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. How is that possible? Earth core flowing flame. Your mental energy fire was ignited by earth core flowing flame. The seven-colored Taoist shrieked in fear. At this moment, the seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire was completely wrapped in yellow flames. Earlier, when the seven-colored Taoist entered, he wanted to extinguish Lu Ming's mental energy fire and then replace it. However, He would never have dreamed that the essence of Lu Ming's mental energy fire was the core flowing flame. The earth core flowing flame was an extremely powerful flame. It was one of the most powerful flames in the world. Not only did the seven-color Taoist fail to extinguish Lu Ming's mental energy fire, but he was also surrounded by it. Damn it, damn it! The seven-colored Taoist shouted. His purple mental energy fire transformed back into his human form. He waved his hands, and a purple combat sword appeared, trying to break through the encirclement of Lu Ming's mental energy fire. And NBSB, Lu Ming's mental energy fire suddenly transformed into a huge underworld god. It held a long spear and stabbed at the seven-colored Taoist. This was the underworld god formed by the underworld god meditation. At this moment, Lu Ming was using the underworld god meditation. Bang! The seven-colored Taoist's combat sword was destroyed, but the spear didn't stop and continued to stab the seven-colored Taoist. The seven-colored Taoist let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was shattered, turning into a ball of purple flames that drifted backward before condensing back together. Mental Fire Cultivation Method. You've actually mastered the Mental Fire Cultivation Method. The seven-colored Taoist shrieked hysterically. His voice was filled with endless fear, and he seemed to be even more terrified than when he first heard about the earth core flowing flame. The god of the underworld exuded a terrifying aura as he strode forward and thrust his spear forward. Run, run! The seven-colored Taoist turned into a stream of light and ran. Where do you think you're going in my knowledge? See. In the next moment, the god of the underworld appeared in front of the seven-colored Taoist and thrust his spear. With a puff, the seven-colored Taoist was shattered again, turning into a ball of flames. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, he was the master here. He had complete control over this place. How could the seven-colored Taoist escape? This time, the seven-colored Taoist took a longer time to recondense the drifting flames. Spare me, young hero, spare me. The seven-colored Taoist began to beg for mercy the moment he was formed. You wanted to kill me just now, and now you want me to spare you? Is that even possible? Lu Ming sneered. Young hero, as long as you spare me, I can teach you alchemy and the method of inscribing formations. I can grasp all my experience and teach you. The seven-colored Taoist called out. Hee, I'm not at ease facing an old monster like you. I'm more at ease when you're dead. Lu Ming was not moved at all. He continued to thrust his spear. Bang! The flames continued to be scattered. Then, Lu Ming turned into a ball of flame again and surrounded the seven-colored Taoist's purple flame, burning it wildly. The seven-colored Taoist shrieked miserably. His soul and consciousness were being burned by the earth core flowing flame and were slowly dissipating. No matter how he begged for mercy and cursed, Lu Ming was unmoved. A moment later, the seven-colored Taoist's voice disappeared completely. His consciousness had been completely refined by Lu Ming, leaving only a ball of pure mental energy fire. And NBSB, At that moment, the seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire was being burned and refined. Wisps of it actually drifted toward Lu Ming's mental energy lamp. Initially, Lu Ming had only lit up 8 yellow spirit lamps. However, at that moment, the first 8 lamps continued to burn while the 9th lamp suddenly emitted a flame. Although it was just a small flame, it meant that Lu Ming had lit the 9th lamp. A rank 3 alchemist would have 9 lamps. He was only 1 lamp away from perfect. Moreover, as the earth core flowing flame continued to burn and refine the seven-colored Taoist spirit fire, the flame of the 9th spirit lamp began to light up quickly, and the flame became more and more intense. It was 108,000 times faster than when he was cultivating. Lu Ming was ecstatic and extremely excited. He could actually refine the seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire and use it to improve his own. A blessing in disguise. This was simply a blessing in disguise. Chapter 680. 680 Chapter 680 General Jade. Moreover, as the seven-color Taoist's mental energy fire was refined and fused with his, it also brought with it some scattered fragments. It was fragments of the seven-color Taoist's experience in alchemy, pill-making, and inscription formations. This was the seven-color Taoist's lifetime of experience in cultivating the path of inscriptions. It slowly merged with Lu Ming's mental energy fire and was mastered by him. Lu Ming simply wanted to laugh out loud. It was an opportunity, a supreme opportunity. After all, Lu Ming had only cultivated the inscription Tao for a short period of time. Although his mental energy fire was perfect at every level, he was still lacking in experience and knowledge. Although he had mastered millions of Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3 inscriptions given to him by Dandan, he did not know how to combine them or how to use them. This was something that had to be explored slowly. This was experience. Now, however, he had refined the seven-color Taoist's mental energy fire and integrated it with his experience. Although the experience points were still scattered, as long as Lu Ming refined more and more mental energy flames from the seven-color Taoist, he would definitely gain more experience points. His knowledge of the Tao of inscription would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Although the true dragon's blood had already been burned dry by the seven-color Taoist, it was enough for him to obtain such an opportunity. To Lu Ming, it was even more precious than a ball of true dragon's blood. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, refining the mental energy fire was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He was refining it at all times, and Lu Ming's mental energy fire was improving at all times. "Ah, kid, you've earned big this time, haven't you?" Dandan laughed when she saw Lu Ming opening his eyes. "Not bad, we've indeed earned big." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Xianxia's face was still blushing. He blinked his big eyes at Lu Ming and then looked in other directions, as if he did not dare to look at Lu Ming. "Hey, little Qing, we seem to have other things to do just now. Why don't we continue now?" Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia's face turned red. She knew that Lu Ming must have heard everything that had happened. "Continue, my ass. A big pervert with a perverted turtle. They are indeed jackals of the same tribe." Xianxia gritted his teeth and turned away, his face red with embarrassment. He did not want to look at Lu Ming. "Little brat, I'm really kind this time, right? Hurry up and reward me with some spirit herbs." Dandan shouted. "Not bad, not bad. You're a good friend this time. Here, a reward for you." Lu Ming took out more than 10 stalks of level 5 spiritual herbs and threw them to Dandan. She was overjoyed. She opened her mouth and swallowed them all. Lu Ming. At the sight of this, Xianxia gritted his teeth. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and there was a raging fire in his eyes. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced on Lu Ming. "Let's see what other treasures are in the hall." Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and dashed into the hall in a flash. After walking around the hall, he realized that there was nothing there. It was completely empty. Where were the treasures left behind by the seven-colored Taoist after his death? What about the storage ring? Why wasn't there any? Lu Ming was a little depressed. If he had known earlier, he would have forced the seven-colored Taoist to tell him where the treasure was hidden before killing him. It turned around and returned to the Flood Dragon's side. Unfortunately, the seven-colored Taoist had burned the Flood Dragon's blood and essence. Otherwise, the Flood Dragon's blood essence would be a great supplement, and even the real dragon's blood could be refined. This Flood Dragon's corpse is full of treasures. Put away. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Flood Dragon's corpse into a storage ring. Xianxia followed Lu Ming angrily. "Little Qing, let's go out," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Oomph." Xianxia snorted coldly. He ignored Lu Ming and walked out. Lu Ming smiled and followed him out. When he arrived at the square, he found that the spiritual practitioner Han, Dao, and the other man were still trapped there. Little bastard, stop right there. Where's the flood dragon? What treasure did you obtain? Hand it over. The spiritual practitioner called out as soon as he saw Lu Ming and the other man. Idiot, you're really an idiot. I think you've lived for so many years in vain. In this situation, you're not kneeling down and begging me, but threatening me. Lu Ming shook his head and said in disdain, Little bastard, what did you just say? The spiritual practitioner, Han Dao, roared. Lu Ming shook his head. He cannot be bothered to waste his breath. He replaced thousands of spiritual crystals around the formation, increasing the power of the formation. The two of you, enjoy your time here. Lu Ming waved his hands and swaggered away with Xianxia. Behind them, only the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the red monster's angry roars could be heard. I say, Dandan, that form-shifting and shadow-changing talisman of yours is quite useful. Make a few more of them when you have time. On the way, Lu Ming looked at Dandan in anticipation. All right, give me the materials. The shape jade. Dandan stretched out a claw and said, Shape jade? What shape jade? Lu Ming was stunned. Of course it's the materials. How can I make it without the shape jade? I saw that you didn't have any either. I found the previous few when I saw you cleaning up other people's storage rings, so I went over to make a few form-shifting, shadow-changing talismans. Dandan pouted and said. Lu Ming remembered that there was indeed a time when Dandan coaxed and pestered him and took a piece of jade from him. Initially, he thought that it was an ordinary jade. He did not expect it to be a shape jade. Lu Ming, let me tell you, the shape-shifting jade is very rare. With my current ability, I can only refine it and use it in a level 6 inscription formation. The formation that the 7-color Taoists set up is only as powerful as a normal level 6 inscription formation after so many years. That's why it can be used. So, don't even think about using the shape-shifting, shadow-changing talisman to walk through all kinds of formations. That's not realistic. Dandan ruthlessly attacked. Lu Ming was depressed. He initially had that idea to let Dandan refine a bunch of form-shifting and shadow-changing talismans. Then, he would not have to fear any big arrays in the future. It seemed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The two people and one turtle followed the original path and left the area full of inscription formations without any danger. Let's go to other places and search for spirit herbs, Lu Ming said. Following that, they chose another direction and went to search for spirit medicines. Although the Rainbow Island was huge, it was still limited. This place had already been turned over. In the next 3 days, although the two of them had some gains, it was not much. However, Lu Ming's mental energy fire had changed drastically. His mental energy fire was increasing rapidly at every moment. In just 3 days, not only had he lit 10 spirit lamps at the 3rd rank, but he had also become a 4th rank alchemist. Now, he had already lit 8 green spirit lamps. A 4th level alchemist with 8 green lamps. In just 3 short days, Lu Ming's mental energy fire had advanced by a whole realm. However, he had only refined a small portion of the 7-color Taoist's mental energy fire in his spiritual sea. There was still a large portion that had yet to be refined. Chapter 681. 681 Spirit Warrior of the Cold War Saber. The 7-color Taoist was a 7th-rank true inscription refiner. At every rank, he had at least 6 spirit lamps lit. How large was his spirit fire? Although Lu Ming lit up 10 spirit lamps at each level, he was only a 3rd-level alchemist previously. He was still far from being a 7th-level alchemist. For example, a martial grandmaster realm martial artist and a spirit embryo realm martial artist were worlds apart. Therefore, the spiritual fire of the 7-color Taoist was still causing Lu Ming's spiritual fire to continue to grow rapidly. Moreover, it contained fragments of the 7-color Taoist's experience. Lu Ming's experience in alchemy and inscription formations was becoming more and more abundant. Look, there's another palace up ahead. Xianxia suddenly pointed to the front and said in surprise. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, There was a mountain range in front of him. On one of the mountains, there was a palace. Could it be that the seven-colored Taoist has more than one palace? Could it be that all his treasures are hidden in the palace in front? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Obviously, Xianxia had the same guess. Kill our way over and snatch all the treasures. Dandan shouted. Buzz, buzz. Lu Ming turned into two streaks of rainbow light and flew in that direction. But not long after, they stopped. In front of them, there were two rays of light, one in front and one behind, speeding towards them. In front of him was a golden sword light. In the sword light was a young man in his 20s. He was extremely handsome and exuded a powerful aura. Obviously, the young man was being chased by a light from behind. The ray of light behind him was an old man. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked to see the old man behind them. The person chasing after him was actually spiritual practitioner Han Dao. But wasn't he trapped in the big array in the square? He had actually escaped and even appeared here. However, looking at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's aura, he should have been severely injured and was far from his peak state. He was at most at the second level of the spiritual ocean tier. Kid, hand over the treasure and I'll spare your life. The spiritual being Han Dao shouted. However, the young man had no intention of paying attention to them. He flew forward at top speed and flew past Lu Ming and the others. What? The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was in hot pursuit. He glanced at Lu Ming and was stunned for a moment before he shouted, Little bastard, it's you. You deserve to die. With an angry roar, the spirit warrior Han Dao stopped chasing the young man and pounced on Lu Ming and Xianxia. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. From this, it could be seen how much he hated Lu Ming. He had directly abandoned the young man. Lu Ming's expression was grave, and the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia reached out his hand, and a huge Sky Demon Power Field covered the spirit warrior. However, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was indeed powerful. Although he was injured, the vital essence in his body was still extremely powerful. His vital essence burst forth and broke through the Sky Demon Force Field, charging toward Lu Ming and the other man. Destruction cut. Cut! Xianxia shouted again. Destructive cutting power burst out of the Sky Demon Force Field. The terrifying cutting power seemed to be able to cut open the space. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted angrily. His body was covered in white ice, which looked like a suit of ice armor. He continued to rush forward. Kill! Lu Ming held the infinite dragon spear and rushed into the Sky Demon Power Field. The spear's gleam was aimed at the cold saber spiritual practitioner's throat. Lu Ming was not restricted in the slightest in the demonic power field, just like he was outside. The Sky Demon Force Field was completely under Xianxia's control. Clang! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao slashed his saber and blocked Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's realm was too high. Even though he was injured, his combat strength was still terrifying. Little bastard, die. You will all die today. The killing intent in the eyes of the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. 3 days ago, he and the red-haired old monster had been trapped in the formation for half a day and had almost died. Fortunately, there were other people who had arrived there and helped them to destroy the foundation of the formation. Although he had managed to escape, he had been severely injured and had yet to fully recover. One could imagine how much he hated Lu Ming and Lin Feng. Boom! Boom! The Nine-Dragon bloodline and his second bloodline were activated at the same time, and Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. 9th level king. Both bloodlines are 9th level king. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao cried out in disbelief as he was almost scared to death. When one's bloodline was activated, it was inevitable that one's bloodline level would be exposed. It was simply unbelievable that both of his bloodlines were king class 9th level. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. After his blood meridian exploded, his combat strength increased, and he charged towards the spiritual practitioner with the frost saber. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao wanted to kill him, so why wouldn't he want to kill him too? Otherwise, it wouldn't feel good to be targeted by such a despicable old monster. Who knew if the other party would do something behind his back? Die. This brat is too terrifying. He must die. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. His blade glowed as he fought with Lu Ming. However, under the influence of the demonic power field, he was greatly affected. It would not be easy for him to defeat Lu Ming. I'll smash it. Dandan shrank back into the turtle shell and suddenly smashed towards the spirit warrior Han Dao's face. However, Sea of Soul Realm warriors who had comprehended the second-level intent could already control the nature's attributes to form armor that covered their entire body. They rushed over, but they only hit the ice armor on the face of the spirit warrior Han Dao. Nest, I haven't recovered enough. Otherwise, I would have smashed through that old man's ice layer. Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and mumbled, looking for another chance to launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden sword light flew over. The golden-robed young man from before had actually returned. Before he had even arrived, a golden sword chi, extremely sharp, cut through the void and slashed towards the spirit warrior Han Dao. Brat, let's die together. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted angrily and waved his blade to block the sword light. Buzz! The golden-robed young man appeared in the air and swept his gaze across the room. His eyes finally landed on Lu Ming. Shura? The king of hell, Lu Ming said. He could tell from this person's aura that he was the king of hell. The other party had obviously recognized him. How about we join forces? Kill this old man. The king of hell spoke. Just what I wanted. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. Hell King's combat strength was extremely terrifying. With him, they could fight against the injured spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Golden Light Vibration Sword. King Yama was straightforward and attacked directly. The dazzling golden sword chi emitted an extremely sharp intent, as if it could cut through everything. Hell King had comprehended the metal will and had reached level 2. The metal will was known for its sharpness. Xianxia's Sky Demon Force field naturally did not hinder the King of Hell. At the same time, Lu Ming appeared and thrust his long spear forward. A three-colored true dragon flew out and pounced at the spirit warrior Han Dao. Facing the attacks of the three people, spiritual practitioner Han Dao slashed out blade lights towards the three people. With a loud boom, the two sides were evenly matched. Chapter 682. 682, Escaping into the Void. Then, the spear light, sword light, and saber light rose again and collided fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sword chi and saber chi shot in all directions. One could clearly see with the naked eye that there were traces in the nearby space. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was injured and suppressed by the Sky Demon Force field. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the King of Hell could unleash their full power. For a time, the battle between the four of them was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, heaven and earth began to shake. The four of them could feel the Rainbow Island shaking violently, and the shaking was getting more and more intense. Not good. The seven-colored island is about to return to the void. Let's go. In the distance, a martial artist shouted. How do we leave? Fly to the sky. The seven-colored island is covered by the inscription formation. As long as you fly to the sky and break through the inscription formation, you can leave. Hurry, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. One could see streaks of light appearing from the mountains and flying into the sky at high speed. The expressions of Lu Ming and the rest changed. However, everyone was in a state of anxiety, and no one stopped. If one side stopped and the other side took advantage of the situation to attack, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, the four of them also consciously charged toward the sky, fighting as they flew. After flying for tens of thousands of meters, one could see that there was indeed a light screen above their heads, covering the seven-colored island. In the distance, rainbow lights kept bombarding the light screen, then breaking through it and disappearing. Boom! As the four of them fought, when they reached the edge of the light curtain was naturally pierced through, and the four of them rushed out. Lu Ming appeared outside and realized that he was floating in the air. Not far away, a part of the rainbow island had already escaped into the void. The remaining part was also constantly entering the void and would soon disappear. Around the seven-colored island, there were figures that kept flashing and appearing. They were the people who came from the seven-colored island. Clang! Not far away, a dazzling golden light flashed. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the King of Hell were closer to each other. He made the first move, wanting to kill one of them first before dealing with Lu Ming and Xianxia. How could Lu Ming let him have his way? He took one step with the 9 dragons' sky-treading steps and turned into a stream of light. He appeared behind the spiritual practitioner in an instant and directly greeted him with his long spear. Detestable. The King of Hell had been on guard against him. His sudden attack did not severely injure the King of Hell. On the other hand, Lu Ming's speed and reaction were terrifyingly fast. He arrived immediately, foiling his plan to severely injure the King of Hell in one fell swoop. Boom! The next moment, a huge pressure pressed down on Han Dao's body, and Xianxia followed closely behind. This made the spiritual being Han Dao so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Among the three of them, Xianxia was the one who gave him the biggest headache. The suppression of the Sky Demon Force field and the sneak attack of the destructive cutting made it impossible for him to use all his strength. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were in charge of the fierce attacks. He was confident that he could easily crush and kill any one of them alone, but it would be too difficult to deal with the three of them together. This area was boiling with excitement, as the battle was extremely intense. The people nearby were all alarmed. That's the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Who are those three? He can actually fight with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao? What powerful battle strength. These three young men are all peak-tier kings. Unbelievable. Peak-tier kings can actually fight against spirit warrior Han Dao. Azura, Yama, and Wuxia. That's right, it's the three of them. Their moves are exactly the same. They actually joined forces to fight against the spiritual practitioner with the cold saber. What's going on? Oh my god, it must be the three of them. I guess they had a conflict on the seven-colored island. Most of the people around were peak-tier kings, and there were a few Sea of Soul Realm experts. All of them were shocked by this scene. Spiritual warrior Han Dao was a powerful existence at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. They could see that his aura was weak and he should be injured, but this was already shocking enough. Many people stood in the air and watched from afar. Boom, boom, boom. The seven-colored island continued to sink into the void and soon disappeared. The commotion on the rainbow island shook the entire golden sand island. Countless figures flew over and watched in shock as the rainbow island was about to disappear. At the same time, they were also shocked by the battle between Lu Ming and the others and the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Feng Chuan, come and help me kill these 3 little bastards. Spiritual warrior Han Dao called out. He called an expert at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean realm who was watching nearby. Feng Chuan was an old acquaintance of the cold saber spiritual practitioner, but they were not close friends. At that moment, Feng Chuan's expression changed. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the King of Hell were too powerful. Even if he attacked, he might not be able to kill them in one blow. If they counterattack, he might die here. Furthermore, the other party was still so young and had shocking potential. If he didn't kill them all, he would have to hide and not dare to appear when the other party broke through to the spirit ocean realm. Therefore, he hesitated and couldn't make a decision. Feng Chuan, what are you waiting for? Do you want to die? The spiritual being Han Dao threatened. Feng Chuan's expression turned ugly again. Kill! Xianxia shouted and pressed his arm again. A beautiful arm formed. The arm was huge, and the palm alone was 10 meters wide. It pressed towards the spirit warrior. This was Xianxia's bloodline martial skill. Gakudo Path Attack, Golden Light Tear. Lu Ming and the King of Hell also unleashed their strongest attacks. They had to end the battle as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao knew many people, but they were outsiders and didn't know many people. The three of them all used their strongest killing moves. The spirit warrior Han Dao's expression changed, and he used all his power to defend. Bang! The three's power landed on the spiritual being Han Dao's body. The spiritual being Han Dao's blade light was destroyed, and the ice armor covering his body was also not cracked. He screamed, and his body flew far away, spitting out a large amount of blood. Kill! Lu Ming and the other two pounced on the spiritual practitioner Han Dao crazily. Cold Blade Storm. An abnormal color flashed across the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face. He slashed hundreds of times in an instant, aiming at Lu Ming and the other two. Break! The three of them joined hands to destroy the spiritual practitioner's Cold Blade Storm with one strike, and then rushed towards him. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face turned pale. He was actually at a disadvantage. If this continued, he would be in danger. At this moment, a scarlet sword Qi crossed the void and slashed at Lu Ming and the other two. The three of them were shocked and blocked the sword light, but their bodies could not help but stop. Buzz! An old man in a red robe appeared and stood in front of the spiritual practitioner. It was the red-haired old monster. Haha, ready you're here. Good, let's kill these three little bastards together. Seeing the crimson old monster, the spiritual being Han Dao was overjoyed. However, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the King of Hell's faces turned grave. The three of them stood side by side, staring at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao alone was already hard enough to deal with, and now there was the crimson old monster. Chapter 683. 683. The Identity of the King of Hell. The red-haired old monster was the same as the spiritual practitioner with the frost saber. He had also been injured in the formation, but the severity of his injuries was unknown. If he had retained his combat strength, which was similar to or even stronger than the spiritual practitioner with the frost saber, they would be in trouble. But today, it was impossible to kill the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster closed in on Lu Ming and the other two. In the surroundings, everyone was watching with rapt attention. They were all extremely curious in their hearts. Would the three geniuses who were like the sun at midday die at the hands of two old monsters? Buzz! At this moment, a golden pagoda appeared on King Yama's body. The golden pagoda emitted a dazzling golden light that was even more dazzling than the sun. The rays of golden light seemed to be extremely sharp sword chi. Golden light sword pagoda. The spiritual warrior Han Dao and the crimson old monster couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the golden pagoda. It's the golden light sword pagoda. Around him, the others also exclaimed in shock. You're from a gold sword sect, the red-haired old monster said with a serious expression. To the west of the chaotic astral ocean, there's a large domain called the Golden Light Domain. In the eastern wastelands, the Golden Light Domain is extremely famous. It's not a small domain, but rather a large domain with extremely terrifying strength. The number one sect in the Golden Light region was the Golden Sword sect. Although the Golden Light region was also under the control of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and the Golden Sword Sect was also a subordinate force of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Golden Sword Sect's authority in the Golden Light region was extremely great. It was almost on the same level as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the Golden Light region. From this, one could see how powerful the Golden Sword Sect was. As for the Golden Light Sword Pagoda, it was owned only by the true geniuses of the Golden Sword Sect. It was extremely famous and had exposed the fact that the Starry Sea was close to the Golden Light region, so it was natural that he had heard of it. "I'm Xianxia." The King of Hell slowly reported his name. "What? You're Xianxia from the Golden Sword Sect, the 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory." As soon as King Yama finished speaking, the red-haired old monster and the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's expressions changed. A series of exclamations rang out in the surroundings. Hell King was Xianxia, who was ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming and Xianxia's gazes flickered as well. They had heard of Xianxia, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. He was ranked 788th, much stronger than Li Xiaoyan. Old Ghost Cold Saber, let's just forget about today's matter. The red-haired old monster's expression changed as he spoke to the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. He wasn't afraid of Xianxia, but he was afraid of the Gold Sword Sect behind Xianxia. What are you afraid of? If we kill them today and find a small island to hide on, will the Metal Sword Sect be able to find us? The spiritual practitioner Han Dao revealed a vicious look and said, "Moreover, these kids all have precious treasures. We'll split them evenly. Ready? Don't be so gutless." The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's eyes were cold. Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the hall. When they wanted to take a look, it was empty. Even a flood dragon was gone. He speculated that Lu Ming and Xianxia must have obtained the treasure inside. Moreover, his hatred for Lu Ming was too strong. He would not be satisfied if he did not kill Lu Ming. Xianxia had gotten the treasure from the other palace, so he didn't want to let them go. The red-haired old monster's expression also changed. He was also very tempted by the treasure that could catch the attention of the spiritual practitioner. "Han Bing, if you want to kill us, let's see if you have the ability. You think I don't have life-saving items on me when I'm out adventuring?" From another perspective, if I control the Golden Sword Pagoda with all my might, do you think you can stop me? I'm confident that I can kill one of you. Which one of you is here to die? Xianxia sneered as he looked at the Ice Spirit Warrior and the Red Monster. The Ice Spirit Warrior and the Red Monster's faces turned ugly. They knew that Xianxia was right. Would a heaven's favorite like Xianxia not have any life-saving items? The Golden Sword Pagoda was also a famous treasure. With Xianxia's cultivation, it was difficult to control it. However, if he was forced to fight to the death, one of them might be killed. "Brother Jian, there's no need to waste words with them. I also have something on me. If I use it with all my might, it'll be enough to kill one of them," Lu Ming said coldly. This caused the expressions of the icy spiritual being and the red monster to change again, and they could not help but retreat a distance. They had no choice but to believe that Lu Ming was telling the truth. Lu Ming was so young, and his combat strength was not inferior to Xianxia's. He was definitely from a major force. It was very possible that he had a treasure on him to protect himself. Moreover, there was still Xianxia. They began to hesitate. This was the advantage of being a powerful force. It was not something that these itinerant cultivators could compare to. Lu Ming looked at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster coldly. What he said just now was half true and half false. He did have a killer move, which was the Thunder Cauldron. However, if he used the Thunder Cauldron, he would be at the mercy of others. In such an environment, Lu Ming did not intend to use the Thunder Cauldron at all. He only said it to scare the cold saber spiritual practitioner and the crimson old monster. In my opinion, let's just forget about today's matter. After pondering for a while, the red-haired old monster spoke. Obviously, he didn't dare to gamble with his life. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's expression was unsightly, and he was very unwilling. However, since the crimson old monster had retreated, he could not do anything to Lu Ming and the others. If he was not careful, he might even be killed by them. You little bastards, just wait until I recover from my injuries and see how I'll kill you. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared in his heart. If he was in his prime, he was absolutely confident that he could kill Lu Ming and Xianxia before they could use their secret treasures. Let's go. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao glanced at Lu Ming and the others. He and the crimson old monster turned into two streaks of light and flew into the distance, disappearing from this place. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the seven-colored island had completely disappeared into the void. The void had returned to its calm state. How should I address you? I really admire your cultivation and battle strength. Xianxia kept the golden sword pagoda and cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Xianxia. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and smiled. Xianxia. Xianxia said coldly. Lu Ming? Xianxia? Xianxia thought for a while. Apparently, he had never heard of these two people. Then he smiled bitterly and said, I've heard that many geniuses and proud sons of heaven have emerged in this golden age. It seems it's true. I've met geniuses who are on the same level as those on the list of top 1,000 talents along the way. There are more than 5 of them now. No wonder the Secret Chamber of Commerce didn't release a new list when it was time for the list to be updated. I guess there are too many new geniuses, and it's hard for the Chamber of Commerce to control all of them. Lu Ming nodded. He was puzzled too. The list of top 1,000 talents would be updated once every 2 years. According to the time, the 2 years should have passed. However, the new list of top 1,000 talents had not been updated. It was obviously related to the current era. The Great Era was coming, and the geniuses were rising. Although the Secret Chamber of Commerce was powerful, it was difficult to control all of them. If he wanted to know how many geniuses there were, he could only wait until the Battle of Providence began. Chapter 684. 684 Spirit Ring. Xianxia showed off his abilities in battle, but he was still very easygoing. Moreover, when they were on the Rainbow Island, he could have taken the opportunity to escape, but he turned around to help Lu Ming and the rest deal with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. His character was not bad, and Lu Ming had a good impression of him. Xianxia stood at the side and did not say anything. Lu Ming chatted with Xianxia for a while before Xianxia bade him farewell. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, we can't stay on the Golden Sand Island for long. If the spiritual practitioner Han Dao recovers, he will definitely not let you go. I plan to leave the Golden Sand Island. What about you? Xianxia said. Yes, we are too. Lu Ming nodded. All right then. See you again if we're fated. Xianxia cupped his fists and disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other and left the place. News of this battle was bound to spread, and it would spread even further. Lu Ming and Xianxia were indeed planning to leave Golden Sand Island. During this period of time, Lu Ming and Xianxia had gained a lot. They needed to find a quiet place to digest their gains. Xianxia's destruction intent realm and wind intent realm were about to merge successfully. She needed to find a place to seclude herself and break through in one go. As for Lu Ming, he had yet to take a good look at the prison-suppressing heavenly art that he had obtained from the prison-suppressing steel. Also, the 7-color Taoist's mental energy fire was constantly being refined. He needed to go into seclusion for a period of time to properly digest it. The two of them flew toward the west of the Golden Sand Island. Soon, they crossed the entire Golden Sand Island and arrived at the western seaside. Lu Ming's hand moved and a map appeared in his hand. This is the map of the chaotic astral ocean that he bought on Golden Sand Island. On the map, There's an ocean with countless stars in it. Those are islands. Golden Sand Island was relatively close to the east. After a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia rose into the air and flew west. They planned to find an uninhabited island and cultivate in seclusion for a while. After Lu Ming and Xianxia left, Jian Filiu appeared on the other side of the sea. With a move of his hand, a metal box appeared. On the metal box, inscriptions circulated and sealed the metal box. I got this from the palace on the Rainbow Island. It's marked with the words, "Secret Key to the Martial Emperor's Treasure." I wonder if it's real? Jian Filiu murmured as his eyes glowed. The words "Martial Emperor's Treasure" were too attractive. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, it must be extraordinary since it's in the seven-colored Taoist collection. Unfortunately, there's an inscription formation sealing it. It looks like I'll have to spend some time to open the seal. After saying that, Jian Filiu put away the iron box and flew out of the Great Sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely fast. After flying for 2 days, they finally found a deserted island. The deserted island was not big, with a radius of less than 100 miles, and no one lived there. The two of them landed on the deserted island and sorted out the things they had obtained on the Rainbow Island. And NBSB, he had obtained quite a few things this time. Supreme-grade spirit crystals, cultivation techniques, and even intent crystals were quite abundant. Spirit herbs were the most abundant. The two of them split it evenly, then each found a place and began to cultivate in seclusion. Dandan, take advantage of this time to inscribe inscriptions above level 4. Also, give me some inscription arrays. I have time to study them. In Dandan's mind, who knew how many inscriptions and inscription formations she had mastered, so she naturally had to make good use of them. Exchange it with spirit herbs. Dandan took the opportunity to ask for spirit herbs. Take it. Lu Ming took out a handful of level 5 spiritual medicine and threw it to Dandan. On the Rainbow Island, Lu Ming had obtained a lot of spirit herbs and was rich. Dandan took the spirit herb and ran off to inscribe inscriptions. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, 10 green spirit lamps were burning. That's right. Lu Ming had lit up 10 green spirit lamps over the past few days and had reached the perfect stage of a 4th-level alchemist. Next, he was going to break through to become a 5th-rank inscriber. Becoming a 5th-rank alchemist was a hurdle. Once crossed, there would be a qualitative change. A true alchemist would have terrifying combat power. Lu Ming activated the meditation of the Dark God. The core flowing flame in his sea of consciousness burned even more fiercely, continuously refining the mental fire of the 7-color Taoist. The spiritual fire of the 7-color Taoist had already shrunk, but there was still a lot left. In the near future, Lu Ming's mental energy would still advance by leaps and bounds. And NBSB, wisps of mental energy fire floated down and fused with Lu Ming's own mental energy fire. His mental energy fire grew stronger and stronger. 3 hours later, the 10 green mind lamps suddenly went out. Then, on the first mind lamp, a wisp of flame slowly appeared. It was a green flame. Green mental fire, a level 5 alchemist. Boom! The moment the green flame appeared, Lu Ming's mind shook, and there was a loud rumble. Buzz! At this moment, 5 halos of 5 colors suddenly appeared above Lu Ming's head. At the bottom was a red ring of light. On the ring of light, there were 10 evenly distributed dots that emitted a bright light like the stars. Counting from the bottom to the top, the second halo was orange and also had 10 dots. It was extremely resplendent. The third halo was yellow and also had 10 dots. The fourth halo was green and also had 10 dots. Only the 5th light ring was different. It was green, but there was only 1 dot on it. Spirit ring. Lu Ming's heart stirred. As long as an inscriber reached level 5, they would have a spirit ring. Each color of the spirit ring represented the corresponding level. For example, the bottommost ring represented a first-level alchemist, and the 10 points on top represented the number of spirit lamps lit. In the first 4 levels, Lu Ming had lit up 10 mental lamps. Hence, there were 10 bright spots. If he only lit up 5 lamps at a certain level, there would only be 5 bright spots. The spiritual ring could clearly show the cultivation state of an inscriber. With a thought, he put away the spirit ring. Immediately, Lu Ming's mind sank into the green mental energy fire. Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming's mental energy extended out of his body and flew out, floating in the air. At this moment, the entire world was colorful in his eyes. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Lu Ming could clearly sense the various colors, heaven and earth attributes, and energies. What a wonderful feeling! Lu Ming was extremely curious. His mental energy continued to extend out. However, the further it went, the weaker the energy Lu Ming felt. Let's test the power of the great inscription formation. Lu Ming's mind returned, and he stood up. Ta! Ta! He stomped on the ground, and runes appeared on the ground. These runes intersected and gathered, forming an inscription formation. Bang! As Lu Ming took his last step, a combat sword flew out of the formation and slashed at a mound. Bang! The mound was split in half. As expected, an inscription formation can channel the power of heaven and earth to unleash a powerful attack. Is this what a true rank 5 inscriber is? It's indeed wonderful. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Chapter 685. 685, Comprehending the Fourth Force. He had just stepped into level 5 and had only lit 1 lamp of mind. Later on, the more lamps of mind he lit, the more powerful inscription arrays he would be able to master, and the more powerful his attack power would be. The big array that Lu Ming had just carved was only a level 3 array, and its attack power was limited. The combat strength of an inscription master was related to the strength of their mental energy fire, but it was also greatly related to the inscription formation they mastered. The stronger one's mental energy fire was, the more heaven and earth power one could control. The more powerful the formation was, the more terrifying its power would be. The 7-color Taoist's mental energy fire has some experience. He even has alchemy techniques and the Tao of array formations. However, it's too complicated now. I'll sort it out after I refine all of his mental energy fire. Now I'll just wait for the inscriptions and the array. Before that, I'll put the Tao of inscription aside. In any case, the Earth Core Flowing Flame was refining the 7-color Taoist's mental energy fire at all times. His mental energy fire was becoming stronger at all times, so he didn't need to care about it now. Prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming planned to study the second bloodline prison-suppressing steel and the prison-suppressing heaven technique. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel appeared. Prison-guarding steel, what is it suppressing? The 9 hells? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The fog in front of the prison-suppressing steel had dispersed, but the other places were still shrouded in fog, looking very mysterious. What? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized that he could feel an extremely heavy feeling lingering in his heart. It was extremely clear. This is the earth. Yes, this is the earth force. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He stepped on the ground, and slowly, he seemed to have become one with the earth. Earth force, yes, this is the earth force. The prison-suppressing steel is really amazing. It can actually let me feel the earth force so clearly. Lu Ming knew very well that this was all because of the prison-suppressing steel. In the past, he did not have such a feeling when he was standing on the ground. However, he had it now. It seemed that the prison-suppressing steel was very compatible with the earth. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as he wanted to comprehend the earth force now, he would be able to do so very quickly and master it. Do I need to comprehend it? Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Once he comprehended earth force, the force he could control, and even the heaven-earth intent realm would become 4 types. His cultivation speed would definitely become slower. The more intense one comprehended, the greater the repelling force would be, and the harder it would be to cultivate. Lu Ming had to consider it. Let's take a look at the prison-suppressing heavenly art first before considering. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The information about the prison-suppressing heaven technique appeared in his mind. During this period of time, he had not properly looked at the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Instantly, all the information related to the prison-suppressing heaven technique reverberated in Lu Ming's mind. After more than an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes. What a wondrous martial technique! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Without a doubt, the prison-suppressing heaven art was a martial skill and a bloodline martial skill. However, it was very different from other martial skills. First of all, the prison-suppressing heavenly art did not have any fixed moves. It was more like a battle technique. After successfully cultivating it, one could use the power of the bloodline to suppress everything with the power of the prison-suppressing steel in every punch, palm, and even kick. The power was extremely terrifying. When one reached the highest level, not only could they use their hands and feet, but every part of their body could be used for battle. Their back and shoulders could contain the power of the prison-suppressing steel and release terrifying attacks, turning them into killing weapons. Also, the prison-suppressing heavenly art didn't have a specific grade, and it had a lot to do with bloodline power. The stronger the bloodline power, the more powerful the prison-suppressing steel would be. If a 9th-level king bloodline was awakened, the power of the prison-suppression heavenly art could barely reach the power of the first level of a low-tier demigod martial technique. If a first-level divine bloodline was awakened, the power of the prison-suppression heavenly art could even reach the power of the 6th level of a low-tier demigod martial technique. Demigod level. Lu Ming's eyes glowed brightly. For others, the level of the bloodline that they could awaken was fixed. However, Lu Ming could keep on advancing. This martial arts technique was simply too suitable for him. However, the prison-suppressing heaven technique had a requirement, which was to use the earth mentality as the main force to unleash the strongest power. This was because the earth mentality was the most compatible with the prison-suppressing steel. Looks like I still need to comprehend earth force. Lu Ming's lips curled into a bitter smile. However, Lu Ming made a decision very quickly. He would comprehend it. Comprehending the momentum of the earth and the will of the earth would greatly increase his combat strength. Moreover, if he were to integrate the will of the earth into the Dragon God's 3 absolutes in the future, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes would transform into a low-grade demigod martial technique. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming went through the details of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique in his mind in detail. Then, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged. Lu Ming planned to start comprehending the force of the earth. When he had some mastery over it, he would combine it with the force of the earth and cultivate the prison-suppressing heavenly technique together. He took out the path-understanding ancient tree and placed it beside him. Lu Ming's mind became extremely clear. He seemed to have become one with the ground. He seemed to see the island going all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, merging with the endless earth. A feeling of heaviness, magnificence, vastness, and vicissitudes rippled in Lu Ming's heart. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's body also exuded a heavy, grand, vast, and ancient feeling. Earth Force, elementary level. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He suddenly stood up and struck out with his palm. Boom! This palm seemed to be extremely heavy, as if it could crush space. There was an explosion, and Lu Ming stopped. He frowned and muttered, "No, again." At this moment, he was cultivating the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming used his palm, his fist, and his fingers at times, slashing at the air continuously. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated for 3 consecutive days. 3 days later, every time he struck out with his palm, it was as if his palm contained a huge mountain, causing the air to rumble and explode. After cultivating for more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. After 3 days of cultivation, the prison's suppressing heaven technique could be considered to be at the beginner level. However, Lu Ming could only use it with his hands now. There was still a long way to go before he could use it with his feet. As for using it with his entire body, the distance was even greater. For the past few days, Lu Ming did not continue to comprehend Earth Force. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Earth Force was still at a low level to integrate it into the other 3 intents. Otherwise, when the Earth Force was at a high level, it would be even more difficult to integrate. The stronger the fire, the stronger the rejection. Let's go and see how little Qing's cultivation is going. Lu Ming walked to the other side of the island. Xianxia was cultivating on the other side of the island. When they arrived at the other side of the island, they saw Xianxia standing by the shore, frowning in deep thought. Chapter 686. 686 Closed Door Cultivation. Little Qing, have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? Lu Ming walked over and stood side by side with Xianxia. Xianxia's dress and black hair fluttered in the sea breeze. At this moment, Xianxia looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. I don't know why. The destruction intent and the wind intent are always lacking a little and can't be combined. Xianxia said, could it be that the destruction intent is too strong, so the rejection force is stronger? Lu Ming made a guess. Not bad, Xianxia nodded. Indeed, it was as Lu Ming had guessed. The will of destruction was an extremely powerful and terrifying will. It could destroy everything and was even more powerful than the star will of the saint stars. As for the wind concept, it was one of the 9 commonly seen concepts. Compared to the destruction concept, there was still a gap. Hence, it was even more difficult to fuse them. This was like a poor man and a rich man trying to become friends. It was very difficult. However, it was much easier for 2 poor people or 2 rich people to become friends. The destruction intent realm was equivalent to the rich, while the wind intent realm was equivalent to the poor. They were on different levels, and to put it more accurately, it was the destruction intent realm, which disdained to merge with the wind intent realm. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then said, Little Qing, try to use this to comprehend. He waved his hand, and the path understanding ancient tree appeared on the ground. At first, Xianxia was stunned, but after sensing it, her expression changed drastically. As she sensed it more carefully, her expression became more and more interesting. Could this be the legendary path understanding ancient tree? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming, his voice trembling. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right. I'm lucky to have obtained a withered branch of the path understanding ancient tree. I didn't think that it would actually sprout. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're showing me such a valuable thing. Aren't you afraid that I'll have evil thoughts and take it away? Xianxia blinked his big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Will you? Lu Ming smiled. Puchi. Xianxia laughed out loud. At this moment, her smile was extremely bright and happy. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming, as if she wanted to carve him into her heart. How is it? Are you very touched, and are you going to devote your life to me? I'm not ready yet. Lu Ming said with a smile. Promise your head. Humph. Lend me this path understanding ancient tree for 2 days. Xianxia's mouth twitched and his eyes flashed. Since you're so sincere, I'll reward you. With that, Xianxia suddenly stood on his tiptoes and kissed Lu Ming on the cheek. Then, with a flushed face, he hugged the pill furnace that was planted with the ancient tree of enlightenment and ran to the side to cultivate. Lu Ming touched the spot where Xianxia had kissed him and smiled foolishly. Brat, why did you come here? You made this Lord search for you. Danden's voice was heard. It strode with its short legs and ran wildly in the air, flying toward Lu Ming. Have you finished carving the inscription and inscription formation? Lu Ming looked at Danden. Yes, it's done. I'm so tired, but let me tell you, my cultivation is limited. The highest I can inscribe is level 5 inscriptions and some level 5 inscription arrays. I can't do anything higher. I need to recover more first. Danden spat out more than 10 jade tokens and handed them to Lu Ming. Only level 5, Lu Ming muttered. Little brat, I'm telling you, don't underestimate my inscription and inscription formation. I have mastered many inscriptions and inscription formations that you don't have here. They're all very rare and powerful. Many of the formations are not inferior to those level 6 formations. With your spiritual power, the power you can exert is definitely not weaker than ordinary level 6 formations. Danden explained proudly. Oh, seeing that you've worked so hard, these spirit herbs are your reward. Lu Ming took out some level 5 spiritual herbs and threw them to Danden. Danden gritted her teeth. With its status, why did it need others to reward it? It was always the one who rewarded others. Now, Lu Ming, this young fellow, actually took out a few level 5 spiritual herbs and said that it was a reward. This made Danden so angry that her turtle shell fluctuated. What's wrong? Don't. Lu Ming said. Yes, of course I want it. Danden hurriedly put away the spirit herbs, warning herself in her heart that she had no choice but to lower her head when she was under the roof. Then, he ran away happily. Lu Ming took out the jade card that Danden gave him and started to read it. Some were level 4 and level 5 inscriptions, while some were all kinds of inscriptions and formations. After Lu Ming read it, he began to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Xianxia returned the Path Understanding Ancient Tree to Lu Ming. How is it? Any gains? Lu Ming asked. I've gained something. Come, let's fight. I need strong pressure, Xianxia said. That's exactly what I want. I was just looking for you to fight. Lu Ming smiled, and the earth's force emanated from his body. He also wanted to fight Xianxia and combine the earth force with the other 3 intents. Xianxia's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Earth Force, you've actually comprehended Earth Force again. Yeah, there's no other way. Lu Ming sighed softly. What a freak, Xianxia mumbled. Lu Ming was speechless. Boom, boom. After a while, deafening rumbles sounded on the island. In the sky above the island, 2 figures kept clashing, and the sky kept shaking. After exchanging a few hundred moves, the 2 of them stopped and began to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Every day, the 2 of them would take out a period of time to fight to promote the fusion of intent. In the rest of his time, Lu Ming would cultivate the prison-suppressing heaven technique, comprehend and cultivate various inscriptions, and fight with inscriptions. Lu Ming had gained a lot. He was improving every day. He was already able to inscribe many inscriptions and inscription formations that Danden had given him. As for the prison-suppressing heaven technique, Lu Ming had already cultivated it to his feet. Every punch, palm, and kick of Lu Ming seemed to contain a prison-suppressing steel that suppressed everything. However, using the prison-suppressing heavenly art really consumed too much true yuan. Lu Ming's essential core was much more vigorous than other martial artists of the same realm. However, it still consumed a lot of energy, and he could not sustain many moves. He would use more than half of his primeval essence after a few moves. It should be known that even Sea of Soul Realm experts rarely had low-grade demigod-level martial skills. Many low-level Sea of Soul Realm experts had cultivated high-level heaven-level martial skills. Some unaffiliated cultivators, who were poorer, still cultivated heaven-level lower-class martial arts techniques. Normally, Only high-level sea of Soul Realm experts could fully unleash the power of low-grade demigod martial techniques. The prison-suppressing heavenly art can be my trump card. I'll try not to use it often. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. As for the Earth Force, its fusion with the other three intents was also progressing very quickly. It was only a little bit away. After all, Lu Ming had the experience from the previous 2 times. In addition, the Earth Force was still very weak. It would be faster to merge it. As for Xianxia, after such a long period of cultivation, he finally managed to merge the destruction and wind concepts successfully. Xianxia's combat strength increased rapidly. The power of the fusion of the destruction and wind concepts shocked Lu Ming. On this day, the key to the martial emperor's treasure finally changed. Chapter 687. 687 keys appear at once. Lu Ming, the last key to the martial emperor's treasure, has finally appeared. Xianxia flew over with a small jade sword in his hand. Lu Ming's hand moved, and a jade sword appeared. At this moment, the 9 patterns on the hilt all lit up. They flickered with a dazzling light. Lu Ming was also excited. The 9 keys had finally appeared. This meant that the martial emperor's treasure was about to be opened. Let's pour in our true qi and see what changes there are, Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they poured their vital essence into the jade sword. The jade sword trembled slightly. Then a map appeared in the air. There's a change. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The map started to change. Slowly, the dot enlarged. Lu Ming and the rest realized that the map of the chaotic astral ocean was getting bigger and bigger in front of their eyes. On the map, there was still a point that pointed to a certain place. As the map changes, all the other regions on the edge of the map have disappeared. Only the chaotic astral ocean is left on the entire map. That point points to a sea region to the north of the chaotic astral ocean. Their eyes lit up. Apparently, that was where the treasures of Martial Emperor were. Everyone, can you hear me? At this moment, a voice came from the 2 jade swords. The voice was rough and sounded like a middle-aged man's. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked. Why was there a sound? Could it be the artifact spirit of the jade sword, or the sound that was sealed inside when the jade sword was being refined? But at this moment, another voice was heard. Who are you? From the voice, it seemed to be a young man. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other. It did not seem to be what they had thought. Everyone, you must have obtained the key to the martial emperor's treasure, right? I'm one of them. The rough voice began to speak again. What a magical formation. It can actually transmit messages to each other. It seems like the 9 keys already have an owner. At this moment, an old voice was heard. It seemed to be an old man. Oh, you Ming. That's right. The 9 jade swords can communicate with each other. Where are you now? We already know about the location of the treasure, so we should head over to open it. The rough voice continued. I've arrived in the chaotic astral ocean long ago. Old Oyu's voice sounded. I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. The young voice rang out. I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. At this moment, another voice was heard. It was a new voice, very young. Xianxia and Lu Ming's expressions changed slightly when they heard the figure. They were familiar with the voice. Jian Filiu, that's right, it was Jian Filiu's voice. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He activated his essential core and poured it into the sword. The king of hell? The voice from the jade sword went silent. After a while, it said, Shura. His voice was filled with surprise. Not bad, Lu Ming said. This time, he was sure that the other party was really Jian Filiu. They didn't call each other by their real names. The martial emperor's treasure was a matter of great importance. They couldn't reveal this information now. It seems that some of you know each other. What a coincidence. Is anyone still here? I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. Where are the others? A rough voice sounded. After that, there was a moment of silence. A moment later, another voice was heard. I'm in the chaotic astral ocean. I'm here too. 2 new voices rang out in succession. In this way, a total of 7 voices were heard. Xianxia didn't speak. Other than him, there was only one other person. Everyone, I estimate that there's still half a month's journey left. Everyone, why don't you wait for me at the treasure trove first? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice was heard. It was a woman's voice. She sounded very young and a little timid. Half a month? All right, we'll go over and wait for you. A rough voice sounded. Wait a minute. Let's discuss this first. The martial emperor's treasure is of great importance. No matter if it's real or fake, we can't reveal it. You guys didn't leak it, did you? Old Oyu's voice sounded. No, it's about the martial emperor's treasure. How could I tell anyone? I'm the only one. The others chimed in. That's good. Let's meet at the location of the treasure. Old Oyu's voice was heard, and then there was no other sound. Lu Ming and Xianxia retracted their essential core, and the map disappeared. Lu Ming, what do you think? Xianxia asked. We can't trust these people completely. Who knows if they brought other people with them? We can go to the treasure ground first, but we can't show our slaviers. Lu Ming said. I think so too, Xianxia nodded. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, it was still a serious matter concerning the martial emperor's treasure. Therefore, he had better be careful. Let's go. It's a long journey from here to our destination. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded and called Dandan. The two of them rose into the air and flew in the direction indicated on the map. After flying for half a month, they finally got close to the sea. The two of them looked at the map and concealed their auras. They flew high in the sky and looked down. It should be that small island. Lu Ming pointed to a small island in front of him. That small island was the location indicated on the map. There were 9 huge stone pillars on the island. They were like mountain peaks, but not a blade of grass grew on them. Moreover, the 9 stone pillars were like 9 combat swords, pointing straight up. Lu Ming, look, there's someone there. Xianxia whispered. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on one of the sword-like stone pillars. From a distance, he looked like a middle-aged man. He's alone. Let's find an island nearby to settle down and act according to the situation. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Xianxia nodded. They had to be careful. Other than Jian Filiu, no one else knew who the other masters of the martial emperor's treasure were. They didn't know their cultivation or background. If a high-level spirit ocean or spirit embryo realm expert came and they appeared rashly, the other party would attack and kill them. Then if they went out rashly, wouldn't that be courting death? The two of them retreated and found a small island 10,000 miles away. They landed on it. They planned to cultivate while waiting for an opportunity. During the half a month of travel, they did not neglect their cultivation. In their minds, they constantly comprehended various martial skills. Lu Ming, in particular, was more familiar with the use of various inscriptions and inscription arrays. Moreover, the 7-color Taoist's mental energy fire was almost completely refined. Lu Ming had already lit 10 green mental energy lamps. Great circle of the 5th level alchemist. Every level was perfected. The amount of energy consumed was terrifying. The 7-color Taoist's mental energy fire could only help him up to this point. He was almost done refining. Lu Ming could only rely on himself if he wanted to break through to level 6. Chapter 688. 688 Chapter 688 Falling into a Trap. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. Even Lu Ming himself did not know how powerful the complete level 5 mental fire, in addition to the inscription arrays given to him by Dandan, could be. However, it was definitely stronger than his martial arts battle prowess. The 7-color Taoist's experience and knowledge of the Tao of inscription were integrated into Lu Ming's mind along with the mental energy fire. These were precious treasures. They were the 7-color Taoist's 1,000 years of experience in cultivating the Tao of inscription. However, Lu Ming still needed to spend some time to master it if he wanted to use it for himself. The two of them landed on the island and cultivated while waiting. 2 days later, Lu Ming secretly went to the small island to take a look and discovered that there was an additional person. A young man was sitting cross-legged on another stone pillar. Lu Ming did not show himself. He returned to the island. At this moment, there was movement in the jade sword. Lu Ming took it out and injected his essential core into it. A sound was heard. "Everyone, I've arrived at my destination. Brother Lu is with me. When will you arrive?" A rough voice sounded. It should be the burly man. "I'm on my way. Let's wait a few days." Old Oyu's voice sounded. "Me too," Lu Ming replied in the same way. The other voices also gave similar answers. "Everyone, I've already arrived at the chaotic astral ocean, but it'll still take me 10 days to reach my destination. I'm really sorry." A timid voice sounded. "It's fine to wait for a few more days, but let's set a rule. Those who come to meet us should show their jade swords. This way, both sides can prove their identity to avoid any misunderstandings." The rough voice said, "All right, I have no objections." "That's good." A series of voices sounded. Xianxia remained silent. One reason was that Xianxia didn't like to talk. Another reason was that they didn't want to reveal one jade sword. It might be useful at a critical moment. Lu Ming kept the jade sword and continued cultivating. He was able to integrate the 7-color Taoist experience very quickly, and his understanding and application of the Tao of inscriptions were advancing at a tremendous pace. Of course, all inscription masters leaned towards different directions. Some leaned towards forging, some leaned towards refining pills, some leaned towards creating talismans, and some leaned towards formations. The 7-color Taoist focus was on alchemy, followed by formations. Lu Ming's knowledge and experience in refining pills increased rapidly. Of course, his array technique also improved very quickly. On the island, Lu Ming's footsteps were continuous. Without a sound, the ground was covered with inscriptions. At the same time, he waved his hands and inscriptions flashed in the air, flying into the surrounding trees and rocks. After a while, he stopped. "Boy, your luck is really enviable. A perfected level 5, the 7-color Taoist experience, and your abnormal talent in inscription. Now you're completely a qualified true inscription master." On the side, Dandan sighed endlessly. It was not easy to get Dandan's praise. After all, Lu Ming had only been in contact with the Tao of inscription for a short period of time, and his foundation was lacking. Although the cultivation of the mental energy fire was very fast, other things could not make up for it. A large amount of time was needed to accumulate. However, now that Lu Ming had integrated the 7-color Taoist experience, he skipped this step. His experience, mental energy fire, and other aspects were on par. Of course, this was an opportunity that could not be replicated. The 7-color Taoist had rushed into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness on his own in an attempt to occupy Lu Ming's body. Other inscribers would not do the same and rush into other people's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming happened to have the earth core, flowing flame, and the underworld god visualization method. With his achievements in the Tao of inscription, Lu Ming put more effort into the cultivation of martial arts. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Every 2 days, Lu Ming and Xianxia would go to the island to observe. There were more and more people on the island. There were already 5 people there. Even the timid woman had arrived. "Everyone's almost here. Let's go meet them," Lu Ming said. Those 5 people had been living together in peace these few days, so there shouldn't be any problems. "All right," Xianxia nodded. The two of them headed towards the island. Soon, they were approaching the island. The two of them did not hide their whereabouts. When they arrived, the 5 people on the island naturally discovered them. "Who are you?" One of the burly men spoke in a rough voice. Lu Ming's hand moved and a crystal jade sword appeared. The other 5's eyes lit up, and a jade sword appeared in each of their hands. Sir, I've said before that you're not allowed to tell anyone else. What do you mean by bringing one person here? The burly man's face turned cold. The others' expressions turned cold as they looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. She's my wife. Why? I can't even bring my wife? Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and smiled. Xianxia's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth. This guy took advantage of him again. However, under such circumstances, she could not deny it and let Lu Ming hold her hand. Wife, the burly man's eyes flashed. Since she's my wife, I think she should be fine. A timid voice sounded. The owner of this voice was a young woman. She was very beautiful and looked very weak. However, from her aura, she seemed to be a peak-tier king. All right, since that's the case, brother, please come to the island, the burly man said. Lu Ming nodded. He pulled Xianxia along and landed on the island. Step by step, they walked towards a stone pillar in the center of the island. No one noticed that every time Lu Ming took a step, there would be a faint light flashing at the place where his feet touched the ground. Soon, they were approaching the stone pillar, but at this moment, something strange happened. The 5 people on the stone pillar moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming and Xianxia from 5 different directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed slightly. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ming's gaze swept the surroundings. It's simple. Hand over your jade sword. The burly man sneered. So you want my jade sword? But even if I give it to you, it's not enough for you to share. Lu Ming said. Haha, kid, you don't need to divide us. We're from the same force, so why do you need to divide us? Old Oyu sneered. However, Lu Ming's heart sank. This was because old Oyu's voice was clearly not the same person as the voice he had heard from the jade sword. Have you noticed? During this period of time, they all came and then they all died. The delicate woman spoke, but at this time, she didn't feel timid, and her voice was very cold. A trap. Everything was a trap. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. The others are all dead. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he said coldly. That's right. Kid, let me tell you, we already have 2 jade swords. That's why senior brother Zhong Mo and I put on an act. I've actually arrived a long time ago, but I said I wasn't. I just wanted to lower your guard. The delicate-looking woman sneered, as if she was very proud. The senior brother Zhong Mo, he was referring to was the burly man with the rough voice. No wonder it was only the 2 of them who had been talking earlier. No one else had spoken. Once the others opened their mouths, they would have been exposed. Boom! Boom! The auras of the 5 of them exploded and locked onto Lu Ming and Xianxia. Chapter 689. 689, Chapter 689, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Apart from the weak woman, who was a peak-tier king, the others were all at the spiritual ocean tier. The strongest was the burly man, who had reached the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Bang! Bang! At this moment, 7 to 8 figures suddenly flew out from the surrounding soil. Why are you talking so much nonsense? There are only 2 jade swords left. Kill them directly, and don't let the last one with the jade sword discover you. Finish the battle quickly and clean up the scene. One of the white-haired and white-bearded elders spoke. His body emitted a powerful cultivation, the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. This elder had a cultivation at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. These people were all from the same force. It was obvious that the people who had come here before had been killed by them in a thunderous manner. That was why Lu Ming had not noticed them even after coming here several times. Is Jian Filiu also dead? Lu Ming had an idea. It was a pity that such a genius had died in the hands of these people. Wait a minute, I can give you the jade sword, but you have to let us go. Lu Ming shouted, pulling Xianxia and moving to the side. Every time he moved, a faint light would enter the ground under his feet. All right, hand over the jade swords of your own accord, and I can consider sparing your lives. The burly man sneered. The others revealed mocking smiles. This kid was really naive. How could they possibly go around them? Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. These people were all experts. Of the 7 that appeared later, 2 were peak king tiers, and the other 5 were all experts of the spiritual ocean tier. The strongest was naturally that white-haired elder, who was at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He was definitely someone from a big force. This force was stronger than the entire Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He moved his hand, and the jade sword appeared in his hand. Senior, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming's essential core exploded, and the jade sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the white-haired elder at an extremely fast speed. The white-haired old man subconsciously reached out to take it. This was the moment that Lu Ming wanted. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming suddenly took 2 steps on the ground. Instantly, the ground glowed with a brilliant light. Countless inscriptions burst out and turned into 2 combat swords, slashing toward the south. There were only 2 first-level spiritual ocean tier martial artists in the south. Out of the 4 directions, that side was the weakest. Lu Ming wanted to break out of the encirclement to the south. Damn it, inscription formation. When did he inscribe the inscription formation? A furious roar rang out, and everyone exploded with a powerful aura. But he was still too late. Pucci, how could those 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts have thought that 2 mere peak tier kings would dare to attack and inscribe a large inscription formation without them knowing? He wanted to block it in a hurry, but he could only use 50% of his strength. It was cut in half by 2 combat swords. Let's go. Lu Ming hugged Xianxia's waist and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to rush south. In the blink of an eye, they were already 10 miles away. Damn it, where do you think you're going? The white-haired elder caught the jade sword and let out an angry roar. He pointed his finger at Lu Ming. A finger force crossed the distance of 10 miles in an instant and was aimed at Lu Ming's heart. Fast, too fast, and terrifyingly powerful. The 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was simply too powerful. Sky Devil Force Field. Destroy. Xianxia tried his best to block it with the Sky Demon Force Field. At the same time, Lu Ming's blood meridian burst out, and his figure continued to dodge to the side. The powerful finger force pierced through Xianxia and Lu Ming's defense. Although Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, he was still a little too slow. His arm was grazed by the wind of the finger force, and a large piece of flesh was torn off. Lu Ming's arm almost exploded. Buzz! Runes flickered on Lu Ming's body and entered his and Xianxia's bodies. They were runes that sped up the process. At the same time, runes flashed on Lu Ming's body. This was the rune of a vital essence explosion. Now, Lu Ming could inscribe some of the inscriptions that Dandan used in the past in an instant. Buzz! Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and his speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant, he was far away. Behind him, the white-haired elder, the burly man, and the others quickly caught up. The killing intent on their bodies was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. They had miscalculated. This time, they had miscalculated. They were merely 2 peak tier kings. With their powerful battle power, they were already cautious enough to surround 2 peak tier kings. This was simply a matter of certainty. Not even in their dreams did they think that the 2 of them would actually be able to rush out. Last time, they had been careless and let a young man rush out. So this time, they all moved out and surrounded the 2, but they still got out. The main thing was that Lu Ming's inscription formation was too powerful. It could actually kill 2 experts at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier in an instant. They chased after him with all their might, but realized that Lu Ming's figure was getting further and further away. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was unleashed at full force. With the help of various inscription arrays, Lu Ming's speed was unbelievably fast. Not long after, Lu Ming had already disappeared from the sight of the white-haired elder and the others. Damn it, damn it! The white-haired old man roared like a mad demon. The burly man and the others appeared behind the white-haired old man with gloomy faces. Sect leader, that kid's inscription Dao is too strong. He's definitely a true inscription refiner, a rank 6 true inscription refiner. Otherwise, he can't be so strong. The muscular man said to the white-haired elder. Like I said, the younger you are, the more you have to go all out. The young geniuses these days are too strong. We were careless before and were pushed out by a kid. This time, these two young people are even more terrifying. Old Oyu said, the young man from before is fine. He was injured by you and my 5 poison palm, so he's definitely dead. However, it's a little troublesome if these two escape. The burly man said, all right, although he has escaped, we have already obtained the Jade Sword. Now we are only missing the last Jade Sword. We have to get it as soon as possible. Before the news spreads, we have to open the Martial Emperor's treasure, get the treasure inside, and leave this place. This is the opportunity for our blood-poisoned sect to rise again. We can't let any accidents happen. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice. Sect Master, although the owner of the last Jade Sword hasn't said anything, I think he will be here soon. This time, we will definitely take him down. The burly man said. After that, everyone returned to the small island and continued to lay out their plans while waiting. Lu Ming brought Xianxia along and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before landing on a small island. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xianxia was extremely worried and looked at Lu Ming with concern. I'm fine. That finger force was poisonous. However, poison is useless to me. Lu Ming smiled and controlled the 9-dragon bloodline to devour the poison on his arm. After the poison was removed, the wound on his arm began to recover at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. After half a day, Lu Ming's arm had completely recovered. Whew! Lu Ming let out a breath of turbid air. Chapter 690. 690, how have you been? This time, it was really dangerous. If not for Lu Ming's rapid progress in the Tao of inscription and his ability to inscribe powerful inscription formations, as well as his caution in secretly inscribing inscriptions when he stepped onto the island, they would have been in danger this time. Even if Lu Ming risked his life to use the lightning cauldron, even if Xianxia had some life-saving methods, the difference between them and a 4th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator was too great. They will most likely die. No matter how powerful the lightning cauldron was, with Lu Ming's current peak tier king cultivation, he would definitely not be able to kill a 4th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator. He might not even be able to kill a 3rd-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator. It's a pity, Jian Fili. Lu Ming sighed softly. This was how the world of martial Dao worked. No matter how much of genius you were, if you weren't careful, you would fall. In the long river of history, who knew how many geniuses had fallen? Those who could truly rise up and reach the peak were few and far between. Little Qing, let's go. That group wants to monopolize it. Hee hee, how is that possible? Let's go and give them a big gift. Lu Ming sneered. You want to spread the news? Xianxia said. That's right. Since they want to monopolize it, we can only muddy the waters. Only by muddling the waters can we fish in troubled waters. Lu Ming sneered. That's exactly what I want. It's best if a stronger expert appears and exterminate them. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go to the Wind Moon Island first. This island is even bigger than the Golden Sand Island. We'll spread the news there. I believe that it'll quickly spread throughout the chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming took out the map and took a look. Then, the two of them rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Wind Moon Island. There's someone down there. After flying for a short while, Xianxia suddenly pointed to the sea. Lu Ming looked over and saw a figure floating on the surface of the sea. Golden light emerged from its body, and the fish around it did not dare to approach. That looks like Jian Fili. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The figure on the surface of the sea did look like Xianxia. The two of them landed on the surface of the sea. Lu Ming used his essential core and rolled them up. He was slightly shocked when he saw that this person was really Xianxia. Why was Xianxia here? Lu Ming had thought that Xianxia had been killed by that group of people. He's still breathing. He's not dead, but he's been deeply poisoned. Xianxia frowned. Let's go back to the island and save the people first, Lu Ming said. The two of them returned to the small island. There was a golden light emitting from Xianxia's body. It should be the doing of the Golden Sword Pagoda. However, it did not stop Lu Ming from saving the person. He controlled the bloodline of the 9 dragons and devoured all the poison in Xianxia's body. This poison was very powerful. If it had been a few days later, Xianxia would have died. As soon as the poison was removed, the vital essence in Xianxia's body circulated automatically and began to heal. After 2 hours, Xianxia opened his eyes. Brother Lu, it's you. Xianxia was extremely surprised to see Lu Ming and the rest. Brother Jian, you're heavily injured. You should recuperate first, Lu Ming said. No, wait a minute. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, you must not go to the Martial Emperor's treasure ground. The blood poison sect is setting up a trap there to seize all the jade swords. The others are all dead. Xianxia cried out anxiously. Brother Jian, it's too late now. We've already been there. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Go. He's been there? Then, you guys. Xianxia was a little stunned. He had been there, but Lu Ming and the rest were fine. I did give my jade sword to them, but we seized the opportunity and escaped, Lu Ming said. You gave them the jade sword? Alas, it's a pity that the Martial Emperor's treasure is going to fall into the hands of those despicable people. Xianxia sighed unwillingly. They want to keep the Martial Emperor's treasure for themselves. It's not that easy. They won't be able to gather the last jade sword. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A jade sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Ha ha! Man proposes, God disposes. It turns out that Brother Lu and Miss Xia each have one. I wonder what the expressions of those people from the blood poison sect will be like when they find out. All right, Brother Lu, what do you plan to do next? Of course we're going to muddy the waters. The more muddy, the better. Brother Jian, are you interested in joining us? Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course we'll go together, Xianxia said with excitement. At this moment, the jade sword in Xianxia's hand glowed. Do you want to know their reaction? We'll know soon. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He took the jade sword from Xianxia's hand and channeled his vital essence into it. Instantly, a rough voice was heard. Your good friend, the 8 of us are all here. Only one more is left. Friend, where are you? It was the voice of the burly man. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not make sound. That's right, my friend. We're only short of you. As long as you come, we can open the Martial Emperor's treasure and take out the treasures inside. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid that there will be more problems. It was the timid voice of a woman. Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times. Instantly, the other side became excited. Where are you, brother? The burly man asked. Once you're here, we can immediately start opening the Martial Emperor's treasure. Hee, this friend is finally speaking. May I ask where you are? Are you in the chaotic astral ocean? The timid voice sounded again. Everyone, I hope you're well. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Then, the jade sword immediately fell silent. There was no sound at all. After a while, a rough voice sounded. It's you? That's me. You guys are so forgetful. Lu Ming said with a smile. You actually have 2 jade swords? How is that possible? The rough voice was filled with disbelief. Brother, what do you want? A timid voice sounded. Your blood poison sect is very powerful. The few of us can't compete with you. Therefore, I plan to pull all the brothers and sisters in the chaotic astral ocean to share the Martial Emperor's treasure. Isn't this a good idea? Lu Ming said with a smile. You have to spread the news. No, you can't do this. Damn it, you can't do this. The rough voice roared. Idiot, Lu Ming said. Then, he heard a rough voice and heavy breathing. It was obvious that he was angry. Little brother, let's talk this over. I promise you that as long as you come over, we won't touch you. After we enter the martial emperor's treasure, we'll split the keys equally. How about it? At this moment, an old voice rang out. It was the voice of the blood-poisoned sect leader. I'm not interested, Lu Ming said. Little brother, what do you want then? The blood-poisoned sect master said. That's easy, I want your heads. Lu Ming sneered. Little brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Seeing that the discussion was not going to work, the sect master of the Shui Du sect began to threaten. Chapter 691. 691 Muddling Up the Water. Old man, has your head been gnawed on by a dog? You're still threatening me? I believe that the news of the martial emperor's treasure will soon spread throughout the exposed starry sea. Lu Ming said with a smile. No, brat. If you dare, I will kill you. I promise. The blood-poisoned sect master roared in anger. However, at this moment, Lu Ming stopped the infusion of essential qi and his voice disappeared. I really want to see the expressions of the blood-poisoned sect's people. Xianxia laughed. He felt very comfortable. Their expressions will definitely be very interesting, Lu Ming said. Indeed, the expressions of the blood-poisoned sect's people were truly fascinating. Damn it, that bastard. The next time I see him, I'll skin him alive. The burly man roared continuously. His eyes were wide open as if they were about to spew fire. Everything was planned, but I didn't expect that guy to have 2 jade swords. Damn it! The weak woman gritted her teeth, and her eyes were filled with hatred. The others were the same. Their faces were ashen, and the veins on their faces were twitching. The feeling of having nowhere to vent their anger was too uncomfortable. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were just one step away from success, but they had failed at the last step. The next time I meet him, he'll definitely die. The sect master of the Shui Du sect gritted his teeth. Sect master, what do we do now? Someone asked. There are 9 keys. We can't open the martial emperor's treasure without one. We can only wait, the sect master said helplessly. One day later, Xianxia's injuries were healed. They went to the Wind Moon Island together. The Wind Moon Island was twice as large as the Golden Sand Island. It was very prosperous and had a lot of people. It was said that there were even experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier here. After the 3 of them entered the city, they bought a lot of paper and wrote down the news of the martial emperor's treasure as well as the specific address on the paper. At night, they scattered the paper everywhere. As expected, the entire Wind Moon Island was in an uproar the next day. Lu Ming and the other 2 had scattered too many pieces of paper. They could not hide it even if they wanted to. Very quickly, the news spread throughout the Wind Moon Island, and countless people were discussing this topic. In a restaurant, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia were eating and drinking while listening to the news from nearby. You should have heard the news about the martial emperor's treasure, right? Nearby, the voices of the other tables could be heard. Of course I did. Now, everyone on the Wind Moon Island knows about it, but we don't know if the martial emperor's treasure is real or fake. If it's real, why would someone spread the news everywhere? Could it be a prank? I don't know. A martial emperor's treasure. There are so many martial emperors in the entire East Continent. Is there really a martial emperor's treasure? It's a little mysterious. No matter what, the martial emperor's treasure is too amazing. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance that it's real, I still want to take a look. If it's real, I'll benefit endlessly as long as I can get even a little bit of benefit from it. That's right. I'm only afraid that it's real. I'm not afraid that it's fake. Lu Ming and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled when they heard the voices nearby. With such a widespread, many people would doubt the authenticity of news. However, the martial emperor's treasure was too amazing and tempting. Even if they suspected it was fake, most people couldn't resist the temptation and would go to take a look. This was the effect they wanted. In the next few days, the news spread further and further. Some people had even set off. As for Lu Ming and the other two, they hid in the Wind Moon Island and cultivated with all their might. If it was really a martial emperor's treasure, there would definitely be a fierce fight after it was opened. Therefore, the more powerful they were, the better. In a mountain range, Lu Ming and Xianxia were fighting with all their might. Now that Xianxia had successfully fused two intents, his main task was to help Lu Ming fuse Earth Force and the other three intents. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. After 7 days of bitter cultivation, Lu Ming had finally successfully integrated the force of the Earth into the three concepts. 3 intents and 1 force had been successfully fused. In a hotel room, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and sat cross-legged. In front of him was a pile of profound, meaning crystals and 22 middle-grade fire-type, profound meaning crystals. Lu Ming planned to use the esoteric crystals to start breaking through to the second level of the intent realm of heaven and earth. If his intent could break through to the second level, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. He picked up a piece of ultimacy crystal and crushed it. Next to the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Not long after, Lu Ming crushed another mid-grade fire attribute ultimacy crystal. Just like that, Lu Ming crushed the pieces one by one. He stopped after crushing a total of Tulavir pieces. Just a little bit more, but just that little bit. I just can't break through, Lu Ming muttered. Now, his fire concept was only a little bit away from level 2. It was not even half a step away, but it was stuck and couldn't be broken. It seems like the second level intent realm of heaven and earth is indeed different from the first level. It can't be continuously improved just by relying on profound meaning crystals. It also needs comprehension. Only by using comprehension to break through the bottleneck, and then combining it with the profound meaning crystals, can it continuously improve. Lu Ming pondered. It was obvious that he had reached a bottleneck in his fire attribute concept. Lu Ming did not continue to attack the fire element concept. Instead, he took out a middle-grade wind element profound meaning crystal and started to attack the wind concept. Just like the fire intent, after refining a dozen middle-grade wind element intent crystals, his wind intent had also reached the peak of the first level. It was only a bit away from the second level, but it was still stuck. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was very difficult to break through to the second level of the essence realm of heaven and earth. No wonder there were so many peak tier king tiers, but there were so few spiritual ocean tier ones. Take Xianxia region's Xianxia subpalace as an example. There were at least 50 or more peak tier kings among all the elders, traveling elders, and elders in seclusion. But as for spiritual ocean tier, there were only 2 the Shang family's head, Xianxia and Mutian. The same was true for Golden Sand Island. They had sent over 500 peak tier king tiers to battle the sea beasts, and some of them had even died on the life battle platform. However, how many Sea of Soul Realm experts did they have? As long as one's talent wasn't bad, and with the accumulation of resources, it wasn't hard to reach peak tier king tier with the passage of time. Some people could become peak tier kings after cultivating for a few hundred years. However, many people would be stuck at the peak tier king level, unable to break through in their entire lives. One could only imagine how difficult it was to break through the spirit sea. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. It was almost time for them to set off. After a while, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Jian Filiu flew toward the island where the martial emperor's treasure was. A few days later, they arrived at the island. There was a sea of people a real sea of people. They were densely packed. At a glance, they were all human figures. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them, maybe even close to 1,000,000. These are the people from the nearby seas of the chaotic astral ocean. The people from the other seas have yet to arrive. The three of them squeezed through the crowd. He really had to squeeze. Chapter 692. 692 Opening of the Martial Emperor's Treasure. Damn, is there really a Martial Emperor's Treasure? Why isn't it open yet? I heard that there are a total of 9 keys to open the door. The Blood Poison sect has 8 of them. They're short of 1, and it's in the hands of a young man. He hasn't come yet. Some people speculate that the news was released by that young man. He's probably coming soon. Let's wait a little longer. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. After much difficulty, they managed to squeeze to the front. Countless people surrounded the island in the air. Lu Ming's group squeezed to the front and saw the Blood Poison sect's people standing together with ashen faces. There were more than a dozen people around them, and each of them had an imposing aura and was extremely powerful. They were actually all experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Among them, there were even experts even stronger than the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Ha! Everyone from the Blood Poison sect. How have you been? Lu Ming squeezed to the front and laughed heartily. Everyone from the Blood Poison sect looked over. Little bastard, you finally appeared. You're looking for death. Kill that little bastard. When the Blood Poison sect disciples saw Lu Ming, their eyes burned with a raging fire. They glared at Lu Ming, their killing intent incomparably thick. Lu Ming took a few steps back and squeezed into the crowd. He said, "What's wrong? You want to fight? There's so many experts here. Let's see how you guys are going to kill them." Everyone from the Blood Poison sect roared in anger, but they could do nothing. There were too many people here, and they were all experts. Lu Ming was in the crowd. How could they attack? Once they made a move, they would implicate others and cause public anger, and they would be the ones to die. They could only glare at Lu Ming, wishing they could skin him alive. The Martial Emperor's treasure was supposed to fall into the Blood Poison sect's hands. They had been looking forward to the Blood Poison sect's rapid rise. But what about now? There were so many people, more than a dozen at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and even stronger experts. Now that they had opened the Martial Emperor's treasure, they could at most drink a mouthful of the soup. Whether he could drink this mouthful of soup or not was still a problem. All of this was Lu Ming's fault. It was all Lu Ming's fault. How could they not hate him? As for the fact that they were the ones who made the first move and wanted to monopolize the Martial Emperor's treasure, they would never think about it. In their opinion, it was what they should do, and the others had to fulfill their wishes. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Could it be that the last key was in Lu Ming's hands? Lu Ming smiled, and a jade sword appeared in his hand. He flung the jade sword at an elder in a green robe. "Senior, I'll give you this key," Lu Ming said. The green-robed elder's aura was unfathomable and even stronger than the Shui Du sect masters. The green-robed old man extended his hand and caught the jade sword. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Not bad, little guy." Then he looked at the Blood Poison sect and the others. "Take out your keys and open the Martial Emperor's treasure together." Damn it. The sect master of the Shui Du sect roared in his heart. He was extremely unwilling, but so what? He had no choice but to take it out obediently and opened the Martial Emperor's treasure. If it didn't take it out, the only outcome will be death. 8 jade swords appeared in the hands of the Blood Poison sect disciples. Buzz! When the 9 jade swords appeared together, the 9 jade swords started to move. They trembled slightly, and complicated patterns appeared on their surface. What a wonderful inscription! What a brilliant inscription formation! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Now, his Tao of inscription was already considered pretty good, so his vision was naturally different. He could tell at a glance that the inscription formation on the 9 jade swords was very profound and could even be said to be mysterious. Buzz! Just at this moment, the 9 sword-like stone pillars on the island also started to shake. Inscriptions appeared on them and echoed with the 9 jade swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the 9 jade swords left everyone's hands and flew towards the 9 stone pillars. Each jade sword corresponded to a stone pillar. In a flash of light, the 9 jade swords flew into the 9 stone pillars and disappeared. At this moment, the 9 stone pillars glowed brightly, and 9 beams of light shot up into the sky like 9 divine swords. A terrifying scene appeared. The sky above the island was originally filled with people. At this time, when the 9 sword lights rushed out, those people exploded and turned into powder. They didn't even have the chance to scream. Retreat, retreat. Terrified screams rang out, and countless people frantically retreated. Lu Ming and the rest were not directly above the pillar of light. They had just avoided the disaster and were now retreating frantically. It was too terrifying. At least 10,000 people had died just now, and there were even Sea of Soul Realm experts among them. However, under that light pillar, they couldn't resist at all. Some people's eyes lit up. It seems that it might really be a martial emperor's treasure. Even if it's not a martial emperor's treasure, it's still a big deal. Boom! The 9 pillars of light converged into one in the air, and the power grew even stronger. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the island started to shake violently. Then, everyone saw the island split into 2. Moreover, the 2 holoviers of the island were separated by dozens of miles. In the middle of the island, a whirlpool appeared. Endless sea water began to spin, turning into a hole. It was a huge sea whirlpool, and no one knew where it led to. Boom, boom, boom. The vortex spun and rumbled with astonishing power. Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure was under this vortex? Everyone hesitated. No one dared to go down first. After a long while, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. A white-haired old man stepped out and said, "Since I don't have much lifespan left, I might as well take a gamble." This elder was a peak-tier king, and his 1,000 years were up. If he couldn't break through to the spirit ocean realm, he would die of old age. This martial emperor's treasure was an opportunity for him. At the spiritual ocean tier, one's lifespan would be increased by another 1,000 years, and they would have a lifespan of 2,000 years. He rushed into the vortex and went down with it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "It's fine, there's no problem." Many people's eyes lit up. "Charge!" Then, another group of people rushed down. This time, someone screamed as his body was torn apart and he died in the whirlpool. But some people rushed in. The person who died was a martial grandmaster and a martial king realm martial artist. Don't worry, a martial king realm martial artist can withstand the power of the vortex. That's right, a martial emperor's treasure, a martial grandmaster ant. You must be dreaming if you want to get your hands on it. Charge! Immediately, more people rushed down. They were all martial artists above the martial king realm. As expected, they were fine and disappeared into the center of the vortex one by one. More people flew down. After a short moment, those Sea of Soul Realm experts also couldn't hold back anymore and flew towards the vortex. The people from the blood poison sect cast a cold glance at Lu Ming before they flew into the vortex and disappeared. As for the martial arts grandmasters, they were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. There were even some martial arts grandmasters who did not believe in heresy and rushed down, eventually dying tragically. Soon, large groups of martial king and martial artists rushed into the vortex. There were roughly no less than 100,000 people. Chapter 693. 693, A Strange Place. Brother Jian, do you want to go? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Of course we're going. We can't miss the martial emperor's treasure, no matter if it's real or fake. Xianxia's eyes were extremely firm. A Heaven's Pride expert was a Heaven's Pride expert not only because of talent and perseverance, but also because one had to firmly grasp the opportunity. If there was an opportunity in front of them, but one did not dare to grasp it, then one could not be called a Heaven's Pride expert. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia rushed toward the vortex together. As soon as he entered the vortex, Lu Ming felt a strong, tearing force from the surrounding seawater acting on his body. However, this power could only pose a threat to martial arts grandmasters. It was nothing to them. The three of them followed the vortex and went down. Very soon, they reached the bottom of the sea, but they did not stop. There seemed to be a huge cave at the bottom of the sea. It was pitch black inside the cave. From inside, there was a strong suction force that pulled Lu Ming and the others down. Lu Ming realized that he was extremely small under this attractive force. It was difficult for him to resist. The next moment, he, Xianxia, and the others disappeared from the cave. It was pitch black all around him. There was no sound or movement. Lu Ming could only feel that his body was constantly descending. He had no idea where he was going to land. Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure is deep underground? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. He kept descending. He did not know how long he had been descending for. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that the sky and earth were spinning, as if he had taken a cross-domain teleportation array. The next moment, he found himself in midair and his body was falling rapidly. He hurriedly circulated his essential core and his expression changed slightly. He found that the circulation of true yuan here was much more obscure than before, as if it was facing a strong resistance. Even flying became more strenuous than before, and the speed of flying had slowed down a lot. Lu Ming controlled his body and floated in the air, sizing it up carefully. There was no moon or sun in the sky, but there seemed to be stars high up in the sky. However, these stars were all crimson and scattered with crimson light. This was where the light source was. Below him was an endless land. Where is this place? Is it some other region or deep underground? Lu Ming frowned. Previously, he felt that he was falling to the ground. Little Qing, Xianxia is gone, Lu Ming muttered. Then, with a thought, Dandan appeared on his shoulder. Before he came in, Lu Ming had already stuffed Dandan into the Supreme Shrine. Dandan, do you know what this place is? Lu Ming asked. Dandan's eyes scanned the surroundings. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head and said, I don't have any impression of this place. It's so strange. It doesn't seem to be on the ground. Since he did not know, Lu Ming did not ask further. He sized it up for a while and then landed on the ground. What? After landing on the ground, Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This piece of land was actually a cemetery. As far as the eye could see, there were huge tombs everywhere, one after another, connected together. There's someone. Lu Ming saw a figure flash in front of him. It was a peaked tier king. Lu Ming moved and followed them. Slowly, he realized that there were more and more people in front. In the end, he found that there were about 1,000 people in front of him, scattered over there. Everyone, do any of you know what this place is? Someone asked. I don't know. Didn't they say it was the martial emperor's treasure? Why did it land here? There are tombs everywhere. Where is the treasure? Or, the martial emperor's treasure is somewhere else. We need to find it ourselves. That's true. If it really is a martial emperor's treasure, it won't be so easy to get it. Everyone chimed in, expressing their own opinions. Little bastard. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Lu Ming could feel a cold, killing intent enveloping him. He turned around and saw a burly man with a murderous look in his eyes. The man was glaring at Lu Ming. It was the brawny man from the blood-poisoned sect, Zhongmo. This person was an expert at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not expect to meet the burly man the moment he entered this place. The burly man's face revealed a ferocious smile. A powerful aura emanated from his body, like a vast ocean that enveloped Lu Ming. Nearby, the others couldn't help but make way. The attack of a third-level spiritual ocean-tier powerful being was extremely terrifying. They were afraid of being affected. Little bastard, this is your fate. You're destined to die in my hands. Let's see how you're going to run away today. Thump! Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the burly man strode toward Lu Ming like a wild beast trampling on the ground. Lu Ming retreated at top speed. With every step he took, he would stomp on the ground and a ray of light would flash. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the burly man rushed over, runes appeared on the ground, forming a long spear that pierced through the air. The power of the spear was extremely terrifying, and even a Sea of Soul Realm expert would be killed if he was not careful. However, the burly man threw a punch and shattered the spear's radiance. He continued to charge toward Lu Ming without stopping. Little bastard, although your Tao of inscription is strong, how can a formation you set up in a hurry do anything to me? I will definitely kill you today. Boom! Boom! The burly man shouted and punched out with both fists. Two mighty fist auras were blasted toward Lu Ming. Heaven and earth shook violently, and the space seemed to be pierced through. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming, causing his muscles to tighten. Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground, and runes appeared, forming two shields in front of him. His figure retreated rapidly. With two loud explosions, the two shields were shattered. The fist force did not stop and continued to blast toward Lu Ming. The third level of the spiritual ocean realm at its peak was too powerful. Lu Ming was no match for it. Even though Lu Ming's current Tao of inscription was extremely powerful, it was still only at level 5. Let's go. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to avoid the fist radiance. He was about to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps again to leave this place when, whoosh, whoosh, all around them, a sharp sound suddenly rang out. From all directions, endless arrows shot towards them, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping everyone in it. Not good. There are people here. Many people's expressions changed. They used their cultivation to block the arrows from all directions. Boom, boom. Just as they were about to knock the arrows away, the arrows suddenly exploded. The power was extremely terrifying, and many low-rank kings were instantly killed, screaming in pain. More than 10 arrows exploded around Lu Ming, causing him to take a few steps back. As for the burly man, he didn't know if it was because the strength he had just shown was too strong or because he was unlucky, but there were actually hundreds of arrows shooting at him. Although they didn't hurt him, they made him quite embarrassed. Fire! A loud shout came from the distance. Immediately, another wave of arrows came from all directions. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Chapter 694. 694 Encountering the Puppet Army. Who's that? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that there was a rune on each arrow. The rune was not even the size of a palm and was stuck to the arrow. As soon as the arrow hit its target, the runes on the arrow would explode and release a huge amount of energy. The explosion of the arrow was caused by these runes. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly, trying his best to avoid the arrow and not come into contact with it. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions rang out continuously, accompanied by waves of miserable screams. Many people were killed. However, most of the people who were killed were martial artists below the 4th level Martial King realm. Those above the 4th level Martial King realm had used their intent and powerful true origin to protect them Slaviers and withstand the power of the explosion. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the arrows continued to come, and the sky was filled with the violent sound of the air being torn. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that there were a few arrows that were terrifyingly fast. They were several times faster than the other arrows and reached him in an instant. He dodged quickly, but there was still an arrow that he could not avoid. It landed in front of Lu Ming, and Lu Ming's quintessential essence exploded, forming a quintessential essence shield. With a bang, the arrow exploded. What a powerful arrow! This arrow has astonishing penetrative power. Lu Ming's expression changed. Although he had shattered the arrow, he was fine because of his profound cultivation and rich essential core. But others were not so good. Even more screams were heard. Many martial artists at Level 4 Martial King Realm and above had their Zhen Yuan shields pierced through. Their bodies were pierced by the arrows, and they died an unnatural death. Only the martial artists at the 7th level of the Martial King Realm and above managed to block the arrows, but it also consumed a lot of their vital essence. Runes again. Lu Ming realized that there was a rune attached to the arrows with high penetrative power. The green rune could greatly increase the speed and penetrative power. Whoosh, whoosh. Before one wave was over, another wave came. Just now, the burly man's combat strength was so strong that he was probably the focus of attention. Arrows were shot at him continuously, leaving him no time to chase after Lu Ming. Charge! Charge in one direction. Otherwise, we'll all die. Someone shouted. Charge! Charge in one direction. Everyone joined forces and charged in the same direction. Just now, they still had more than 1,000 people, but in this short while, they only had 300 to 400 people left. More than half of them had been killed. Hundreds of people charged in one direction, instantly breaking through the arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rumbled, and howls came from ahead. They were the howls of Wallevers. Smoke and dust filled the air, and giant waves appeared, rushing towards them. On each of the giant Wallevers, there was a figure. These figures were dressed completely different from them. There were men and women. The women were covered in beast skins, revealing their slender legs. The men were bare-chested, wearing beast skins. Their skin was bronze in color, and they carried longbows on their backs. Kill! These people have trespassed the forbidden area. Kill them all! A brawny man shouted. The giant wolf howled and stomped on the ground, charging toward Lu Ming and the rest. On Lu Ming's side, attacks of sword chi, saber radiance, and the like burst out, slashing at the huge waves. Clang! Clang! When their attacks landed on the giant Wallevers, there was a sound of metal clashing. The giant Wallevers were not afraid of the attack and rushed over, their claws as sharp as blades. A Level 7 Martial King Realm martial artist's protective, genuine vitality was torn apart by the wolf's claws, and then his body was also torn apart. It wasn't just one person who ended up like this, but many. A puppet. This is a puppet. Lu Ming's spear swept out and sent a giant wolf flying. His pupils shrank slightly. These giant Wallevers were not made of flesh and blood, but were puppets made of various metals. His body was as strong as Vajra and indestructible. Most importantly, there were too many puppets. There were at least 1,000 of them, and this was only one direction. There were still more in the other directions. Lu Ming waved his long spear, and the huge waves were sent flying. Some giant Wallevers exploded directly. Kill that brat. A burly man riding an exceptionally large wolf charged toward Lu Ming. His huge wolf claws were aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear and swept it across. With a loud boom, the giant wolf was pushed back, but Lu Ming's body also trembled, and he took a few steps back. It was equivalent to a spiritual ocean tier puppet wolf. Kill! The burly man was pushed back. He then controlled the puppet wolf to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming fired his spear and forced the giant wolf back. He did not linger in the battle and rushed over. The brawny man from the blood-poisoned sect was the most miserable. He was surrounded by 3 powerful and terrifying giant Wallevers. Of the 3 giant wolf puppets, One was equivalent to the third level of the spiritual ocean tier, and the other two were equivalent to the peak of the second level of the spiritual ocean tier. Their bodies were indestructible, and they suppressed the burly man. Boom, boom, boom. In the other four directions, the earth also let out violent rumbles and wolf howls. It was unknown how many puppet armies were charging toward them. Charge, charge! Many martial artists charged forward without any regard for their own safety, displaying all of their trump cards. The situation was too dangerous. If they didn't rush out, they would be surrounded by the puppet armies from the other three directions, and only death awaited them. Those who trespass the forbidden area will be killed without mercy. Kill. The battle cries shook the sky, and the attacks were like a tide. Lu Ming held the long spear and charged forward. Along the way, he repelled a few puppets at the Spirit Sea realm. He continued to charge forward. Brat died. A huge figure at least 2 meters tall slashed at him with a saber in his hand. The blade cut through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom. Lu Ming blocked it with his infinite dragon spear. A terrifying force surged over, and Lu Ming's body floated backward. It's equivalent to a puppet at the second level of the spiritual ocean tier. Furthermore, it's a humanoid. Lu Ming's gaze turned serious. Then, he moved and dashed to the right. The human-shaped puppet's entire body was metallic in color. Its eyes were extremely cold as it stomped on the ground. A huge pit reappeared on the ground as it charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stomped on the ground, and runes appeared. At the same time, he waved his hands, and runes sank into the ground. An inscription master, the human-shaped puppet, was surprised to be able to speak the human language. I'm sleepy. Lu Ming waved his hands, and runes filled the ground, turning into a large net that covered the humanoid puppet. The humanoid puppet swung its sword, but it could not break through it at the moment. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Let's go by air. The others followed suit and tried to escape through the air. However, what made them despair was that the giant wolf puppets actually extended a pair of wings from both sides and could also fly into the sky to pursue them. This was a bloody battle, and no one could care about each other. Everyone desperately tried to break out. Lu Ming had no idea how many giant wolf puppets he had repelled before he rushed out of the cemetery and into a forest. In this place, the speed of flight was greatly suppressed. Lu Ming had flown for more than an hour, and he had only flown more than 10,000 miles. Moreover, the consumption of his essential core was extremely terrifying. Chapter 695. 695, The Underground World. Lu Ming landed in a forest. The trees here were extremely strange. They were dark red in color and were completely different from the trees that Lu Ming had seen before. Lu Ming did not have the time to think. He took out a pile of top-grade spirit crystals and started to recover his essential core after devouring them. Half an hour later, Lu Ming's essential core had recovered. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at the sky. More than 20 people have flown over here and landed. They are all from the chaotic astral ocean like him. These people were basically all peak tier kings. They had only managed to break out of the encirclement and come here. However, each of them had suffered injuries of varying degrees. They naturally saw Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming was dressed the same as them, Funfin heaved a huge sigh of relief. A few of them stood guard while the rest recuperated. Lu Ming did not speak. He sat cross-legged not far away, but his mind was constantly thinking. What was this place? And who were the people who attacked them? He seemed to be dressed in ancient clothes and was actually wearing animal skin. In the divine wilderness continent, Lu Ming had heard that only tribes in extremely remote areas would wear animal skins. Most importantly, those people could actually refine runes and make puppets. This was strange. Runes and puppets were both branches of the Tao of inscription. Just like inscription rune scroll, only true inscription blacksmiths could create them. There were actually many true inscription refiners among these humans who were dressed like primitive tribes. An hour or two later, the 20-odd people had almost recovered. Everyone, do you know who those people are? And what is this place? Lu Ming asked. During the battle, just now, I thought I heard someone call us extraterrestrials. Is this place really underground? A rather refined, middle-aged man muttered. Underground? It can't really be underground, right? There's a world underground? Some people were very surprised. The others didn't make a sound, but they knew in their hearts that it was most likely true. When they came in earlier, they had kept falling, and they didn't know how far they had fallen. If it's really underground, then we're in trouble. How do we get out? Someone said worriedly. Since we came in through the entrance of the Martial Emperor's treasure, we can definitely get out. But first, we have to figure out the situation here. Lu Ming said. That's right. This little brother is right. The middle-aged man nodded. What? At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked at the sky, and his expression changed. Not good. Those people are chasing us. Let's go. With that, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew into the distance. The others were slightly stunned and turned their heads to look. Sure enough, they saw hundreds of giant wall-evers in the distant sky. They spread their wings and flew over at high speed. Go, quickly go. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rose into the air one after another, flying forward wildly. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He shook off the puppet wall-evers and landed 10,000 miles away. This time, he landed in a valley. As for the middle-aged man and the others, they had already separated from him. However, a few hours later, the giant wolf puppet actually caught up with him again. What's going on? Why do those people know where I am and can accurately find me every time? Lu Ming furrowed his brows as he pondered. He flew forward at high speed, and soon, he shook off the giant wall-evers and landed in a forest. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings carefully. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he drew in the air. Runes appeared and landed on an ancient tree. Inscriptions appeared on the ancient tree, forming a mysterious inscription formation. As expected, there are arrays everywhere in the forest. These arrays should be used for surveillance. They can detect the aura of people nearby and lock their position. Lu Ming nodded and had an answer in his heart. Since that's the case, let's break these formations. Lu Ming waved his hands, and the inscription formation on the ancient tree trembled before it collapsed and disappeared. Following that, Lu Ming wandered around the area and found many of such inscription arrays. All of them were destroyed. After breaking the array in this area, Lu Ming took a rest in this area. As expected, after a long time, no one came after him. Where should I go next? Could it be that the Martial Emperor's treasure is only used to lure people in and has no other purpose? Lu Ming was very puzzled. He felt that this matter was very strange. That's because the entrance to the chaotic astral ocean was definitely set up by someone outside. Therefore, there's definitely a purpose for it. Perhaps the real Martial Emperor's treasure is hidden in this underground world. I'd better figure out a way to understand the distribution of the underground world first. It'd be best if I could blend in. Only then will I know what to do next. Lu Ming pondered. Just as Lu Ming was making conjectures, there was a huge ancient city more than 100,000 miles away. This ancient city was basically built with stones. The city walls were made of stone, and so were the buildings in the city. In the middle of the ancient city, there was a huge stone hall. At this moment, a group of people was discussing something. Most of them were old men, and they were all wearing animal skins. At this moment, a burly man was reporting to the old men. A person from the outer world? Could he really be a person from the outer world? A chubby old man muttered to himself as he frowned. Could it be that the ancient legend is true? When the people from the outer realm descend, there will definitely be a son of heavens, who can revive the ancient ancestor and once again teach the great Tao to the major tribes. Legends don't come from nowhere. Every tribe has such a legend. Whoever can find the Chosen One and revive the ancient ancestor will be highly valued by the ancient ancestor and be taught supreme techniques. One by one, the elders expressed their opinions. This is a chance for us, the Heavenly Wolf Tribe. Pass down my order. We can only capture the extraterrestrials alive. If it is not necessary, we cannot kill them. We must capture more extraterrestrials than the other tribes. The oldest man said, "Yes, clan elder." The burly man accepted the order and left. The Chosen One must be in the hands of the Heavenly Wolf Tribe. The celestial wolf elder's murky eyes shone with a light that was brighter than the stars. After resting for a while, Lu Ming continued to move. He randomly chose a direction and continued to fly. Boom! After Lu Ming had flown a few thousand miles away, two fist gleams suddenly shot toward him from below. The power was terrifying. Xianxia. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He took 4 consecutive steps with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and the world rumbled. He blocked the 2 fist radiance, but Lu Ming's body was sent flying into the sky by the huge force. Lu Ming flew up for 1,000 meters before he stopped. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his legs were trembling. Die! The burly man from the blood-poisoned sect followed closely behind the fist radiance. With a roar and a tidal wave of killing intent, he threw 2 more punches at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming at lightning speed so that he would not have time to escape. Exploding star fist, Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in a row. Dozens of fist gleams collided in front of him. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's exploding star fist had reached the 6th level. At the same time, Lu Ming's blood meridian burst out, and he thrust his spear forward with greater power. Chapter 696. 696, Killing Xianxia. The 3-colored true dragon let out a deafening roar as it pounced downward. However, Xianxia was at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm and was simply too powerful. The 2 fist radiances shattered all of Lu Ming's exploding star fist's fist radiances, and the 3-colored true dragon was also dispersed. However, he still managed to block it for a moment. Just this one moment was enough. Lu Ming waved his hands continuously. In an instant, dense runes appeared on his body. In an instant, Lu Ming inscribed 7 inscription arrays on himself. Among them, there were inscription formations for Zhen Yuan explosion, inscription formations to increase speed, inscription formations to increase physical strength, inscription formations to increase defense. With the inscription array, Lu Ming's combat strength increased again. Kill. Below, Xianxia was unforgiving, and his killing intent was like a tide. Little bastard, let's see how you're going to carve the inscription in the air. Xianxia sneered, and his mountain-like fist radiance struck toward Lu Ming. It was impossible for an ordinary inscription master to inscribe a large inscription formation in the void. Only a rank 7 true inscription alchemist could inscribe an inscription formation in the void and exert its effect. This could only be done with a terrifyingly powerful spiritual power. Lu Ming could not do it now. He was inscribing inscriptions in the void, and the inscriptions would disappear very soon. Back on the 7-colored island, the 7-colored Taoist had once carved a large formation in the void, and his methods were unfathomable. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He struck down with his spear. The huge spear's gleam was as big as a mountain, and it pressed down on the space, causing it to tremble. Lu Ming had added 7 types of inscription arrays to this spear attack. Furthermore, he had used all his strength. Even an expert at the peak of the 1st level of the spiritual ocean realm would be crushed to death by this spear attack. Boom! The spear radiance collided with the fist force, and a huge force exploded. Now, Lu Ming pressed on the long spear. With the help of the recoil, Lu Ming's body drifted backward, retreating thousands of meters in an instant. He felt his qi and blood roiling in his body. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't care less. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. "Damn it, don't run!" Xianxia roared and chased after him. However, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was extremely fast, and with the help of the formation, his speed was even faster. It did not take long for him to leave Xianxia in the dust. Lu Ming flew more than 10,000 miles in one breath and landed in a forest. Then, he waved his hands and destroyed all the surveillance arrays in the forest. After Lu Ming devoured some top-grade spirit crystals, he stood up immediately with a cold glint in his eyes. This guy must die. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He waved his hands and started to inscribe runes and arrays on the ground. The inscriptions continued to sink into the ground. It took Lu Ming half an hour before he stopped. "Kid, you're really vicious. You carved 36 killing formations in one go and added an illusory formation to cover it up. Even if that guy is a 3rd-level spiritual ocean realm martial artist, once he steps in here, he will definitely die." Dandin grinned. "Isn't this even more satisfying?" Lu Ming smiled. "Cool, of course it's cool. Kaka, let's go and lure that guy here. I can't wait to see him." Dandin sneered, her eyes shining. Lu Ming rose into the air and went back the way he came. He did not conceal his aura at all. There were no surveillance runes in the air, so he was not afraid of being discovered by the underground humans. After flying for a few thousand miles, a burly figure flew over at high speed. It was Xianxia, but his clothes were in a mess and he looked a little disheveled. It was obvious that he had encountered the underground humans along the way. "Little bastard." Xianxia's eyes turned red the moment he saw Lu Ming. He chased after Lu Ming with a murderous look. Lu Ming pretended to be shocked. He turned and ran. Xianxia chased after him. In the process of escaping, Lu Ming pretended to vomit blood again. "Little bastard, you're already injured. You can't run away. Instead of dying in the hands of the underground people, I'd rather kill you." Xianxia sneered. Lu Ming did not say a word. He ran with his head down. The two of them, one in front and one behind, soon crossed thousands of miles and arrived at the place where Lu Ming had set up the array. Lu Ming flew down and started running in the forest. "Haha, you're running out of true chi, right? This time you're dead." Overjoyed, Xianxia also descended and chased after Lu Ming. However, after running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and turned around. A strange smile appeared on his face as he looked at Xianxia. For some reason, when Xianxia saw Lu Ming smile, his heart suddenly tightened and he felt a little scared. He could not help but stop. "Little bastard, why are you not running anymore? You know you can't run now, right?" Xianxia took a deep breath and shook off the inexplicable feeling. He sneered at Lu Ming. "Run? Why are you running? I'll stay behind and send you on your way." Lu Ming smiled. "What big words? Die!" Xianxia shouted coldly as his true yuan exploded, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. As he did so, dazzling inscriptions appeared where Xianxia was standing. The densely packed inscriptions interweaved and were filled with a dazzling beauty. However, Xianxia wasn't in the mood to appreciate this beauty. His heart sank as he roared and rushed forward madly. Buzz! With a whooshing sound, a huge sword was formed and slashed at Xianxia with a terrifying aura. Then, huge swords formed in all directions and slashed at Xianxia. And this was only one formation. Following that, inscriptions kept flashing and 36 inscription formations were activated one after another with shocking power. "You little bastard! How dare you set up an inscription formation here? You're despicable!" Xianxia roared. "Ha ha ha! I'm despicable. I'm an inscription master, and inscription masters use inscriptions to fight. Also, you're only at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, and you're going against me, a Peking tear. You still have the face to call me despicable? Lu Ming sneered. He took a few steps, and countless inscriptions appeared. All sorts of attacks erupted. Flames, storms, ice, swords, sabers. All kinds of attacks instantly drowned Zhong Mo. In the formation, Zhong Mo roared repeatedly, but after a while, the roars disappeared, leaving only the sound of inscriptions raging. A moment later, the formation fell silent and the light disappeared. Zhong Mo was no longer in the formation. Zhong Mo had completely disappeared from this world. All that was left was a storage ring. Lu Ming stretched out his hand, and the storage ring was absorbed into his hand. Then he turned around, rose into the air, and left the place. His expression was calm. He knew that Zhong Mo was dead the moment he stepped into the formation. The scariest thing about an inscriber was that they could set up a terrifying formation with enough time. If they had enough time and materials, it was even possible for them to kill an enemy one realm higher than them. Of course, the formation you set up must first be undiscovered by the enemy, and the enemy must step into the formation to be useful. Moreover, in a real battle, the enemy would not give you that much time to set up an array. In a real battle, an inscription master would rely on an inscription array that could be cast instantly. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.